After a succession of poorly received tie-ins in the late 90s, South Park's odyssey into video games took an extended hiatus during the 2000s. Series creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker grew protective of the license, and so began a 9-year gap between games. In their absence, video game adaptations of similar animated shows were in ample supply, with some even attaining considerable success. Taking notice of this trend, it was in late 2004 that Ubisoft attempted to reacquaint South Park with the medium. This project was led by two Ubisoft producers and was simply being called South Park internally. Since many of their own studios were already busy with work on other titles, the publisher opted to have a third party develop it. This was the little known BuzzMonkey Software based in Eugene, Oregon. A slightly obscure choice, the company was apparently chosen after having presented a couple of demos for potential games to them. Ubisoft's management had declined these, but was impressed with the studio's technical ability and therefore handed them the contract to South Park before long. With Ubisoft's producers installed to oversee it, BuzzMonkey got to work in December of 2004. This was around the time that Season 8 of the show was coming to an end, with the last episode, Woodland Critter Christmas, airing on December 17th. One former developer of BuzzMonkey shared that a part of its initial mission statement was to make the first game ever to map out the entire town of South Park, almost a decade before South Park's Stick of Truth would later come along to claim this landmark. A variety of playable characters were planned to be on offer too. There was going to be the four boys, Stan, Kyle, Cartman and Kenny, as well as a number of secondary characters. This included Chef, Gerald Broflovsky, Randy Marsh, Mr. Slave, Towley and others. Vehicles were readily available, easily found and commandeered, not unlike the mechanics of Grand Theft Auto. The fully realised open world was only one side to it, however. What BuzzMonkey was actually attempting to bring to life was something slightly less like The Simpsons Hit and Run and more like a traditional adventure game at its heart. The intention was for it to have a focus on puzzle solving and environmental gags that players would stumble upon as they wander about. Ubisoft had originally told the team to very directly mimic the style of Hit and Run, but they ended up putting their own spin on the formula, which they felt better captured the essence of the TV series. The PlayStation 2 was the game's lead platform, but it was also being worked on for Xbox, with a GameCube release being planned as well. The publisher gave them a fairly constrained period of time in which to put together the vertical slice shown here, although it was already starting to form into the vast, detail-rich world filled with Easter eggs and hidden jokes that they were aiming for. From what we understand, the game's story would have adopted a fairly straightforward linear mission structure, the first of which, contained within this early prototype build, put players in control of Eric Cartman, who is trying to obtain a straitjacket. To do so, he must infiltrate South Park's psychiatric hospital. During this mission, players must first gain a disguise. This alternate costume in itself would have been a throwback to an episode from South Park Season 8 called Up the Down Steroid. The episode saw Cartman entering a Special Olympics event for children with disabilities, pretending to be disabled in order to compete and win a prize of $1,000.
I want to be in the Special Olympics.
He dons a homemade outfit, including a bicycle helmet, in an ill-conceived attempt to mimic his competitors. In this level of the game, players were required to navigate Cartman's house to assemble this costume, and while they did, a licensed track, Let's Get Retarded by the Black Eyed Peas, would play in the background. When ready, Cartman would then make his way to what was referred to in-game as the South Park Mental House. Inside, the player searches for a straitjacket before a cutscene is triggered. Mistaking him for one of the actual patients, the doctors restrain him and undergo electroshock therapy on him. This, however, has unintended side effects, as it reawakens his long dormant V-chip, and yet another reference to a previous South Park story. In the movie South Park Bigger, Longer and Uncut, Cartman receives a cranial implant that electrocutes him every time he utters a profanity. As the film goes on, the chip malfunctions, granting him the ability to fire bolts of lightning from his fingertips. When the doctors force him into having this treatment, this ability inexplicably returns, allowing him to make his escape after fighting off the hospital staff.
You're going nowhere, little piggy. The door's locked, and I have the key.
It's at this point that we are introduced to the game's combat system, a fairly basic repertoire of punches and kicks, as well as a ground pound move for Cartman. This is just one example of missions that were on the table, representing some of the humour and blends of different gameplay types like driving, fighting, and collectible hunting that were to be expected in the finished game. The story cinematics were said to be pre-rendered CGI, made in-house at BuzzMonkey. The voice acting used for them, a developer explained, was not in fact provided by showrunners Matt and Trey themselves, although other members of the show's official cast had apparently filled in for them. It's possible that the duo's involvement might have increased if the project had continued, but their interaction with the game was next to non-existent. A former designer believed that they were distantly made aware of its development, although they had no input on any creative level. Outside of the single-player component, BuzzMonkey was also hoping to develop a robust split-screen multiplayer suite. Some of their ideas included modes for racing, as well as the tentatively dubbed Snowball Wars, Cops and Robbers, and Mailbox Baseball. These were simply rough concepts, however, as the focal point of development was very much fixed on that solo experience. South Park was the company's most ambitious title by quite a margin. For a game of its time, the overworld, for instance, was shaping up to be relatively huge. It was worked on for a total of 10 months, before, in a somewhat sudden twist, it was cancelled. At the time, a large amount of progress had been made towards crafting the town and trying to make it as true to the show as possible. The Xbox build you see here, obtained by Andrew Bowman of Past to Present Online, is only an early glimpse of what was finished, dating back to March 2005. The project came to a close in August. Former employees of the developer provided some insight into the circumstances around its abrupt collapse. One ex-artist believed that the root cause of its termination was the actions of one individual in particular, one of the game's two producers. Multiple developers formerly of BuzzMonkey claim that this Ubisoft staffer, who had never previously held a producer position, exhibited strange and unprofessional behaviour for the duration of the project. Some describe this person as being rude and temperamental towards members of the team, with one or two of them suggesting this might have been the reason why Ubisoft stepped in and shut it down. This theory is supported by the fact that this individual was fired from the publisher within the subsequent months. Another source, a designer who had a major role in the game's development, believes this issue was only the tip of the iceberg. Ubisoft's schedule for the title had been tight to say the least, pushing the team to its limits. This, coupled with the enormous amount of work still left to be done, made for a difficult situation. For many of the developers on board, this was their first project, so lack of experience, let alone with AAA titles, was another obstacle to factor in. All of these problems, in addition to how late it was being made in the generation, ultimately rendered it unfeasible in the eyes of Ubisoft. By the end, it had never officially left pre-production. BuzzMonkey's South Park prototype ran on an engine of their own creation, which was intended to be utilised by multiple original projects in the future. In the aftermath of its cancellation, the developers attempted to form other, smaller games using it. Among these was a platformer named Cave Girl and a tech demo for a game based around the 2006 movie Happy Feet. When none of these were picked up by publishers, BuzzMonkey took a new direction to sustain itself, working on ports for a handful of well-known franchises, including Tomb Raider. The Star Wars Rogue Squadron games released originally on Nintendo 64 and GameCube respectively between the years of 1998 and 2003. It was a flight combat series made in a collaboration between Factor 5 and LucasArts that was met with praise from critics and relative success. In the years that followed its last installment, Rebel Strike, rumours of a follow-up continue to occasionally crop up. There were stories of an apparent sequel and a possible remastered collection, but none of these amounted to anything. It wasn't until October 2014 that the former president of Factor 5, Julian Egbrecht, appeared on IGN's Nintendo podcast to shed some light on what happened. He revealed a scrapped multiplayer version of Star Wars Rogue Squadron and an unreleased compilation of the games with new features. The true extent of the developers' involvement with Star Wars and their relationship with LucasArts, however, was far from fully divulged. In looking back through the rich history of these two companies, we will learn more about the missing trilogy collection and discover two more lost Star Wars games that have never previously been spoken of publicly. In around October 2003, Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike was finished and launched in all territories by the end of November. During that game's development, Factor 5 had begun to take on other projects on the side, such as proposals for Nintendo. This included a gritty take on Pilot Wings for the GameCube, which was set during the early Cold War era. This was a time in the company's history when they were relentless in coming up with new ideas as they were trying to decide what was next. At some point during the making of Rogue Squadron 2, they had done something they'd never previously done with Star Wars. After a few years of making games where you played as members of the Rebel Alliance like Luke Skywalker, their creative heads decided to do things a bit differently. Hidden inside the game were two non-canonical bonus missions named Triumph of the Empire and Revenge on Yavin respectively. They imagined an alternative timeline to Star Wars in which the Rebel Alliance is crushed by the Galactic Empire. It was a short what-if story which asked, what if the Rebels failed to destroy the first Death Star in the climax of A New Hope? The player controlled Darth Vader, piloting his distinctive TIE Advance X-1, who must put a stop to the Rebel assault on the Death Star. If successful, Luke Skywalker is killed moments before completing his attack, and the Empire emerges triumphant. In the following mission, Vader and his squadron invade Yavin 4. They must eliminate all of their fleeing transport vessels to prevent the Rebel leaders from escaping. A couple of years on from Rogue Squadron 2, Factor 5's people decided they would revisit this concept after Rebel Strike. They would take the idea much further in a spin-off of the Rogue Squadron series dubbed Star Wars Dark Squadron. As the name suggests, this was planned to be an entire game where the player fought for the Imperials, joining their campaign to quash the Rebel Alliance. Like Rogue Squadron, it would have been a flight combat game, but with a spotlight on Imperial ships like TIEs as you would expect. The main playable character would have been Darth Vader, as it was in the aforementioned Empire levels from Rogue Squadron 2. The previous games offered players some limited strategy elements, such as the ability to issue orders to your squad mates with the D-pad.
Engage at will.
Dark Squadron would have expanded upon this, allowing you to command an entire Imperial fleet. You would have been able to bring up a menu during missions to purchase new support options. This entailed everything from tactical moves like orbital strikes and blockades to summoning new Star Destroyers, bombers, and walkers for ground assaults. A former programmer of Factor 5 suggested the game would have seen a number of enhancements over Rebel Strike, saying that it was to have a renewed focus on vehicle missions. Rebel Strike was the first edition of the Rogue Squadron series to feature on-foot sections with shooting gameplay inspired by the classic arcade game Robotron 2084. By the company's own admission, these segments hadn't turned out quite as well as they had hoped, drawing criticism from critics and fans alike. Had it been made, this new project would have done away with those sections completely. Dark Squadron was in essence a pitch that was floating around for a possible game. There was no gameplay prototype ever made, just one or two pieces of concept art, early animatics, and documentation showcasing some of the team's ideas. It was conceived after the end of development on Rebel Strike, and like that game, they wanted it to be a GameCube exclusive. The material for Dark Squadron was coming together towards the end of 2003, as LucasArts was preparing to deliberate over their budget for the following year. This was the time when the publisher would review pitches from their partners and decide which games would be receiving funding. LucasArts, of course, wasn't just a publisher, it had its own in-house development team that was making its own original projects, like various tie-ins to the Star Wars prequel movies. They were also contributing towards various productions being handled externally, including the Rogue Squadron games. Around the time that Dark Squadron was being realised, they too were trying to get a new project funded. Despite the LucasArts development team being part of the larger company, they weren't supposed to have any kind of advantage over third-party companies like Factor 5 when it came to the pitching process. They were still required to pass all of the same hurdles as anyone else trying to get a game funded. They had to present it to a LucasArts publishing committee comprised of their higher-ups. The LucasArts team had come up with the concept of doing an action-adventure game with popular Star Wars character Chewbacca as the lead character. It would have explored that space of Chewie's life when he went from being a warrior on Kashyyyk to being Han Solo's right-hand man. Their ideas revolved around his adventures working as a bounty hunter between the years of episodes 3 and 4. This Chewbacca bounty hunter game was set to compete directly with Dark Squadron for funding. Due to the constraints of the yearly budget, it was unlikely that both would would be picked up. If one was approved, the other would have to be shelved. Unfortunately for Factor 5, it was the Chewbacca project that would emerge the victor, while Star Wars Dark Squadron was rejected. Reportedly, there was some trepidation around proprietary issues, as well as how well Factor 5 would be able to implement some of their ideas, and how the player would perceive them in the game. Although, some former associates of the two companies blamed the outcome at least partially on politics inside LucasArts. The creative head of the Chewbacca game was Hayden Blackman, who was the project lead on the MMO Star Wars Galaxies. It's claimed by some that Blackman may have used his influence inside the company to sway the Greenlighting Committee and help push Dark Squadron aside to further his project. Factor 5 meanwhile was quick to recover from their loss, having a new proposal lined up, and this time with the full backing of LucasArts. They now sought to produce a remastered compilation of the Rogue Squadron games with new features and some major improvements. During the development of Rebel Strike, Factor 5 had come under increasing pressure from LucasArts to abandon their pact of exclusivity with Nintendo. Rogue Squadron 2 and 3 were both GameCube exclusives, despite the console struggling to sell nearly as well as Nintendo had hoped. While Rogue Leader performed well at the launch of the system, its sequel wasn't anywhere near as successful. LucasArts wanted Factor 5 to start developing for a console with a larger share of the market that was powerful enough to run their games, the Xbox. After some reluctance, Factor 5 finally agreed in late 2003 that they would begin developing for the Xbox, starting with the Rogue Squadron collection. This would appease LucasArts from a business perspective, but to Factor 5 it also meant they could embrace the new opportunities which came with the platform. It allowed them to explore a frontier they had been unable to on GameCube, which was online play. All of the versus modes that were previously only available through local split screen were now to be redone to support play over Xbox Live. Work on the Xbox conversion of Rogue Squadron progressed without incident until April 2004, when the foundations of LucasArts were rocked by management shifts. The company's board appointed their vice president of marketing, Jim Ward, as their new president. Ward had inherited the duty of turning the declining publisher around. At the time, they were in such bad financial shape that employee bonuses for 2004 had to be dropped completely. Their new president wasted little time in asserting himself. Within the first months under Ward's leadership, LucasArts cut numerous projects benefiting from their funding, and before long, the Rogue Squadron trilogy found itself in the firing line. Despite the fact that it was around halfway done and was on schedule for a late 2004 release, the project was canned in an unexpected turn for the developers. Most of the work done was on porting the offline missions into one merged interface. The online components were never up and running. In a twist of irony, the Chewbacca game, which inadvertently led Factor 5 towards making the Rogue Squadron collection project, was never made either. Although it did pass the initial pitching process and was greenlit, it was later shot down by George Lucas himself. Lucas apparently didn't appreciate some of their ideas, like the thought of Chewbacca leading his own game. Instead, the team ended up working on a new game which would eventually become Star Wars The Force Unleashed. For a while, Factor 5's Rogue Squadron collection would remain shelved. It wasn't until over 3 years later that it would eventually resurface. In late 2007, production on Lair, Factor 5's poorly reviewed PlayStation 3 exclusive, was wrapping up. It was then that the company entered one of the most experimental parts of its history. Pitches for new original games were being formulated left and right. It wasn't this bubble of possibility that Rogue Squadron would return. They planned to resurrect the half-finished remastered trilogy with a wealth of new features under the codename of Green Harvest. Their platform of choice to develop it on was the Wii. This was due to their friendly relationship with Nintendo and extensive knowledge of the hardware from having a hand in designing the GameCube years earlier. Their ideas of how to use its unique features to give it broader appeal were how they were able to sell LucasArts on reviving it. They would build a selection of new multiplayer modes, including most crucially a lightsaber game which would use the Wii's upcoming Motion Plus peripheral for optimum accuracy. It would be a lightsaber duel mode where players would slash one another to the death, complete with character-specific force powers like lightning. As it turned out, Factor 5 became one of the first developers outside of Nintendo to receive early prototypes for the Motion Plus accessory. This allowed them plenty of time to implement it. The lightsaber battle mode was fairly robust, featuring 20 playable characters characters and the ability to add comically large Mii heads to them. The character roster was made up of Emperor Palpatine, Darth Maul, Darth Vader, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and a handful of variants upon Princess Leia and Luke Skywalker. This included their various appearances from the movies like Luke's Stormtrooper disguise and Leia's infamous slave costume. The mode was playable in a variety of iconic settings, including the Death Star hangar and the Cloud City carbon freezing chamber. Each had its own environmental hazards, including crates that could be hurled using the Force and death pits that players could be knocked down. Alongside the lightsaber dueling was a new speeder bike race mode inspired by the forest chase sequence from Return of the Jedi. Players could compete with one another across a selection of planets, such as Tatooine or Endor. The Wii compilation scrapped the concept of online play that its Xbox Forerunner once touted as a core feature. Instead, the developers chose to invest their time in adding new modes and creating a local multiplayer section with plenty of content. In addition to the multiple versus game types, there was an entire cooperative campaign too. It all sported new support for widescreen and ran at 60 frames per second using Factor 5's in-house Wii engine. The structural setup of the main story missions was a bit different from the original games. As opposed to playing through a fixed campaign and unlocking them one after the other in a linear order, you would collect credits from each level and would then be able to choose whichever stage you wanted to play next. The collection included every ship that had previously been in the series, as well as one new addition, an AT-PT for the Walker missions. As for the controls, the game offered a wide selection of options. There was support for classic controllers, GameCube controllers, the Wii Remote held horizontally, the Wii Remote and nunchuck combo, or the Wii Remote positioned vertically controlling the ship with the infrared pointer. Players could even add a Wii balance board to one of these, manipulating the acceleration by applying pressure to the left and right of it with their feet. The Wii Trilogy Collection was a somewhat more accessible take on Rogue Squadron that aimed to remedy a lot of the issues audiences had with past releases. Namely, they had overhauled the on-foot sections from Rebel Strike, retooling the aiming mechanics to make them much less automated, and introducing cover shoot elements. The project ran smoothly for over a year until December 2008 when the studio faced bankruptcy. They had also been working on an open-world Superman game for Brash Entertainment, who had went under in November. Factor 5 had opted to pay for development themselves in the hope that a new publisher would pick it up. Due to the toxic financial climate at the time, no new publishing partner was found, Factor 5's monetary resources were drained, and they too were forced to shut down. Some reports claim that this was the end of the Rogue Squadron Wii project, that it was at this stage completed and mysteriously never released. The truth is a bit more complicated than that. On December 19th, 2008, Factor 5 Inc.'s president Julian Egbrecht laid off all of their remaining workforce without pay. It was seemingly the end of the company and all of their respective projects. Or was it? In the weeks before closure, it had become clear to their management that bankruptcy was all but inevitable. They therefore hatched a contingency plan to allow some of their games to live on. Kept secret from most of their employees, they would form a spiritual successor to survive Factor 5. Its name was Blue Harvest, a knowing wink towards the fake working title of Return of the Jedi used to hide its production. Blue Harvest was registered on December 9th, 2008, 10 days before Factor 5 Inc.'s closure. It was owned by Julian Egbrecht's partner, Katja Reitermeyer. The day-to-day running of the company was handled largely by the same people as Factor 5, but it was put under Reitermeyer's name to avoid credit issues. 2 days after it was set up, Egbrecht sold Factor 5's assets to Blue Harvest, including all of their intellectual property like unfinished games. In January 2009, Blue Harvest was renamed to White Harvest and opened for business less than 9 miles away from the offices of its predecessor. It was made up of developers previously employed by Factor 5 Inc. and continued some of their projects where they left off, including the Rogue Squadron Wii trilogy. Not everyone was invited to join White Harvest, however. Many ex-Factor 5 staffers were left in the dark about its existence, leading to an uproar which would ultimately tear the new enterprise apart. In January 2009, the former members of Factor 5 began to discover the truth. White Harvest was essentially resuming the work of Factor 5 with many of the same people as before, under a new name. They had worked almost 2 months unpaid before abruptly being let go as the company collapsed without proper notice under Californian state law. Julian Egbrecht had told them that they were unable to pay them for their weeks of work because LucasArts had first claimed to any of their remaining money as per a loan agreement signed in 2004. Yet, they had been able to fund a whole new company, People were starting to question how. White Harvest was open between January until the end of July in 2009. It was in this space of time that Green Harvest, now officially titled Star Wars Rogue Squadron Wii Rogue Leaders, was finally finished. However, what had also happened along the way was two major lawsuits being filed against the founders of Factor 5, which heavily involved White Harvest. The aforementioned unpaid former workers sued them for a variety of alleged violations. Not only did they want to claim their unpaid wages, they were suing for such reasons as improper notice before termination, and most damningly of all, fraud. They alleged that Factor 5 had fraudulently transferred its assets to White Harvest to avoid paying creditors. The lawsuits would drag out for years to come, and in the middle of it was LucasArts, the publisher of Star Wars Rogue Leaders Wii. They were left with a completed game on their hands, and yet they would decide against releasing it. LucasArts had been complicit in the operations of White Harvest, helping fund them despite full knowledge that lawsuits from former employees were likely. If the court cases surrounding the game ended badly for the founders of Factor 5, it had the potential to threaten the public images of both developer and publisher. From the perspective of LucasArts, Rogue Squadron Wii could have been caught in a hurricane of bad PR. It was for this reason that one very risk-averse publisher left the game unreleased, keeping the spotlight away from the delicate legal situation. White Harvest's other projects failed, and without any revenue from the sales of Star Wars, like Factor 5 before it, it was forced to close. The lawsuits against the former heads of Factor 5 would last over 7 years, the last finally being resolved in 2015. All of the unpaid developers were reimbursed for their ordeal. The accusations of fraud, on the other hand, were ultimately dismissed. During the span of the main court battle, the generation of the Wii passed, ending any remaining hope that LucasArts would allow Rogue Leaders Wii to come out in its original form. The only copies of the game known to exist are now among the former management of Factor 5 and White Harvest, as well as in the LucasArts archives, which are now owned by Disney.
Did you know there's an official Gen 3 Pokemon game that's completely lost to time? It was called Pokemon Garden, and you're watching footage of it right now. It had some original music and even had voice acting. Pokemon Garden was only released in Japanese, but as of this video's publication, it can't even be played in Japan, or anywhere else for that matter. But there's a team of archivists who spent the last few years trying to recover it and make it playable in English. We'll talk more about that towards the end of the video, but for now, let's discuss the game itself. Well, actually there's 4 lost games we want to cover today, but we'll start with Pokemon Garden since it's our favorite. By the end of Gen 3, Game Freak and Nintendo were seeing a pattern. Each new generation sold significantly less than what came before. Older fans felt they'd grown up and didn't want to play Pokemon anymore, a phenomenon Game Freak called graduating. Meanwhile, the series was failing to pull in a younger audience who could take their place. So they partnered with Bascule to make Pokemon Garden, a game primarily targeted at Japanese elementary students. It also aimed to bring back older fans by kicking off Pokemon's first large-scale web campaign. The whole internet thing was relatively new back then, so this was Pokemon's big online blitz. So even though Pokemon Garden looks like a Game Boy Advance game, it was never put on a cartridge. Instead, it was only playable on a computer through Yahoo Kids Japan. Pokemon Garden launched on July 7th, 2006, a few months before Diamond and Pearl released in Japan. It started like any other Pokemon game, asking what you want your name to be, but it also goes a step further by letting you choose your trainer class. Then you march up to this 4-story Game Boy building where the rest of the game takes place. The first floor is the lobby, where you can schedule your appointments to ride the Pokemon Time Machine. There is at least a 2-hour wait time for the machine, so until then, you can read Pokemon news updates or play minigames on these arcade machines. They record high scores just like real arcade cabinets, so if you're good enough, you can make a permanent impact on the world. At the scheduled time, you'll get a call telling you to climb aboard the time machine. You'll get your pick of the Diamond Tour or Pearl Tour.
Yo, minna, omatase! 俺はパール号ガイドのカズヤ。
私はジュンだよ。
Pokemon Special Tour へようこそ!
You'll be joined by 10 other people playing online just like you, and taken to an interactive tour of Pokemon's history. Each tour lasts about 30 minutes. Depending on decisions you make as a team and how you react when the time machine malfunctions, events can play out a little differently.
みんな、右だ! 緊急用の発電マシンで発電だ!
So therefore, you're encouraged to ride it again and again. After you safely return to the present day, all the passengers take a commemorative photo together.
はいチーズみんなパール号のツアーに参加してくれてサンキュー
Then you can ride the escalators upstairs to the gallery. You can actually see the lobby below through the gallery floor. There's 3 doors, and behind each one is a gallery dedicated to a specific region. The Kanto Gallery, Johto, and one from Hoenn. Each room has music specific to that region, and comes with an upper balcony room. Inside you can see official artwork including concept art, maps, character art, and you can read about the Pokemon native to each region. You could also chat with other people in the gallery, who are actually other people playing online, not NPCs. Game Freak's office is on the 3rd floor, and you can poke around and watch the developers working hard to make Gen 4, or chat with the devs like Junichi Masuda and Ken Sugimori, who share trivia and show you silhouettes of Pokemon who haven't been released yet. Interestingly, some information they shared turned out to be not true, like that Sinnoh's starters would be fighting, dark, and psychic types. In their offices, you can check out the developers' Pokemon teams and watch videos of them, like this one of Sugimori drawing Gengar. There's also a Pokemon quiz if you want to test your trivia, and a couple of hidden rooms you can only access with secret passwords. If you sleuth your way into the secret diamond room, you could download this exclusive wallpaper for your computer background, and you could get this one in the Pearl Room. The 4th floor is a souvenir shop where you can buy stuff like emoticons and stickers. To earn in-game cash, you'll need to play the arcade machines in the lobby or enter tournaments on the top floor. Well, maybe top floor is not the best way to describe it. It's more like the inside of Pokeballs on the building's roof. They open up and each one is as big as a stadium inside. These tournaments are essentially rock, paper, scissors, but instead of rock, paper, scissors, you use Pokemon types. Water beats fire, fire beats grass, and so on. Winning against other players gets you in-game money, and if you beat enough opponents, you take on NPC Game Masters. There's a lot more to it, but we don't want to bore you with every detail, so that's the long and short of it. Looked at as a whole, Pokemon Garden amounts to an interactive Pokemon museum and theme park. It was initially scheduled to shut down 5 months after it opened, but it was extended another month due to popular demand. A lot of the footage in this video comes from a press release made for investors, which boasts of Garden's million-plus visitors and even attributes to the success of Diamond or Pearl to this unprecedented online campaign. Diamond or Pearl broke the series' downward sales spiral and managed to outperform both Gen 3 and the Gen 1 remakes. How much of that can actually be attributed to Pokemon Garden is impossible to say, but this investor video sure seems to think it played a big part. Garden was so popular in fact that after it closed, it was reopened again. This time permanently, they said, but interest tapered off as time went on, and so it was eventually closed forever. However, as we mentioned earlier, there's a group of preservationists trying to resurrect it once again and make it playable in English. It's some of the same folks who recently released fan localizations of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Wii games that only released in Japan, which you could play right now if you wanted to, thanks to these guys. Unfortunately though, restoring Pokemon Garden's a bit trickier than localizing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Wii. Garden was technically a Flash game, so the only way to restore it is to find fans who played it 15 years ago and ask for their browser cache. And we're not talking cache as in money. An internet cache is essentially a computer's stored data of websites it accessed in the past. The preservationists use them like puzzle pieces to put the game back together, but it isn't easy finding people with computers that old that are still working. And one person's cache is only part of the picture. With their project leader, MVIT, translator Higsby, and a few researchers, they've made good progress, but 100% completion is going to be impossible without community support. That's why we made this video. If you ever played Pokemon Garden, please visit this link. Or, if you know anyone else who played it, ask them to visit this link. It's called Flashpoint, and it'll check your browser cache for Flash games so you can donate them to all Flash restoration projects, including this one. Hopefully someday soon, Pokemon Garden can be restored for fans all around the world to experience firsthand. There are 3 more lost Pokemon games they hope to recover as well. After Garden's closure, the official website announced Pokemon Maze Land, a comparatively simple game where you run through Pokemon-shaped mazes. Any Pokemon from generations 1 through 4 were fair game, and every day fans could explore 4 of them. In each maze, you're supposed to find 4 checkpoints, collect plates, and you can even chat with other players. There's still a lot of missing information about this one because not as many people played it compared to Garden, so there's fewer internet caches recovered. Another game was Pokemon Sky Tower, which launched side by side with Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and was seemingly inspired by the real-life Sky Tree in Tokyo. Long story short, it's a Pokemon trivia competition that uses info from the first 4 generations of Pokemon, hosted by this guy in a Burmy costume. You compete against other players online, and for each correct answer, you ascend 1 floor of the Sky Tower. Get 1 wrong, and you go down a floor, and the first one to make it to the 100th floor wins. The game was only playable from 6 AM to midnight, and the tower had a pretty cool day-night cycle. There's a lot of missing data and information, but it's worth noting that Mazeland and Sky Tower both had online leaderboards. The last game is Pokemon Dream World, which unlike these other games did originally release in English. It was also technically a Flash game, but it had the ability to connect directly to Pokemon Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. You could even send Pokemon from your DS into Dream World to collect exclusive items and catch new Pokemon, including some Pokemon that you couldn't catch in a Generation 5 game. Probably the best way to describe Dream World's like a simpler Pokemon version of Animal Crossing. Each player had their own customizable home where they could visit other players' homes as well. Unova doesn't have any soft soil for growing berries, but you get your own berry garden in Dream World, and you can send berries back to Unova. You can unlock new areas in the Island of Dreams like the Windswept Sky, Sparkling Sea, and Spooky Manor, each with their own minigames, Pokemon, and items to collect. Pokemon and items collected in the Dream World could be sent back to the DS games, and every Pokemon had hidden abilities. For a lot of them, it was actually the only way to obtain those abilities. Some were unlocked for free, while others cost Dream Points earned by playing minigames, making friends with other players, and watering berries for them. That's nice. The Dream World also appeared in the Pokemon Adventures manga, as an alternative dimension that Pokemon visit in their sleep. The game was shut down early in 2014, the same day as all of Gen 5's online functionalities, rendering it completely unplayable, just like the other games that we talked about. Again, if you ever played Garden, Mazeland, Sky Tower, or Dream World, please visit the link to share your Flash cache. It can mean the difference between these games getting resurrected or languishing in the afterlife for all eternity. If they're ever brought back from the dead, we'll be sure to let you know in a future video.
Did you know that after Metroid Prime 3 was finished, one of its developers pitched a game called Metroid Tactics? Or that Next Level Games was building a Metroid game with PS3 level graphics codenamed Project Valkyrie? And years before that, Miyamoto was pushing for Metroid to get a sequel on the Nintendo 64? We talked to some former employees of Retro Studios, Next Level Games, Nintendo, Rareware, and even Rockstar to learn more about all 3 games, and why they never saw the light of day. There's lots to cover, so we'll jump straight into it with Metroid Tactics, a concept pitched internally at Retro Studios by a member of the Metroid Prime team, Paul Tozer. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Paul a few months ago, and he was kind enough to tell us about this piece of Metroid history that before now, no one outside of Retro even knew existed. Metroid Tactics was aimed at the Wii, and Paul wrote up the pitch in late 2007, pretty much immediately after Metroid Prime 3 was finished. As far as the story goes, Tactics would have been a series prequel. According to the pitch document, the events in this game take place long before all other games in the Metroid series. It marks the very moment when Samus Aran first separates from the Chozo who raised her from childhood, encounters humanity, and becomes a bounty hunter. The game also marks humankind's very first encounter with the space pirates and Metroids. Samus must cooperate with an elite team of highly trained Galactic Federation troopers and colorful bounty hunters to stop the incursion on several Galactic Federation planets, at various locations on planets such as Norion and Earth, and eventually take on the space pirates at their outpost on planet Zebes. As for the gameplay, it's basically XCOM, Paul told us. It was XCOM in the Metroid universe, except instead of fighting aliens, you're fighting space pirates who are also aliens, but different. If you're not familiar with XCOM, it's like a more mature and complex version of Mario and Rabbids gameplay, sort of in the same ballpark as Fire Emblem, Advance Wars, and Final Fantasy Tactics. In XCOM, about half the game is grid-based tactical combat, and the other half is spent at your base hiring and outfitting soldiers, building base expansions like genetics labs and satellite uplinks, having your scientists research new weapons and equipment, and so on. XCOM was a revolutionary PC game back in 1994, then in 2012 got a remake for the PS3, Xbox 360, Vita, PC, mobile, basically every platform that wasn't Nintendo. Maybe because it was rated M? But of course, Retro would have had its own unique spin on the XCOM formula. According to the pitch document, Metroid Tactics allows the player to control the legendary Samus Aran, a squad of elite Galactic Federation troops, and various other bounty hunters as they work together to defeat the space pirates. Along the way, the player can hire new units and upgrade all of the units in his team with many different kinds of new armor, weapons, skills, and abilities, with Samus and the various bounty hunters having a large number of unique abilities that will prove invaluable in combat. Samus is the main character, but you don't really play as Samus. She's just one soldier under the player's command. So, who's the player character?
Okay, player takes the role of a Galactic Federation commander. Even has a name for him I'm not going to repeat. Pretty stupid name.
Paul had grown to dislike the name he came up with 15 years earlier, but he showed it to us eventually. It's Galactic Federation Commander Justin Bailey. That's a reference to the famous password for the original NES Metroid that removed Samus's power suit. Justin Bailey was one of those gaming mysteries that survived for decades, long rumored to be the name of one of the developers or an inside joke, but in reality was just a randomly generated password. As Commander Bailey, you acquire cash by completing missions, and extra cash by accomplishing side objectives like rescuing civilians on the battlefield. Space pirates drop their weapons and other technology after they're killed, which can be sold off for even more cash. Back at the base, you can spend your space bucks to hire Galactic Federation troopers and extremely powerful bounty hunters, who of course are more expensive, and also purchase weapons, armor, various equipment, and skill upgrades. According to the doc, each unit will have abilities specific to that character. For example, Samus will be able to use her Power Beam, Plasma Beam, Nova Beam, which can pass through walls and can damage multiple enemies in sequence, Missile, Ice Missile, which freezes non-boss enemies for several turns, Super Missile, Seeker Missile, Boost Ball, that has fast movement and can damage and knock back enemies, and Power Bombs. The doc goes on to explain how each unit can earn experience through battle, and they'll gain access to new abilities. Like Samus can't use her Seeker Missile ability from the get-go, but will acquire it at a later level. Galactic Federation troopers are the grunts carrying weapons like pistols, machine guns, sniper rifles, grenades, and recovered space pirate weapons. Leveling up through experience allows them to increase their accuracy, detect enemies at a longer distance, and expand their maximum AP. AP, or action points, are how every character moves and attacks. Every action costs a certain amount of AP. For example, a trooper can fire a standard shot for 2 AP, a burst shot for 4, or throw a grenade at the cost of 8 AP. The AP system's illustrated by the pitch document's one and only mock-up screenshot, which shows Samus and a couple of troopers fighting a space pirate and a berserker pirate. At this moment, it's one of the troopers' turns. So far, he spent 7 of his 12 AP, and his options are movement, shooting, taking a crouch stance, and guard mode. During gameplay, all these options are selected with the Wii's pointer controls. The pitch doc says Metroid Tactics uses a control interface similar to mouse-driven turn-based PC game interfaces, but highly customized for the Wii, then lays out details for button functions and so forth. The Berserker's battle is meant to be one of the game's boss fights. Talking more about bosses, the doc says, Metroid Tactics presents a unique opportunity in the scale and scope of the major battles, and the presence of massive boss creatures and challenging boss-like encounters that will demand the utmost of the player's tactical decision-making. Many of the most famous creatures from the Metroid franchise, such as Ridley and the Berserker Pirate, are a natural fit for the massive boss battles that will require the utmost of Samus and her team, and the doc ends with an explanation of why the game should get made. 4 points are given, bringing Metroid's huge boss battles into an entirely new genre, inventive uses of the Wii Remote, that it'll be pretty cheap to produce since it can reuse much of the Prime Trilogy's engine, models, and animations, and the format makes multiplayer easy to develop without having to worry too much about network performance or bandwidth. In other words, online frame drops won't break a tactics game like they would in a first-person shooter. So why didn't Metroid Tactics get made? The pitch was designed and presented by Paul Tozer, a huge Metroid fan who joined Retro Studios after Metroid Prime and became one of the programmers for Prime 2 and 3. Retro was getting kind of burnt out on Metroid after the second Prime game and wanted to move on to another IP, That's when they asked Nintendo if they could make a Zelda spin-off starring Sheik. But Satoru Iwata asked them to make one more Metroid Prime to finish the trilogy, which they did. Then afterwards, Retro really wanted to move on. We heard this from several other Retro guys we spoke to. They called it franchise fatigue. But Paul was one of the team members still gung-ho on Metroid, and was ready for Prime 4, or a spin-off like Metroid Tactics. He ended up quitting the same week Retro switched to making Donkey Kong games. As far as his credentials, Paul's got design credits on 3 strategy games that did release, and he also helped write the design for Heroes of Hyrule, the Zelda Tactics game Retro cooked up 3 years earlier. We talked about that pitch a few months ago. We'll have a link in the description in case you missed that video. But while Heroes of Hyrule had several developers working on it before ultimately getting rejected by Nintendo, Metroid Tactics was just Paul, and it got rejected by Retro's higher-ups. Nintendo never saw the pitch. Paul told us, "If there was a way to pitch something from inside Retro Studios that would make it all the way up the chain to Nintendo and actually get approved for production, then I never figured out what it was, and no one else at Retro did either. In order to succeed, a pitch would have to enlist the support of then design lead Mark Pacini, studio head Michael Kelbaugh, and Nintendo producer Kensuke Tanabe. And those 3 individuals had wildly different tastes and perspectives on gameplay and different goals for what they wanted to see Retro Studios working on. Knowing what we know now, there's a good chance Nintendo would have rejected the pitch anyway, since they started development on Metroid Other M around the same time. And it's unlikely they would have greenlit 2 Metroid games to release so close together on the same console. And, well, that's the story of Metroid Tactics from start to finish. A cool idea from the Metroid Prime team that just never got any traction. Sure would be cool to see an XCOM fan mod someday, though. Okay, now for the next game. In 2014, 3 pieces of concept art were accidentally shared online by a former artist at Next Level Games, the studio probably best known today as the developers of Luigi's Mansion 2 and 3. Most of the guys we reached out to weren't willing to talk, and pretty much everyone who would talk wanted to remain anonymous, so we're gonna have to leave out a lot of names. But essentially, a former Next Level artist posted these 3 pieces on his art website. One shows a stylized Samus design, 2 Samuses actually, which we'll explain here in just a minute. The second piece shows a giant boss creature. Zoom in and you can see some humans providing scale. And the last piece was another boss design, but with less work put into it. If you Google this cancelled project nowadays, you won't find much. Just this fan wiki calling it a cancelled 3DS game, and a few articles published back when the art surfaced saying, "It's unlikely we'll receive solid answers as to what exactly this art is from or what it could have been." And that, sadly, we may never know the full story. Well, after looking into it, we did get the full story. It was called Project Valkyrie, a series of prototypes built over the course of 7 years, although development actually began on the Nintendo DS, not the 3DS. We talked to 3 former Next Level devs. One of them said, "As far as we got with it, it was a pretty straightforward multiplayer deathmatch. The first version on DS was very small, I remember. The dev team was probably less than 5 or 6 people. I don't think it was anything beyond that. I think I was the only 3D character modeler on that project at that time. So I was the one doing all those Samus iterations and power-up icons. The goal was essentially to make an online standalone version of the multiplayer modes found in Metroid Prime Hunters and Metroid Prime 2. Next Level worked on the DS version of Project Valkyrie for about 4 months. They call this DS version Phase 1 of development, and it was pretty basic, with each player controlling a different Samus. There was an orange one, a purple one, and so on. When Samus's concept art made its way online, some fans thought the art style was pretty weird. But the modeler told us the in-game models were pretty faithful to what Samus looked like in Metroid Prime, but with far fewer polygons. The second Samus in that concept art shows some glowing panels on Samus's suit. These were added to help players see each other at a distance. And the concept art was labeled Valkyrie because that was the game's codename, Project Valkyrie. That's a reference to Norse mythology. Valkyries are feminine figures who guide the souls of the dead into the afterlife. Our anonymous modeler also made an in-game model for this boss concept. He remembers it as a legless crustacean-like creature with mantis arms and articulate mandibles, kind of like a hydralisk from StarCraft. But it wasn't something players teamed up to beat. The bosses were more like obstacles. Killing your opponents was still the primary focus, and giant enemies running amok were there to enhance the PvP experience. As for the battlefield, Phase 1 was still early days, so they'd only built a pretty flat, basic environment. But Next Level had never made a portable game before, only home console titles, and they were having trouble getting Valkyrie off the ground. I remember the programmers had really huge trouble making it, another dev told us. Because we were used to developing on a more powerful console, it was 4 players, but they were super low res. They didn't look very good because it was on Nintendo DS. After about 4 months, Nintendo decided to pull the plug. Next Level was always careful never to say publicly that they worked on Metroid, but here's how their director Bryce Holiday described their project's termination a few years later. He told Kotaku, "We were developing something in secret like we usually do working with Nintendo. There was a conference call where it was kind of announced to us that we would stop working on what we were currently doing and start," they even added a little drum roll, "to work on Luigi's Mansion 2. Kensuke Tanabe is a funny guy and he was trying to get me excited for this bad news." Someone else on the call said there was about 30 seconds of stunned silence. In hindsight, it was probably the best thing that ever happened to them. Luigi's Mansion 2 went on to shatter all expectations, selling twice as many copies as the GameCube original and outselling the entire Metroid Prime trilogy combined. After Luigi's Mansion launched in 2013, Nintendo had Next Level start working on a few more secret projects, including a Wii U mech game. But we don't want to get sidetracked talking about other projects, so we'll keep this story centered on Metroid. Long story short, Nintendo eventually told them to cancel everything else and focus on resurrecting Project Valkyrie. The devs call this stage of development Phase 2. Now with the team tripled in size, they were leaving the underpowered DS behind and developing console-level assets. All the original code was thrown out, but the core idea remained the same: 4-player online deathmatch. The 3D modeler told us, Phase 2 was for a more Wii U-like hardware, as we were much less restricted on things like polygon count. It wasn't explicitly for the Wii U, but the prototype we were working on had none of the technical constraints of Phase 1. It wasn't clear what the original platform was yet, but it would have been vastly more powerful than the original DS, so we began in a more ambitious direction. The models for the weapons, enemies, and environments were closer to a PS3 game at that point. The battlefield was a more robust environment. I think it was like inside a space station kind of feel. There was a boss I made that was sort of a tripod inside an orb, that when you shot it enough, it would open up and change forms. It was definitely inspired by the War of the Worlds tripods. A little less organic, more mechanical, but still that whole like tall, walking alien thing. Players could also collect upgrades to get an advantage over their opponents, like missiles, speed boosters, teleportation power-ups, stronger lasers, and so on. There was also parts of the stage you could destroy with certain weapons, like destroying walls that had upgrades hidden behind them, strategic high ground, or shortcuts to flank your enemies, and of course, morph ball-sized tunnels to roll around in. But we should note that the 3D modeler we talked to left the company before Phase 2 was finished, so he can't confirm if tunnels or the tripod were ever implemented, but that's the direction they were headed when he walked out the door. However, not long after he left, Project Valkyrie's development took a major turn. Kensuke Tanabe, the same guy who did the drum roll and told them Phase 1 was cancelled, had actually been wanting to make a story-based game that focused on Federation soldiers since the original trilogy wrapped up. As a producer at Nintendo, he oversaw both Retro Studios and Next Level Games, and with Retro now working on Donkey Kong, he saw this as an opportunity to have Next Level finally make his idea into a reality. He also wanted it to be a launch title for the new Nintendo 3DS, an upgraded 3DS model releasing holiday 2014. As a result, the graphics had to get scaled down dramatically to work on a handheld. We talked to another team member who stayed on till the project was finished. He said, "We were told it should be a co-op game, 4 players, in the Metroid Prime universe. That was kind of our directive. Nintendo were quite specific that that's what they wanted. But once they told us that, we still had creative freedom in designing levels and stuff. But the overall vision of the game was 4-player co-op in the Metroid universe." If you haven't figured it out already, what happened to Project Valkyrie was that it ultimately got transformed into Metroid Prime Federation Force. Instead of a fast-paced PvP deathmatch in the Metroid universe, Federation Force was a slower co-op title with an emphasis on PvE. Player versus environment. In other words, up to 4 players teaming up to solve puzzles and fight enemies through a story-focused campaign. Despite its reputation, Federation Force really wasn't that bad. Browse through YouTube reviews nowadays and you'll see most folks who gave it a chance actually liked it for what it was, as opposed to hating it for what it wasn't. If released back when Metroid was practically an annual franchise, it probably would have gotten a similar reception as Metroid Prime Hunters and Pinball. But that wasn't the situation. After all those years without a traditional Metroid, fans were in no mood for Federation Force. Making things worse, the game ended up being delayed more than a year past the new 3DS launch window and wasn't ready until 2016. When Federation Force finally hit store shelves, it managed to sell only 150,000 copies, making it the worst-selling Metroid game of all time. It's impossible to know if Project Valkyrie would have fared any better, but it probably couldn't have done much worse. To close out the story, we talked to one more team member who told us the prototypes were more like Quake, like a Quake game but Metroid. I think to this day I'm more in love with the early exploration than I am with the final product. And that's the story of Project Valkyrie, a 7-year development story starting on Nintendo DS, upgrading to a console-level graphics Quake-like project, then ultimately turning into Federation Force. Okay, now on to Metroid 64. But before we get to the modern day quotes, let's dig through some old magazines to see what the devs said back in the 90s. Tons of classic Nintendo series made their transition to 3D on the Nintendo 64, but that didn't necessarily have to be the path forward for Metroid. Miyamoto still had a lot of enthusiasm for 2D games in the early 3D era, as well as excitement for what the Nintendo 64 could achieve in 2D that wasn't possible on the Super Nintendo. And he said as much over the course of several magazine interviews. He told GameFan magazine in August 2000, before, yes, the technology allowed us to only make 2D games, but now we have the option to make 3D games as well. It's not about a transition, but rather the expansion of the alternatives we now have. As a matter of fact, I don't think the possibility of 2D has died down at all. It will just keep on going. And he told Nintendo Power in October 1996, "The N64 is really an interesting and exciting machine. In some cases, 2D images created on the N64 may be more interesting than 3D graphics. We can create high quality and cool 2D graphics." As for N64 Magazine UK, he said, "3D graphics are fine, but polygons offer a kind of solid graphics. And if you like it, that's alright, but texture-mapped graphics are always limited to set ways, and they will always look similar. However, when it comes to 2D graphics, there's a variety of ways in which you can paint the original pictures that are used in the game. You could use an airbrush, you could use a pencil, you could use chalk, or many other ways. You can paint the pictures in any way you like." And in Gamers Republic November 1999 issue, he stated, "After working for years on developing games on N64, I don't think it's necessarily right that action games all be in 3D. Nintendo didn't end up making many 2D games for N64, but Yoshi's Story is the best example of one that did get made. It was also the best-selling example, with Miyamoto describing it as 2.5D with a cardboard art style. As far as graphics and gameplay, Metroid 64 could have been a direct sequel to Super Metroid. A great template could have been Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which released 6 months after the Nintendo 64 hit store shelves and spawned the genre-defining term Metroidvania, even if it was meant to have a mocking connotation at the time. There were a lot of requests for Metroid 64 in the 90s, and Miyamoto said he was passing along fan letters to the guys in charge. He was also bringing it up in high-level meetings. Gamers Republic magazine asked Miyamoto, "What remaining 16-bit sequels might we see on the Nintendo 64? Miyamoto laughed and said, "Well, Metroid. Although I'm not the Metroid producer, whenever I come across the opportunity in a company meeting, I try to suggest it." Miyamoto had a lot of sway, but unfortunately Metroid wasn't under his control. The series was under Nintendo R&D 1, who were too busy making Virtual Boy games like Mario's Tennis and Wario Land, as well as Game Boy games like Wario Land 2 and 3 and the Game & Watch Gallery games. In fact, that's pretty much the only games they were making for the 5 years after Super Metroid. And according to Miyamoto, that was keeping them too busy to make any N64 games. What he didn't mention was that the Metroid series' sales were declining with each new entry, which was presumably one of the reasons 8-bit Wario was taking priority over 64-bit Samus. Wario Land sequels weren't just quicker and easier to make, they sold better too. And despite its critical acclaim, Symphony of the Night's sales were pretty lackluster. People just weren't really buying 2D games at the dawn of the 3D era. So even if Miyamoto was still a believer in 2D, financially speaking, 3D might have been the only viable option for Metroid 64. And that brings us to something of a roadblock: Super Metroid's director Yoshio Sakamoto's problems with 3D. Looking back years later, he said, "I was actually thinking about the possibility of making a Metroid game for the N64, but I felt I shouldn't be the one making the game. When I held the N64 controller in my hands, I just couldn't imagine how it could be used to move Samus around. So for me, it was just too early to personally make a 3D Metroid." Using the joystick, just like any other 3D game, seems like the obvious answer, but Sakamoto has some interesting hang-ups when it comes to controllers. A decade later, he insists that Metroid Other M not use a Wii nunchuck, but instead only use the Wii remote held sideways, like an NES controller. In another interview, Sakamoto gave a few more reasons why he didn't make Metroid 64. That the story was already wrapped up at the end of Super Metroid. That it'd be difficult for his team at R&D 1, who made Game Boy games, to make an N64 title, and that the console's graphical limitations would have made it difficult to achieve the realism the series was known for. Those are all pretty good reasons why R&D 1 wasn't the right team for the job. But the most interesting part of both these interviews is when Sakamoto says Nintendo asked an outside studio to make Metroid 64 for them. Essentially, the same thing Nintendo did a few years later when they outsourced Metroid Prime to Retro Studios. Except in that case, Retro accepted the offer. But for Metroid 64, the offer was refused. Quoting Sakamoto directly, he said, Nintendo at that time approached another company and asked them if they would make an N64 version of Metroid, and their response was that no, they could not. They turned it down, saying that unfortunately, they didn't have the confidence to create an N64 Metroid game that could compare favorably with Super Metroid. That's something I take as a compliment to what we achieved with Super Metroid. To us, that sounds like it might have been a polite way of declining Nintendo's offer, and maybe there was a bit more to the story. Which raises a couple of pretty big questions. Who did Nintendo ask to make Metroid 64, and what was the real reason they turned it down? Sakamoto purposely didn't say. He was asked to identify the studio, but he declined. Talking to folks in the industry, most rumors point to two Western studios, Rareware, the makers of Banjo-Kazooie and GoldenEye, and Rockstar, the makers of Lemmings and, of course, Grand Theft Auto. We set out to explore these rumors with mixed results, so let's get into it. One page of Nintendo history that's been mostly forgotten nowadays is the Ultra 64 Dream Team, about a dozen Western studios that Nintendo assembled to make exclusive third-party N64 games. Rareware was part of the Dream Team and so was DMA Design, the studio who later became Rockstar. At the time, the company's founder, David Jones, said they were, quote, effectively a first-party studio belonging to Nintendo, and Miyamoto himself was directly involved with the Dream Team's management, to the extent that one executive highlighted their relationship by saying, quote, Mr. Miyamoto came to the first meeting in San Diego. We had the honor that this mother effer came to us. We spent a few months tracking down some lower-level guys from different corners of Rockstar, and most of them said they would have loved to work on Metroid, but no, they didn't hear about an offer from Nintendo. So we talked to a couple Rockstar producers. One of them said he had heard the rumors back then, but as far as he knew, they were just rumors. We even spent an hour on the phone with Jamie King, one of the 5 guys who founded Rockstar Games back in 1998. He was more than just a founder, though. He worked on countless titles, including the GTA series and some games for the Nintendo 64. Jamie was very friendly and forthcoming. He'd heard the rumors too, but again, just rumors. You can't go much higher than founders and producers. We can't rule out Rockstar with 100% certainty, but we're pretty confident they weren't the studio who turned down Metroid 64. So what about Rare? They were Nintendo's golden boy back in the 90s, and Miyamoto especially was a big fan. When he was asked what developers outside Nintendo he most admired, he didn't even have to think about it. Rare, he said. Rare makes very good games, but otherwise there are not many unusual or unique games out there at the moment, and that's what we should all be doing. Miyamoto expounded on that in other interviews, saying, quote, Rare's games are similar to Nintendo's, but the quality is extremely high. Rare has been able to make Nintendo 64 games which are even better looking than our own. Rare has done a lot for the gaming industry. All of Rare's games are 3D, but they all have very different gameplay. They are encouraging us to create a different genre of games that departs from 3D adventure gaming. Miyamoto was even in one of Rare's games, Perfect Dark. So we started looking into Rare. Just like Rockstar, the lower level staff didn't know much about it, but one guy we spoke to was Martin Wakely, the head of Rare's design team back in the 90s. He told us, I do have a vague recollection of talking about it in the old boardroom. I would have been making the decisions from the dev team perspective, and if it was offered to us, I probably would have said yes. I think the most likely thing that happened was Nintendo could have approached Rare about it, but it was at a time when Rare were keen to establish their own IP, and as a result get a higher cut of royalties, and it probably got rejected for that reason alone. I would have been the only person from the team involved in any discussions. Above me, it would have been Rare's management, Simon Farmer, or Rare's founders, the Stamper brothers, who would have spoken to Nintendo. So, money. That sounded like a more realistic reason an outside studio would have passed on Nintendo's offer. It took another year to get a hold of Simon Farmer. He's a very private person, and from what we've gathered, he's retired on a beach somewhere. We thought we were getting close to solving the mystery, but unfortunately he told us, there's no Metroid dirt, so you're barking up the wrong tree. Have a mojito for me. We're friendly with former Rare producer Kevin Bayliss, and he backed up Simon's comments, saying, yeah, just a rumor. I used to spend a lot of time with Simon, so it sounded odd. If he'd have known, I'd have known. That means, if it was Rare, the only people who knew were the Stamper brothers, but they're infamous for almost never granting interviews, and unfortunately, we couldn't get them. For good measure, we also talked to some guys from Retro Studios, including Metroid Prime's original director, John Whitmore. He said Retro wasn't offered Metroid 64 and didn't think Rare did any work on it either.
I think if Rare had done it, we would know about it.
We also got in touch with Perrin Kaplan, a former Nintendo of America executive. In a 1997 magazine, she said she'd heard Metroid 64 was in development, but when we talked to her, she couldn't remember what she'd heard all those years ago, and neither could her business partner. We also spoke to a few other studios, but it was all wild goose chases and dead ends. So unfortunately, after 2 years of digging, we couldn't get a definitive answer on who turned down Metroid 64. As huge Metroid fans, we really want to fill this hole in the story. We've gotten kind of obsessed after all this time, so we're putting out a bounty. Somewhere out there's some developers who knows the name of that studio, and we'll pay $1,000 to hear their side of the story. Our Twitter DMs are open. Message us anytime and we'd be happy to keep your identity a secret. And also, here's some fine print so the terms of the bounty are clear and upfront. If we ever get the story, we'll share it in a future video.
One of the biggest names in video games undoubtedly is Nintendo. It's a company responsible for what are often credited as some of the greatest games of all time, and yet for every wacky game idea that Nintendo gives the green light to, there are many more they turn down and usually never end up getting made. In this video, we'll be examining a hand-picked selection of those obscure game pitches that were rejected by the Big N, including some that have never previously been reported on. The Art Academy series began late in the DS's lifecycle in a collaboration between Headstrong Games and Nintendo. Having numerous entries across Nintendo's various systems since 2009, the series became increasingly associated with some of their biggest first-party brands. In 2014, a Pokémon version of Art Academy was released on the 3DS. They also held a number of Nintendo-themed competitions via the Wii U's Art Academy Sketchpad, in which players had to draw pictures related to different properties, including Yoshi, Zelda, and Animal Crossing. At the rate they were going, it only seemed natural for Nintendo and Art Academy to continue growing closely intertwined. Headstrong Games appears to have thought so at least, as they pitched to Nintendo a game specifically built around Nintendo's characters and Art Academy coming together. The working title for the potential game was Nintendo All-Stars Art Academy. It's said to have been pitched towards the end of work on Disney Art Academy, which released in 2016. Its premise was very similar to previous entries in the series like that one, with a few twists. According to a former employee, the team wanted to include facilities for making sprite art, and lessons for drawing iconic sprites from games like Super Mario Bros. And The Legend of Zelda. Another feature they were hoping to include was a music studio that paid homage to Nintendo's own Mario Paint for the SNES. Very similar to the music composer suite from that game, players were supposed to be able to create their own musical compositions in a simple Mario-themed interface. The pitch was for a 3DS game consisting of early design documents and concept art. No prototype was ever developed. A source linked with Headstrong Games alleges that when it was presented to Nintendo, they weren't interested in pursuing more Art Academy games at the time and turned it down. While this first attempt at selling them on the concept was not successful, there's always a chance that Nintendo could one day revisit it further down the line. Kujo Entertainment, the parent company of Headstrong, is said to still have a good relationship with them. Though certainly not without historical precedent, seeing Nintendo allow their characters to appear on non-Nintendo platforms is rare. Next on our list is an example of one such situation, where we could have seen one of their most acclaimed games of all time come to home computers. A small company named IDF pitched doing a port of Super Mario Bros. 3 to PC. It was worked on in September 1990, just less than 2 years on from the game's original release on the NES. The idea came about when programmer John Carmack developed code enabling fast side-scrolling graphics on PC. Combining Dangerous Dave, a character invented by his friend designer John Romero, with a recreation of the opening from Super Mario Bros. 3, he came up with a demonstration. This would become known as Dangerous Dave in copyright infringement. Romero was so enthusiastic about the game that the two agreed to team up and formally pitch an official port of Super Mario Bros. 3 to PC, using IDF as their company title. A prototype for the port was put together over the course of just 1 week by Romero and Carmack, who worked day and night on a budget of nothing. They even had to borrow computers to develop it on from the offices of Softdisk, the magazine where they were both working at the time. The playable demo was sent to Nintendo's offices in Kyoto via Nintendo of America, who reviewed it carefully. Ultimately, they decided against making a full game purely on the grounds that they were against developing games for systems they hadn't made themselves. One consolation for the developers, however, was that Nintendo Nintendo's higher-ups are said to have been very impressed by it. IFD might not have been able to score a contract with Nintendo, but success still came their way. The company soon changed its name to id Software, who would go on to make such games as Wolfenstein and Doom. Nintendo Software Technology was once one of Nintendo's most important Western studios. Responsible for games like Wave Race Blue Storm and Metroid Prime Hunters, they were a valued asset to Nintendo, helping to bolster their first-party lineups. In 2009, the company's developers began wanting to make games for Nintendo's WiiWare platform, and mapped out several proposals. Nintendo themselves had brought some occasional first-party support to WiiWare, such as a Dr. Mario game and Pokemon Rumble. Nintendo Software Technology, however, wanted to bring quite a bit more to the table, offering to develop a number of fully original games to be published by Nintendo. These would have been smaller new IPs for players of all ages. One of these pitches was for a quiz game about planet Earth, where players would have answered questions themed around different geographical locations. Another was a game about managing and organising a stage show. A former developer told me that these pitches were supposed to incorporate Mii characters too. Very little ever became of NST's time spent formulating WiiWare pitches. Due to Nintendo's disinterest, they only ever reached the form of early documentation. This is mostly believed to have been down to the cancellation of their previous game, best known as Project Hammer, which ended up being one of Nintendo's largest ever internal failures. Its development ran for over 5 years until 2009, during which time millions upon millions of dollars had been poured into it. Consequently, Nintendo would allow them less creative freedom in the future, and became hesitant to greenlight anything original they proposed. In the years since Project Hammer, Nintendo Software Technology has pitched many different projects only to have them turned down. Their WiiWare games make up only a small number of these. In the 2010s, many more staff have since left the company, with some citing the limited creative scope Nintendo allowed them. Q Games is a studio based in Kyoto, Japan that has enjoyed a close relationship with Nintendo over the years, collaborating on the Star Fox series. The company was founded by Dylan Cuthbert, who worked on the original Star Fox SNES game, as well as its follow-up Star Fox 2. On the 3DS, they teamed up with Nintendo once more for Star Fox 64 3D, a remake of the classic N64 game. Q Games and Nintendo EAD co-developed it before it was released in 2011. According to Dylan Cuthbert, this isn't the only remake we could have seen from them on the 3DS. Shortly after production on Star Fox 64 3D wrapped, Q Games approached Nintendo once more and proposed remaking the original Star Fox. A playable prototype was made for the pitch, which is said to have boasted an enhanced frame rate and blocky retro 3D graphics to emulate the look of the original. Despite their enthusiasm about Star Fox 64 3D, Nintendo was not interested in moving forward with it. Speaking to Cuthbert in 2017, he shared that he wasn't sure why Nintendo's higher-ups weren't interested in their pitch, but stated that Shigeru Miyamoto, who spearheaded the remake of 64, was absent during the demonstration, which could help to explain why. When I inquired if the 3DS demo could be shown to the world now, some years later, Cuthbert told me that it was probably gone forever. Next up is something a bit different, a rejected Nintendo pitch that still happened by other means. Plok is a 1993 platformer game that was developed by Software Creations for the Super Nintendo. The game revolved around the titular hero Plok, who could hurl his limbs at enemies to attack them. Plok was the company's first ever original IP to be wholly self-financed. However, it was very nearly a game that was published and co-developed by Nintendo themselves instead. Midway through development, Software Creations co-founder Richard Kay sent a demo of Plok to Nintendo. He had been searching for a publishing partner to distribute the game and saw Nintendo as a prime candidate. According to Kay, it was none other than Mario creator himself, Shigeru Miyamoto, who took a liking to Plok and believed it had potential. He is even said to have scribbled down a list on a piece of paper plotting out what he thought were the top 3 platformers around at the time. The number 1 spot belonged to Mario, Sega's Sonic the Hedgehog came in at 2, and Plok was in 3rd, despite having only been in development for a relatively short period of time. He then declared that, under his personal guidance, Plok could surpass Sonic in his estimation, although he didn't think it could dethrone Mario. Had a deal gone forward, Plok could have gone on to become one of Nintendo's next big characters. Miyamoto apparently saw them not only potentially publishing it, but sharing development duties with them in some capacity too. In the end, nothing ever came of these discussions. Nintendo for some reason lost interest in working with them on Plok. In an interview with Retro Gamer, Richard K speculated that it might have been in part down to Nintendo working on Yoshi's Island around this time. He believes that the game shared similar features and visual elements, which could have possibly contributed to Nintendo backing away from Plok. They were still able to find another publisher, Trade West, and the game, though not hugely successful, earned itself a modest cult following. E3 2006 saw the reintroduction of Pit, the main protagonist of Kid Icarus, who appeared in a trailer for the next Super Smash Bros. Game, Brawl. As a result of this, fan demand for a new Kid Icarus game surged. It had been over 15 years since the last one, Of Myths and Monsters for the Game Boy. It would be a few more years before Nintendo would finally answer calls for the series to return, but ever since that first trailer dropped, they had been quietly reviewing options to make it happen. Over the years, former employees from various Nintendo studios have claimed that several different pitches existed for a Kid Icarus revival around this time. One of these came from one of Nintendo's biggest first-party subsidiaries, Retro Studios. In the early 2000s, they had been responsible for the Metroid Prime games, and now a few of their developers had turned their sights towards bringing back another series with Kid Icarus. According to former members of Retro, very few people seem to have been involved with the pitch, which was for a game on the Wii. It's said to have been presented sometime in mid-2007, meaning that it would have entered development later that year had it been accepted. At the time, the rest of the company was wrapping up on Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. The Kid Icarus pitch was headed by Jason Behr, a veteran game designer who worked on both Metroid Prime and its sequel, Echoes. Very little is said to have been done on the pitch, which apparently existed as nothing more than a few documents. Before anything more substantial like test animations or an early gameplay demo could be made, Nintendo dismissed the developing project outright. The reasoning behind this was how it went against Nintendo's key philosophies regarding game pitches. It was apparently presented to them mostly as the idea of reviving the IP and its characters, as opposed to offering a particularly unique or well-constructed core gameplay concept that would justify the game's existence. A closely held ideal of Nintendo's is their idea of putting gameplay first over all else. Narrative, visuals, characters, these are usually secondary to them. Retro's Kid Icarus concept failed to satisfy this criteria, and like many Nintendo pitches that have made this same mistake before it, it was swiftly shot down. By contrast, the Kid Icarus revival that was eventually made, Uprising, only came about when its director Masahiro Sakurai invented a gameplay concept first, before realizing in retrospect that Kid Icarus would be a good fit for it. I reached out to Jason Behr in 2017 to see if he would be willing to give his thoughts on the Kid Icarus concept. He was not able to confirm or deny his involvement in the project, but shared that Kid Icarus had always been his favourite NES game growing up, and that its design continues to inspire him to this day.
Did you know? Before making the critically acclaimed Grand Theft Auto series, Rockstar North was developing games for Nintendo. In the early 90s, Rockstar, then known as DMA Design, was one of Nintendo's top second-party developers, making titles for the Super Nintendo and Nintendo 64. Among these games was a top-secret project starring one of Nintendo's most recognizable characters. Intended to release on the SNES in 1995, Kid Kirby was a spin-off where players follow Kirby in his first adventure through Dreamland. The game was intended for an even younger audience than Kirby, somehow, and was in production for years, constantly switching its style and staff. Although relatively far in development, the game was cancelled by Nintendo for various reasons, and DMA moved on to other projects, eventually parting ways with Nintendo altogether. Despite being part of such an iconic series, there's very little documentation on Kid Kirby online. ROMs of the game have yet to surface, and the only direct coverage of Kid Kirby in the press was a tiny blurb in a Mexican magazine. So today we'll be discussing the game in its entirety, how it got made, why it was scrapped, and how it may have had an impact on DMA's future titles. Did You Know Gaming has managed to get a hold of several ex-DMA developers involved in the project, and they gave us some valuable insight. Unfortunately, however, none of them have kept any form of ROM, source code, or artwork from the project. So, to help illustrate the game's visuals, we're working with professional game artist Sean Hicks to recreate what could have been, creating accurate mockups based on the developers' descriptions. And we'll credit this in the corner so you know what we commissioned and what's from the actual game. Through extensive interviews and hours of internet sleuthing, here is the story of Kid Kirby, the lost Nintendo game from the twisted minds of GTA. Before we go any further, we should explain where Rockstar North, and by extension DMA Design, came from. Once you know the roots, Rockstar developing a Kirby game isn't as crazy as it sounds. DMA Design officially began in 1987 in a 2-room office above a baby supply shop in Scotland. Founder Dave Jones, a gifted electronics engineer from the city of Dundee, was interested in computing since the late 70s. According to Jones, there was only one computer in his entire school, and he spent as much time as possible on it, much to the dismay of his teachers. However, by the early 80s, home computers became much more accessible in Europe with the rise of systems like the ZX Spectrum and Commodore 64. Jones often hung out at the Dundee Computer Club, where he'd meet 3 other programmers, Mike Daly, Steve Hammond, and Russell Kay. The 4 became good friends and began designing small games for 8-bit computers. After losing his job at a manufacturing plant right out of high school, Jones used his £3,000 severance package, about $15,000 USD in today's money, to buy a state-of-the-art Amiga computer. He began working on his first big game, Menace. A fast-paced arcade shooter, Menace was released by major British publisher Psygnosis in 1988. Before finishing the game, Jones sought to create an actual studio after realizing literally none existed in Dundee. The name he settled on, DMA Design, was taken from Amiga programming manuals, where it stood for Direct Memory Access. In Jones's case, it meant Direct Mind Access, though over time, DMA would eventually come to mean doesn't mean anything. Jones quickly began employing his friends from the computer club, and DMA's second title, a spiritual successor to Menace called Blood Money, would release in 1989. Money started to pool into the tiny studio, and Jones dropped out of university to concentrate on DMA full-time. DMA's first major success came not from another space shooter, but a cutesy puzzle strategy game for the Amiga. Lemmings, released in February 1991, had the player guide a gaggle of anthropomorphic lemmings through a series of dangerous caverns. To complete a level, the player must give each lemming, which are constantly moving around the stage, a specific task that will help them avoid any upcoming obstacles. The lemmings can dig, build a staircase, climb walls, and if push comes to shove, self-destruct. Lemmings was a smash hit, selling 55,000 copies in its first day, and opening the gates for dozens of ports. DMA earned more than £1.5 million from the game, about 5 million USD in today's money. And Jones, then only 25 years old, was becoming one of the wealthiest game designers in Europe. The crazy success of Lemmings eventually caught the eye of Nintendo, who wanted to give Jones and his company the contract of a lifetime. While the Nintendo 64, then codenamed Project Reality, was on the horizon, Nintendo started what was known as the Dream Team. In early 1994, they signed several developers and publishers outside of Japan for the 64's launch in North America. Some studios attached included Silicon Graphics, Acclaim, Williams, and Rare. DMA Design, now housing about 36 employees in a swanky upgraded office, was announced as part of the Dream Team on May 2nd. Months prior, DMA went to Nintendo at a trade show, presenting them with something thought impossible. Using a clip from Star Wars, the company proved that full-screen video compression was possible on the SNES. The demo impressed Nintendo so much that they invested hugely in DMA, giving them tons of equipment like a $34,000 Silicon Graphics machine. Nintendo was also impressed with their work on home computers, and particularly their creative decisions in game design. Lemmings, a family-friendly, cartoony, gameplay-rich title, is exactly the kind of game Nintendo likes. We think Dave Jones is one of the very few people in the world that are in the Spielberg category. Howard Lincoln, then chairman at Nintendo of America, told the press, "His software ideas are incredible." DMA signed a multi-million-pound contract to develop 2 games for the Nintendo 64. The studio also began doing titles for the Super Nintendo. And because of their newfound relationship, DMA decided to reskin a rudimentary SNES game with an original IP into one with a recognizable Nintendo character. The small Scottish studio would become the first developer outside of Japan to work on the Kirby franchise. This was the beginning of Kid Kirby. In the 80s and 90s, there was a trend of taking older, established franchises and babifying the characters for a younger audience. If you lived during this time, you might remember things like Tiny Toon Adventures, Muppet Babies, and Nintendo's own Baby Mario in Yoshi's Island. Kid Kirby would not be dissimilar to these spin-offs. The game's plot is told from the perspective of an older Kirby who is retelling the story of his first adventure. We open on the DMA logo embossed into the cover of Kirby's storybook. The book opens up, revealing a title card and the opening cutscene. We see baby Kirby, prominently featured with a long, curly string of hair on his head, waking up from his crib in the middle of the night. He hears a strange noise outside and goes to investigate. He discovers that the Star Rod, the item that keeps Dreamland alive, has gone missing, so now it's up to Kirby to find the magical wand and save the day. Were it to be released, Kid Kirby would have been one of the unique titles compatible with the SNES mouse. Bundled initially with Mario Paint, the mouse was mostly used for puzzle games, art software, and simulations, so it was rare for a platformer to have this kind of peripheral support. In Kid Kirby, the mouse controls a large cartoon glove serving as a boost for baby Kirby. Holding the left button, you can pull back Kirby's hair and slingshot him across the level. The further you pulled back, the further Kirby would fly. Think of it as an early version of Angry Birds. When Kirby is mid-air, you can either slap him higher up, essentially doing a double jump, or slam him toward the ground onto the enemies below. Of course, a Kirby game would not be complete without copy abilities. Tapping the right button would activate a power-up obtained from an enemy you recently killed. The stone power, previously seen in Kirby's Adventure, would return in this game, allowing Kirby to turn into a rock and crush his enemies with his weight. There were also plenty of original ideas for power-ups. Kirby could turn into a paper airplane and glide across the level. He could even put on a pair of sticky shoes and stick himself to a wall. Kirby is similar to the titular characters in Lemmings, constantly moving around with a mind of his own. The player essentially serves as a babysitter, a literal helping hand keeping Kirby out of trouble. The goal of Kid Kirby is to collect the lost stars scattered across each world. Once you collect them all, you throw Kirby through a hoop and progress to the next level. There was also an option for a 2-player mode, where the screen is split in half and 2 players race side by side. Kid Kirby consisted of 120 levels, about 60 of which formed the main body of the game. The remaining 60 could be accessed via a hidden door on one of the levels. According to programmer James Watson, who shared his memories of the game in a 2008 forum post, the door was hidden within a large bell. Fun fact, finishing each level would add 1% to the completion counter, and a perfect score required you to beat the game by 120%. Most of the classic bosses from the franchise would return here. Wispy Woods, as always, would be the first boss. King DDD, now a mere prince, would serve as the main antagonist. Enemies included Waddle Dees, Waddle Doos, and Bronto Burt. In researching this video, we contacted one of the many artists who worked at DMA in the mid-90s. This person, who chose to remain anonymous, was one of the original artists on Kid Kirby, where they helped design 3D renders of the enemies and bosses. As well as Wispy Woods, they modeled a Buckethead boss and a Sea Anemone boss. Whether these bosses were original creations by DMA or pre-existing concepts sent over by Nintendo is unknown. After talking to some Kirby experts, we weren't able to find any similar bosses, and the artist, unfortunately, has no memory of what the bosses' actual names were. Before working on Kid Kirby, the developers at DMA had a mixed relationship with the pink puffball. Some people, like our anonymous artist, were well aware of the franchise, being fans of titles like Kirby's Dream Course and the original Dreamland. Others were the opposite. Programmer Patrick Kerr, who joined the project in May 1995, was initially unaware that Kirby was an existing IP. I hadn't owned any Nintendo stuff because you couldn't program it. I had come from a home computing background and didn't even know what Kirby was when I started. Looking to learn more about the franchise, Steve Hammond, one of the original DMA employees, contacted Nintendo of America for some background information. In return, he received a Monster Facts, which contained character sheets and manuals from previous games. This let Hammond develop a massive internal document called the Unofficial Kirby Reference Book for Westerners. It was a helpful resource for both himself and other DMA employees. Hammond was tasked with writing the game's manual, which laid out the story in a compelling yet humorous manner. The manual was littered with Hammond's own sketches of Kirby, who spoke in an alien language that could only be read as pieces of fruit. This was a reference to classic Marvel comics, where the writers would translate indecipherable languages for the reader's sake. It should be noted that production on Kid Kirby was happening during a hectic time at DMA. Numerous projects across different consoles were concurrently ongoing, and each team consisted of less than 10 core people, often working on several projects at a time. Jones's idea was to try different things, knowing that hits were rare but highly valuable when achieved. At the same time as Kirby, the studio was focused on developing 2 games for the N64, one of which, Body Harvest, was originally intended as a launch title and was a top priority to Nintendo. Shigeru Miyamoto would often visit the offices in Dundee to consult on various projects. Although Body Harvest was his main concern, Miyamoto always made time for Kirby. He had witnessed an earlier iteration of the game and wanted to add more richness to its playability. Pat Kerr recalls that the power-ups, the paper airplane, the rock, and the sticky shoes, may have been Miyamoto's suggestions, though we could not fully confirm this. Nintendo of America had some input as well. The original Prince DDD design was one of the things faxed over to Steve Hammond, hence why it looks so, different compared to the other renders. I don't think any of our guys would have put out something that ugly. In an interview with Next Generation magazine, Jones described DMA's relationship with Nintendo. It's fine. It's hard. It's a very hard relationship because their quality is so high that it's so hard to match the quality of the products they do. And they really want you to focus on making Nintendo products. It's very hard to write games that you're not writing for yourself, which is traditionally what I've done. I write a game because I want to play it. It's a big difference when you try and write a game for somebody else. It's really hard to do. Kid Kirby was scheduled for release around October 1995, but was in development as far back as 1993. It should be made clear that the Kirby license wasn't always attached. The initial concept came from Tony Colgan, a freelance programmer who previously worked for DMA in the late 80s. Colgan's original pitch was a golf game, the idea being that you could pull the mouse back and strike the ball, shooting through any obstacles that may exist in a two-dimensional plane. Colgan presented Jones with a prototype and was quickly offered a full-time job at the company. It was decided early on that the golf theme should be scrapped and replaced with something more creative, something more DMA. The game had been renamed Jellies. This version had the player control a gelatinous blob with a mind of its own. The goal was to stretch the jelly out and ping them off in any direction, forcing them to land on a series of platforms and escape the level. Bugaboo, the Flea, a ZX Spectrum game from 1983, was a major influence in its design. As part of the early Dream Team negotiations in February 1994, Jellies got exposed to Nintendo, who thought the game would be a good addition to the Kirby franchise, and DMA agreed. The biggest changes afterwards were its visuals. Early on, the game had a more flat aesthetic, with levels built out of large, single-colored blocks. Kirby was initially a tiny 16x16 sprite, but his size grew as the game progressed. At a certain point, Kirby and all the enemies and bosses were redesigned with pre-rendered graphics, and the levels were changed to have a pseudo-3D feel. This change likely happened following the release of Donkey Kong Country, which used pre-rendered graphics on the SNES in a similar manner. In 2007, Mike Daly, another Day One DMA employee, released several Kid Kirby maps and sprites onto his personal Flickr account. The post has since been removed but is still easily accessible online. The maps give us a good idea as to what kind of levels would have been in the game. There's a cavern, a castle, and a possible boss battle at the Fountain of Dreams. There's also a factory stage with moving girders, as well as a snow level where you'd push through ice blocks to get to the finish. Speaking with Pat Kerr, we confirmed that most of this art was used in the earlier 2D iterations and does not represent the final product. Only two maps, Tube 9 and Sewer 9, would have been included in the pseudo-3D versions. These were the backgrounds we chose to use in our mockups. As the first people outside of Japan to lead production on a Kirby game, the developers had a lot of responsibility. The staff consisted of about 5 programmers, 3 artists, and a single musician. After going through several changes, the game was nearly finished by early 1996. Unfortunately, various complications prevented the game from hitting store shelves. Due to the nature of the controls, Kid Kirby ideally would have been packaged with the SNES mouse. However, due to the SNES nearing the end of its life cycle, it was decided the game should be cancelled. Increasingly poor sales of the mouse meant it'd be too expensive to consider releasing. Had it been completed earlier, it could have seen the light of day, but development went much slower than intended, repeatedly being delayed. Things like the basic collision system were far behind schedule, and with so many projects underway, DMA producers didn't have much time to consult. For many people, Kid Kirby was their first professional project. Some programmers and artists were right out of university and lacked the experience that could have pushed the game forward. Tony Colgan, essentially Kid Kirby's director, would be let go near the end of development. This meant it was up to Pat Kerr and programmer Stuart Hunt to complete any unfinished business. Still, nothing could be secured. After years of work, Nintendo eventually got tired of the lack of progress, as did their QA department, and decided to scrap the project entirely in 1996. Kid Kirby was no more. I think the game actually looked fairly nice in its way, but it was just a simple for the kids thing. Probably wasn't taken very seriously by the company, but I was too young and naive to understand that. Shortly after, Nintendo cut ties with DMA. Various complications with Body Harvest, the planned to be launch title for the N64, caused Nintendo to drop the project, leaving DMA to find a new publisher. With one project cancelled and another not up to snuff, Nintendo had no reason to pursue further projects with DMA. There is a happy ending to this story though. While some of the projects DMA was working on in the mid-90s went unreleased and others were flops, some did end up being surprise smash hits. Various members of the Kid Kirby team, like Pat Kerr and composer Colin Anderson among others, jumped ship to work on another project, a little game called Grand Theft Auto. Mike Daly and Russell Kay have even named Pat Kerr a crucial figure in GTA's success, attributing the game's appeal to his exceptional vehicle physics, which gave it the fun it was severely lacking. The original Grand Theft Auto would release on the PC in November of 1997. Its success was a shock to many employees who viewed it as a troubled project akin to Kid Kirby. It was the start of a new era for the company. Take-Two Interactive acquired BMG, the publisher of GTA and Body Harvest, in March 1998. As a result, several Take-Two employees transitioned to a newly established subsidiary called Rockstar Games. While key personnel such as Jones, Daly, and Hammond departed, the DMA name endured. Under new management, they continued developing games, starting with GTA 3 in October 2001. Subsequently, in May 2002, the company underwent a name change to Rockstar North, a name that has remained unchanged to this day. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that Kid Kirby played a noteworthy part in Rockstar's history, as its cancellation opened the door for many of the original staff on Grand Theft Auto. DMA was going through a chaotic time in the 90s, and it was through this chaos that concepts like GTA could get off the ground. So next time you're playing GTA, running over civilians and gunning down officers, thank Kirby for making it possible. More specifically, thank Kid Kirby, the cutest pink puffball Dreamland never saw. As of the writing of this video, a playable copy has yet to be discovered. Of all of the people we reached out to for today's video, none managed to keep anything from their time at DMA, as they simply didn't have the means to save their work then. Mike Daly claims to have a demo stored in his archives, but he himself admits it has since vanished. The images from Daly's Flickr account, as well as the rough copies of Steve Hammond's manual, are currently all that survive. But who knows? Maybe one day a prototype will emerge from the archives of Rockstar North, or be found hidden away in a Nintendo employee's closet. Considering the high-profile stuff unearthed in the last few years, it's entirely plausible. Only time will tell.
Did you know? In 2013, there was an internal pitch at Retro Studios proposing that after Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, their next project should be a Star Fox game. Unfortunately though, it got shot down by Retro's leadership, so the game never got made. The project has never been talked about publicly until now, and it would have been called Star Fox Armada. So in today's video, we're taking a look at what the game would have been if it got the green light. Did you know gaming staff recently talked to Eric Kozlowski, a former Retro Studios artist who spent 20 years in the industry, working on games like Uncharted, Mass Effect, and of course, Donkey Kong. Eric's the guy that came up with the Star Fox concept, and he gave us the full 12-page pitch document and told us all about the game he wanted to make. The game was aimed at Wii U, and the art style would have emulated the puppet aesthetic that was seen in the series' early promotional images. The Wii U couldn't compete with the PlayStation 4 or the Xbox One in terms of lifelike graphics, but it could produce a believable puppet look that would have had a unique charm that you wouldn't find anywhere else.
You know, it's like, it makes sense. Like Retro, like we, you know, at the time rebooted Prime, and then we rebooted Donkey Kong Country, and I was like, yeah, we could reboot another Nintendo franchise. Like, I thought it would be really cool after Tropical Freeze to roll off onto another franchise and kind of like continue that Retro legacy of rebooting Nintendo franchises that hadn't gotten a lot of love.
Star Fox has taken a lot of forms over the years. The more traditional games were on-rail space shooters, while some later entries veered off into other genres, like how Star Fox Adventures was more action-adventure, and Star Fox Command had real-time strategy. But the series was at its height both critically and commercially with Star Fox 64, so Armada was going to continue where that game ended, both in terms of story and gameplay. And, very importantly, Fox never gets out of his ship like he did in later games. Quoting the pitch doc directly, it says, "Picking up where Star Fox 64 leaves off, Star Fox Armada is essentially a reboot as if no games have been made since. After the defeat of Andross, General Pepper realizes that Corneria and the Lylat system at large need to be rebuilt. However, the war of Andross has left the Cornerian government with the lack of resources needed to rebuild the military and civilian sectors. Rather than send its meager military out and leave the Lylat system vulnerable, Pepper hires Star Fox once again. Their mission? Search nearby systems for allies and resources. Along the way though, Fox and his crew will discover a threat far greater than Andross ever was." Going into more detail on the gameplay, the doc says, quote, "Star Fox Armada will combine the classic gameplay of Star Fox 64 with new open world and multiplayer mechanics. In single player mode, players accept missions aboard the Great Fox and travel to planets, sectors, installations, and asteroid belts to complete them. As you finish missions, you will receive money that can either be sent back to Corneria or used to upgrade your ships, or even buy new ones like the Landmaster tank and Blue Marine submarine. After each mission, the player will have to decide on how many resources to send back to aid in Corneria's reconstruction, and how much to keep for themselves to spend on upgrading the Great Fox, the R-Wings, buying vehicles, and recruiting new characters. As great as Star Fox 64 was back in the 90s, a full playthrough only lasted an hour, which probably wouldn't fly with gamers in the Wii U era. So in addition to the main campaign, Armada is going to have optional side quest missions. Eric told us that these missions would have leaned more into the mercenary angle. Star Fox have always been mercenaries, but previous games didn't really focus on that detail. Overall, Armada would have had less of a linear structure like the old games, and expanded into more of a mission-based structure. We said earlier that Fox never gets out of his ship, The only exception is inside the Great Fox, where he can walk around in the various decks in what amounts to an interactive menu. Eric compared it to how the Normandy works in Mass Effect, where you can select missions, interact with the crew, and purchase upgrades. As for the moment-to-moment gameplay, it'd all take place on a TV, while the Wii U gamepad emulated the ship's control panel, like showing you information about the current mission and which parts of your ship have been damaged by enemy attacks. If a wing or something's taken too many hits, the player needs to tap icons on the gamepad screen to repair it in real time. In other words, you wouldn't have to constantly look down to aim like you do in Star Fox Zero. If you want to play co-op, player 1 would use a Wii remote and nunchuck, and player 2 would use the gamepad, serving as the ship's gunner with a 360-degree view. They'd also handle repairs on the control ship's shields. For example, if a bunch of enemies fly from the left, player 2 would move the shields to that side and start gunning in that direction. If that style of gameplay wasn't to your liking, you could also play online with one friend or a group to complete missions with multiple ships. There also would have been a battle mode where you could have dogfights with your friends. Pretty much the same thing as versus mode in Star Fox 64, but instead of a split screen, it'd be a lot of ships flying around online. The reason the game is called quote-unquote Armada is because it encourages you to build up your own squadron. You and a bunch of your friends can make your own team and call it Starhawk, Star Snakes, Star Dogs, whatever you want. It's your team after all. You'd also have the option of designing your own anthropomorphic characters if you didn't want to play as Fox and crew. There was another, more innovative aspect planned for the online multiplayer. In Star Fox 64, sometimes when you were in the middle of a mission, Starwolf would show up and attack you.
Jeez! Can anyone take care of it? Can't let you do that, Star Fox.
That would also happen in Star Fox Armada, except it was going to be the other online players dropping down on you. Fans who just wanted to focus on the core single-player experience could just turn this off in the options, but for everyone else, enemy mercenaries showing up and obliterating you is something that would happen from time to time. Talking more about it, Eric said,
You and your friends have your own team of like Star Lion, you know, and you're a lion character, and you know, you could go on multiplayer missions and stuff like that. And I was thinking about the Miiverse of like, you know, you could say, oh man, Star Llama came in and took me out. I'm putting up a bounty. If anyone sees Star Llama, you know, like I'll pay them 500 credits in game, you know, to take them out. And I thought that would be like a fun like Miiverse integration, because like Miiverse at the time was really cool and there was a lot of opportunity there.
Star Fox games haven't sold too well since the N64 days, so a big part of this pitch was selling management on Armada's financial prospects. All the online features were one of the main selling points to keep fans playing after they've already finished the main campaign. The pitch doc calls this an evergreen title, and also mentions DLC, which was intended to bring fans back for more by adding new ships, missions, and planets over time. Nintendo didn't really have any evergreen titles in 2013, but Splatoon sort of filled that niche when it released a couple years later, and it's been incredibly successful ever since. The doc says, quote, Star Fox has a great legacy, but it can be so much more. This can be Nintendo's very own Star Wars. It's Team Fortress 2, in regards to the online community. With the proper updates to the gameplay, Star Fox is poised to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mario and Link. In an alternate timeline, maybe Nintendo's premier online game could have been Star Fox instead of Splatoon. Or of course, you know, there's no reason both series couldn't have lived side by side. So why didn't Star Fox Armada get made? Eric pitched the document to Retro leadership in January 2013. They basically said, oh, cool, and then passed on it. And it doesn't appear it's ever made its way up the chain to Nintendo. Eric told us Retro's leadership and Nintendo producer Kensuke Tanabe would ultimately decide on what the best direction is to go for the studio. I'm sure they were talking with Nintendo of Japan about what makes sense for the studio to work on based on personnel, Nintendo's portfolio of games in development at the time, and what the studio staff wants to work on at the time factors into it a bit. But ultimately, a lot of those decisions came from Japan. Eric ended up resigning from Retro a year and a half later, partly because of the studio's top-down nature. Other studios he's worked on had cultures that were more open, where pitches stand a chance of being turned into actual games. When we talked to Eric, he emphasized that this was a skeleton of a document, which would have needed fleshing out from all the brilliant people at Retro. Unfortunately though, internal pitches just never got approved at the studio. We heard similar sentiments from other former Retro employees. Check out the recent video on Metroid Tactics, for example. Fortunately for Eric though, he's since moved on to greener pastures where things aren't so hierarchical, worked on properties like Resident Evil. As of this video's publication, Retro Studios hasn't released a single game since Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze back in 2014. So after rejecting the Star Fox Armada pitch, what did they work on instead? Eric wouldn't say. After Tropical Freeze, Eric spent a year and a half working on a game that was never released, and that's all he was willing to divulge. Whatever Retro was making, it's still considered top secret. As for what happened to Star Fox, Nintendo later teamed up with Platinum Games to make Star Fox Zero, which unfortunately ended up as the worst selling game in the entire franchise. This was 8 years ago, and there hasn't been another Star Fox game since. Fans are still waiting for the day that Fox will make his triumphant return, whether it's a reboot from Retro or maybe in-house at Nintendo. Hopefully that day isn't too far off.
Pilot Wings, Nintendo's amateur flight simulator franchise, lay dormant for around 15 years after its 1996 installment on the Nintendo 64. It finally re-emerged at the launch of the Nintendo 3DS in 2011, breaking its extended hiatus with Pilot Wings Resort. However, throughout the 2000s, we almost saw the series return on multiple separate occasions across 2 generations of Nintendo hardware. The first of these came close to happening on the GameCube in around 2003. Nintendo had been in talks with Turrican and Star Wars Rogue Squadron developers Factor 5 to bring an alternative take on the series. It was intended to be done sometime after the development of Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike, and was even teased by then CEO of Nintendo Satoru Iwata at E3 2003. Julian Eggebrecht, the president of Factor 5 Inc., was directing the project, envisioning a Pilot Wing set in the real world during the height of the Cold War. It was supposed to have the player train as a pilot in its initial stages before being recruited to carry out top-secret missions for the military using various aircraft. Vastly different in theme and tone from any previous entry in the series, Pilot Wings for GameCube was inspired by some of Eggebrecht's favourite films, namely The Right Stuff from 1983, a movie which revolved around the space race between the United States and the Soviet Union. Despite both Factor 5 and Nintendo being enthusiastic about the game's potential, it was ultimately prevented from moving forward. Factor 5's main partner and benefactor was LucasArts, who had worked with them closely on the Star Wars Rogue Squadron games. With them, they had produced both Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 and 3 as GameCube exclusives. While Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 was a huge success at the launch of the system, its follow-up didn't perform nearly as well, much to the dismay of LucasArts. Blaming the GameCube's lackluster sales, they began putting pressure on Factor 5 to end their exclusive relationship with Nintendo and start porting the Star Wars titles to the Xbox, a console with a larger install base. Factor 5 eventually succumbed to their demands, starting development on a collection of the Rogue Squadron games for the Xbox and taking their ideas for the Pilot Wings project with them. In the end, the Cold War flight project that was originally supposed to be a Pilot Wings reboot never came together, and neither did their Xbox port of the Rogue Squadron games for that matter, which was shut down at around 50% completion in 2004. Around 3 to 4 years after the GameCube Pilot Wings fizzled out, Factor 5 had since been through a succession of rocky partnerships with Microsoft and Sony. Julian Eggebrecht and his associates had been wanting to try their hand at creating games for the Nintendo Wii. When their collaboration with Sony met a premature end, they immediately jumped into Wii development in August 2007. Nintendo, who had since remained friendly with them, was pleased to have them back on board. Factor 5 began putting together pitches to work on a couple of first-party Nintendo properties as potential Wii exclusives. One of these, being made by a team of developers under Eggebrecht's close supervision, was their revised spin on Pilot Wings. On the Wii, they adopted a very different approach to the series. As opposed to the dark, Cold War affair they had once suggested, they went for something lighter and more marketable to the Wii's audience. Its art style was particularly reminiscent of the Wii Sports airplane demo that was shown at E3 2006. In comparison with their previous attempt on the GameCube, it was much more oriented towards casual players, but that's not to say the project was any smaller on ambition. On the contrary, had it been made, it would have been by far the largest Pilot Wings game to date, with a wealth of content laid out. The game would have operated as one massive open world based loosely around planet Earth. Players would have set off to explore it in various aircraft, flying over and completing missions around iconic real-life landmarks. The pitch's largest innovation, however, was its use of a brand new peripheral Factor 5 had designed. They had entered talks with Nintendo for them to produce it as an officially licensed Nintendo Wii accessory. This was a pair of glasses to be worn by the user that were capable of tracking head movement. Former staff say it was inspired by an experiment devised by computer scientist Johnny Chung Lee. In 2007, he released a video showing a homemade setup of his involving a pair of glasses with infrared LEDs attached. Using the infrared camera in the Wii remote by placing it in front of a television, he used it to track the position and movement of the lights mounted on the glasses. glasses. Utilized in tandem with a computer program displayed on a TV, this produced a 3D effect for the wearer. It could also allow the user to explore more of the environment displayed on the TV by simply turning their head and adjusting their position. Factor 5 developed their own version of the head tracking technology to work directly with the Wii using essentially the same principles, headgear emitting 2 sources of infrared light that the Wii could track. I spoke with Julian Egbrecht, who shed more light on this aspect of the project. According to Julian, his developers created their own early prototypes for the glasses peripheral to sell the idea to Nintendo, which were made using parts from dismantled Wii sensor bars. They were able to implement their glasses prototype into 2 of the games they had in the works at the time, their demo for Pilot Wings and their revamped Wii collection of the Star Wars Rogue Squadron titles. In both games, they essentially serve the same purpose on a gameplay level. The player could tilt their head to control the in-game camera, creating a solution for the Wii Remote's lack of a C-stick, even when coupled with a nunchuck. Via head tracking, players could naturally manipulate their viewpoint by turning and looking inside the screen with a 3D effect of sorts. Julian told me that it worked like a charm, and that the effect was especially impressive when switching to the first-person cockpit view built into both games. To take advantage of this feature and encourage players to use it, the developers started to place Easter eggs into the cockpits. For example, one artist added a picture of a cat to the interior of one of the vehicles. Former Factor 5 members are tight-lipped about why exactly this happened, but their pitch to do the Pilot Wings Wii game was eventually turned down by Nintendo in mid-2008. One ex-developer offered speculation that it might have been turned down due to Nintendo already working on the Island Flyover game in Wii Sports Resort, which was heavily inspired by Pilot Wings, and that they may have already had their own plans for the series at that point, since Pilot Wings Resort released just 3 years later. Regardless of this, Julian and his team remained determined to make the game happen, and reworked what they had already made into an original IP. Building upon their prototype and using the same ideas outlined in the pitch, it would be their proposed revival of Pilot Wings in all but name. The project from this stage onwards appears to have existed under a few different titles. At an early phase of development, it was referred to under the internal codename of Sky, before being called Wii Flight by some, and then Wii Fly. According to a former associate of the developer, it was apparently pitched to a small handful of well-known publishers, including 2K Games and Namco. None of them wanted to fund a full game. Eventually, however, the project landed on its feet with a company named Green Screen Interactive Software. Green Screen was a new publisher founded in New York City in 2008. In April of that year, they acquired Zoo Digital Publishing and Destination Software to make a new casual video game label called Zoo Games. Zoo had lofty aspirations of funding and producing original high-quality casual games from companies around the world. Wii Fly by Factor 5 was chosen to be among the first in this new venture. At one point, the game briefly ran into legal issues surrounding its name. Factor 5 had decided that its codename Wii Fly would become its official title, and had their legal representatives try to secure it. However, Nintendo would not allow them to call it that, believing that it would have infringed upon their trademark for the Wii game series that encompasses games like Wii Sports, Wii Play, Wii Fit, etc. Since Wii Fly had no official association with that series, they were told the name could not be used regardless of it being stylized as one word. In spite of this, Factor 5's management was still reluctant to change the title, having already grown fond of it. Instead of completely dropping the name, they chose to simply alter the spelling of Wii from W-I-I to W-E. That's not to suggest the game somehow lacked Nintendo's blessing in any way. Former Factor 5 members say Nintendo was still maintaining a keen interest in everything they were working on. They gave the developers the green light to implement playable Mii characters into the game, and according to Julian Egbrecht, were even still on board to produce their aforementioned head-tracking glasses. Altogether, the project is said to have been in the works for around just over a year, and was able to make substantial progress during that time. The team had built a plethora of distinct environments set around its virtual globe. It was a huge, sprawling world that pushed the Wii to its limits with advanced water effects and a global illumination lighting system. It all ran on Factor 5's internally made Lair Wii engine. This was basically the technology used to power Lair, upgraded and adapted for Nintendo's hardware. Players could roam the entire planet without pausing for loading screens, as it streamed Grand Theft Auto style. Each time a new location was discovered, it would be added to the globe on the main menu, allowing players to take off from there at the start of their next next play session. Each city was filled with unique features and objectives to complete. Some of the missions were traditional Pilot Wings fare, where you'd have to fly through hoops, carefully land on platforms, or collect stars. Although Factor 5 was bringing to the table plenty of new ideas of their own too. At night, players could shoot fireworks at targets in the sky to create a fireworks display for the people below. They were also taking advantage of its real-world setting by challenging players to fly by famous landmarks and snap photos next to them. The lineup of playable vehicles was diverse, featuring, in addition to the more expected jets, biplanes, hand gliders, and rocket belts, some more outlandish choices that showed the game's wackier side. Players could eventually unlock a hot air balloon and a magic flying carpet. Factor 5 even had a second open world stage set on the moon, where players could explore such sites as a human colony using ships like a lunar spacecraft and a flying saucer. In-development assets show that you could fly all the way to the North Pole, where you could find Santa's workshop too. A feature that illustrates how Factor 5's developers were trying to take advantage of everything that we had to offer was its interaction with the console's weather channel. The now defunct application allowed Wii owners to check the weather around the world by navigating a three-dimensional globe interface. Factor 5 had negotiated with Nintendo to let them use data from the weather channel, allowing them to replicate live, real-life weather conditions inside the game. It also followed a real-time 24-hour day-night cycle accurate to every time zone. If there was an evening of rain in London while New York City was simultaneously enjoying clear skies in the afternoon, the game could effortlessly reproduce that. Overall, a good amount of Wii Fly appears to have been completed, with a myriad of different locales mapped out. Towards the end of 2008, its development was brought to an abrupt close when the studio was torn apart. After the publisher supporting one of their other projects at the time, Superman, fell to bankruptcy, Factor 5 Inc. began hemorrhaging money. On top of that, Wii Fly's publisher, Green Screen Interactive, was struck by similar issues. Unable to bear the brunt of the global financial crisis, they too went bankrupt. Without publisher backing, Factor 5 Inc. was forced to close down in December 2008. Some of their projects would be briefly resumed in 2009 by another entity, but Wii Fly was not among them. The game's demise brought to an end the dream of officially supported desktop VR on Wii, as well as the developers' recurring attempts to bring their own take on Pilot Wings to the market. After years of coming close, it was not meant to be. Julian Egbrecht, speaking to me in 2017, told me the project was loved very much by those that worked on it. The remains of it exist now only in the private collections of former Factor 5 management. The Harry Potter franchise became nothing short of a global phenomenon in the 2000s, fueled in no small part by the success of its film adaptations. The Boy Who Lived soon became a household name, and the series would go on to gross many billions of dollars, launching various spin-offs and adaptations. There was a time, however, that another very different vision for the Potter media empire was on the table. In the late 90s, it was none other than Japanese video game giant Nintendo that had their eyes on the Harry Potter rights, with aspirations of transforming it into a video game series. I spoke to former Nintendo employees to discover how the company once tried to buy their way into the world of Harry Potter. Nintendo's fascination with the Harry Potter series began in around 1999. At this point in their history, the company had not long since dabbled in developing an exclusive game for their system using a license acquired from an external source. This arrangement was the foundation for 1997's GoldenEye 007 on Nintendo 64, Rare's acclaimed first-person shooter using the James Bond license. It was a break from tradition for Nintendo, who had previously made a point to cultivate their own intellectual property. The success of GoldenEye, former developers say, opened Nintendo's eyes to the potential of such collaborations and paved the way to them taking an interest in Harry Potter. The push within the wider company to look into buying the Harry Potter license is said to have originated from Nintendo of America. The idea was first being floated by Nintendo of America's management, which at the time was being run by Minoru Arakawa. Despite their Japanese headquarters ultimately having the final say on any major business decisions, Nintendo afforded some autonomy to their American branch, and this allowed them to pursue pursue the Harry Potter IP when the opportunity presented itself. By 1999, J.K. Rowling's series had reached its third installment, and its popularity was starting to erupt. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban became one of the fastest selling books of its time after its UK debut in July of that year, and the business world was starting to take notice. With the property's immediate potential for merchandising and adaptations becoming increasingly evident, J.K. Rowling opened a dialogue to auction off the rights to use Harry Potter in other mediums. The author is said to have been interested mostly in having movie adaptations of a series made, but that didn't stop Nintendo from making an offer of their own. They too had identified the burgeoning franchise as a potential moneymaker and wanted in. The group charged with the task of coming up with ideas for Nintendo-made Harry Potter games was Nintendo Software Technology. This studio, located just down the street from Nintendo of America's HQ in Redmond, Washington, had been founded only 1 year prior with the objective of developing titles specifically for the Western market. A former Nintendo producer shared that they received strict instructions to read every Harry Potter book on the market from cover to cover in preparation. This totaled over 700 pages worth of reading material to catch up on within a few days. Nintendo Software Technology at the time was already midway into development on 3 other games: Ridge Racer 64, Bionic Commando, and a Game Boy Color version of Crystallis. A portion of developers from these projects were split into 2 groups to work on the big Harry Potter pitch. One of these would formulate ideas for a third-person adventure game that would adapt the main story of the books. The other had to create a concept for a spin-off video game based around Harry Potter's fictional sport, Quidditch. Both of these would have been developed for the Nintendo 64, with the possibility for releases on other Nintendo platforms in the future. Nintendo wanted exclusive access to the video game rights, meaning that their platforms would be the only places to find Harry Potter games. As the book series would continue, each future Nintendo system going forward would have theoretically had its own Harry Potter games based around each book, developed by Nintendo's own teams, or so was the plan. Developers described the process of mapping out the pitches as what was a hectic week of experimentation and occasional disagreements about their direction. Initially, some of the artists visualizing the world and characters of Harry Potter had planned to pursue an art direction similar to the cover art of the books. This was in response to comments J.K. Rowling had made in the press about wanting to preserve the Britishness of the books in any adaptations of the source material going forward. There was therefore an effort among artists on the project not to stray too far from the first book's art design, as envisioned by British illustrator Thomas Taylor. However, this soon received some pushback from the management of NST, who wanted the characters to be drawn in more of a manga-inspired style. After some heated debate over this, the artists eventually agreed to redraw the characters as instructed with a decidedly more Japanese look. Nintendo Software Technology didn't produce a full prototype for their Harry Potter concepts. Instead, art animations and mock 3D demos were created to show what the games might one day look like. Very few of the pitch documents have since been preserved. Among the few that have survived are some concept art pieces showing Nintendo's vision for the Harry Potter world. One locale paid particular attention to was Hogwarts itself. In one Nintendo artist's interpretation of the iconic setting, the castle was imagined as sitting on a mountaintop above a long and winding road surrounded by forests. Despite Nintendo's lofty ambitions of a long-lasting partnership with the rights holders and a line of exclusive games, their attempt to gain access to Harry Potter was ultimately unsuccessful. According to former members of the team, representatives of J.K. Rowling weren't interested in their proposal. One ex-producer recalls that Nintendo found their asking price for the license to be simply too expensive, although some sources from the company suggest that Nintendo made further moves to pursue Harry Potter only a year later. Following the rejection of Nintendo's first pitch, J.K. Rowling sold the Harry Potter movie rights in 1999. Various media companies had approached her with offers, including Universal and 20th Century Fox, but it was Warner Brothers with whom she was able to reach an agreement. A film adaptation of the first book was soon put into pre-production, scheduled for a 2001 release. In 2000, the rights to do a video game to tie into the movie were put up for sale. A number of big game industry names again came forward, such as Microsoft and Nintendo. The Big N entered discussions to develop the adaptations for their systems, and again was outdone, this time by Electronic Arts. With both Microsoft and Nintendo wanting to develop the Harry Potter games exclusively for their respective machines, the rights holders went with Electronic Arts in order to reach the widest audience possible. EA was able to develop their adaptations of the Philosopher's Stone movie for as many platforms as they desired. In its initial 2001 release, it came to Microsoft Windows, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, and PlayStation. Notably, the platform that Nintendo had most wanted a Harry Potter game on, the Nintendo 64, was excluded. Following the success of the first game, EA continued to partner with Warner for the remainder of the movie series, producing adaptations of each film up until Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 in 2011. The Game Boy, notable for such landmark titles as Tetris, Super Mario Land, and Link's Awakening. For some players, however, their nostalgia towards the system is tied not only to its games, but its wild assortment of accessories. The era produced a glut of unexpected peripherals for the device. Everything from a camera to a fish sonar was covered in a frantic bid to cash in on Nintendo's hit handheld. Many of these fetched top dollar in online auctions years later, as enthusiasts continue to hunt down these increasingly obscure pieces of video game history. But for nearly 30 years, one of these has consistently eluded collectors around the world, a device known as Workboy. This PDA-style add-on would have granted users access to all manner of productivity-related applications. Propping the Game Boy up with its accompanying stand and plugging it in promised to essentially transform it into a small personal computer. Officially licensed by Nintendo and produced by Washington-based FabTech Inc., the Workboy was previewed by multiple press outlets in the early 90s before vanishing without a trace. In the absence of an explanation from any of the parties involved, a mystery spanning multiple decades lingered. What really happened to the Workboy, and would it be possible for me to find one nearly 30 years later? I set out to answer these questions and more. The result was an investigation spanning many months. In this edition of Game History Secrets, I bring you the story of the Workboy and my experiences with it.
Now you can have all the power and excitement of Nintendo right in the palm of your hand.
Tracing the origins of the Workboy takes us all the way back to the early 1990s. Online, information on its creation has been largely sourced from a small handful of gaming magazines that had written features on it back in the day, such as Nintendo Power. The Game Boy was in its prime, and two companies had joined forces across two continents to take advantage of this rapidly expanding user base. Source Research and Development in the UK designed the peripheral, and FabTech, a Washington-based startup, was planning to produce it in close collaboration with Nintendo. Trademark filings indicate that the device was first registered by Nintendo of America in January 1992. Several months later, the Workboy came to the attention of the press when it made a couple of appearances at trade shows, most notably the Consumer Electronics Show in May. In the midst of a massive Nintendo presence at the event was a modest FabTech booth where an early prototype could be glimpsed, displaying its various functions. Responses to the demonstration were largely positive. UK publication GameZone described it as an impressive little utility and said, Nintendo's success was visible by its showing at the CES. It virtually had a whole hangar to itself, filled with its own products and those of its developers, but there was little on offer that was radically different. Little, that is, except the Workboy. A Chicago Tribune writer, on the other hand, was less enamored with it, branding it as the exhibition's most ridiculous Nintendo peripheral. It's just the thing for the 12-year-old entrepreneur on the go, and it should be a big hit with young drug dealers everywhere, they said. These comments aside, the Workboy star was clearly rising. The developers were being profiled in magazines, Nintendo was pushing it at events, and it was even given a glowing endorsement on UK television. Games Master, a popular UK video game TV show, ranked it as their #1 add-on for handheld consoles. What's more is that they had arranged to launch the Workboy exclusively at a Games Master live event due to take place in December 1992. Games Master Live did go forward at Birmingham's NEC, but the Workboy was nowhere to be found. The show never revisited the topic, and the device was never again seen. Despite this, among those aware of the niche add-on, it has become commonly believed that it did receive a release, but that very few units were produced. This idea seemingly spread to popular internet series The Angry Video Game Nerd, as seen in his coverage of Game Boy accessories.
Lots of these Game Boy accessories are rare. Some of the ones that I couldn't get my hands on are the Game Boy FM radio, the Workboy, where you can plug in a keyboard and turn the Game Boy into a personal computer, just in case you didn't like using a monitor.
The truth is, however, that the Workboy was never released, and no prototype units have ever been recovered. To find out why, I began reaching out to former staff from Source R&D, its original creators. As I began my research in late 2019, it became apparent to me that I was not the first person to look into this. I spoke to a number of fellow writers and gaming history enthusiasts who had also attempted to get answers on why the Workboy had disappeared. Tracking down the developers of an unreleased peripheral from nearly 3 decades ago has its challenges. The two major companies behind it, Source and Fabtech, ceased operations long ago, and everyone who worked there has obviously moved on with their lives. They've found work in other industries, some of them have retired, and in some cases they've forgotten a lot of what they were privy to. But all was not lost. I did have a couple of leads to go on. A number of Source staff were featured in a 1992 issue of Game Zone magazine. Having both names and faces made tracking them down considerably easier. All these years later, the former members of Source typically maintained a fairly minimal internet presence, but thankfully the person whose insight I most sought was reachable. That was the original architect of the Workboy, Eddie Gill, who agreed to share his side of the story. Eddie founded Source in 1987. The company, based in Leeds, England, allowed him to realise his ambitions of inventing new technologies. Alongside these technological pursuits, they were also creating video games. This arm of the business led to them sometimes being referred to as Source the Software House. The company developed a number of titles, including Game Boy puzzle game Pyramids of Ra and Noah's Ark, a religious platformer for NES published by Konami. It was only a matter of time before the company's fascinations with technology and video games overlapped, and in early 1992, the Workboy was born. Eddie, partnering with Fabtech in the US, had identified a gap in the market for a Game Boy add-on for productivity purposes. With personal computers still being financially prohibitive to many and holding limited appeal to the masses, Eddie's concept for the Workboy presented a more accessible alternative. It was a lower cost option that could be used with a device many families already owned. The gadget offered a multitude of different functions, including a world clock, calculator, bank account statements, weight and currency conversions, and an appointment book. It would have retailed at around $79 to $89 US in around late 1992, early 1993. As to why this all never came about, Eddie presented his recollection of events, but suggested I reach out to someone else for clarification. He also left me with one more tantalizing piece of information. Eddie had not seen a Workboy in person for many years. Despite creating it, he did not own a prototype himself, and believed that potentially only 2 were left in existence. One, he said, was rumoured to have been retained deep in the vaults of Nintendo, the other was possibly in the possession of a former colleague of his. This individual was Frank Ballou, the founder of Fabtech, who was in charge of production on the Workboy. Ballou was a games industry veteran of many years, having worked at numerous big companies at the dawn of the home console market. Years later, he had left the business behind and was imparting his wisdom at speaking gigs around the world. Skyping in from his home in Athens, Greece, Frank regaled me with how he came to be in charge of a lost Game Boy add-on. His time in the industry started in 1975 at Atari, where he became the vice president of marketing at their coin-operated games division. There he helped steer the company's game output through an unprecedented period of growth. Ultimately, however, Frank was fired from the video game giant in 1982. He claims this happened as the company's management was restructured to incentivize Atari exec Don Osborne from leaving to work for a competitor. Frank ended up at Nintendo of America in 1983, placed in charge of sales and marketing at their coin-op division. After 9 months in the job, he was headhunted by arcade game producer Gottlieb, known as Milestar Electronics at the time, to run their pinball and video development. Frank says he departed Nintendo on very good terms and was even told by Nintendo of America founder Minoru Arakawa that he had an open invitation to return. This was an offer Frank ended up accepting much sooner than anticipated. Less than 1 year later, he quit Milestar following friction with their parent company Columbia Pictures.
After 9 months, I went back to Nintendo. Howard Lincoln, who is senior vice president, goes, "Frank, what do you mean? Arakawa and Ron Judy are nuts. How do we know you won't do this again?" I go, Howard, if somebody offers me a 35-40% raise again, I probably will do it.
After several years at Nintendo, the winds of change were sweeping the industry. As their grip on the home console market tightened, the arcade industry was steadily becoming less of a focus for Nintendo. Shortly after releasing their PlayChoice 10 cabinets in 1986, Frank made the decision to leave and form his own company.
As I told Nintendo, I got, guys, you've got more to offer the industry. And I go, I've got more to offer the industry. They go, Frank, we thought you would say that, but we understand.
In 1987, Frank formed Fabtech, a game publisher and technology company whose name was derived from its own initials.
We had some shit games like everybody else, but we had some classic games, a game called Cabal, which did very, very well for us.
While heading up Fabtech, Frank was also running the American branch of Japanese arcade game manufacturer Irem. It was through that job that in the late 80s, he met Source founder Eddie Gill, creator of the Workboy.
Eddie was so far ahead of his time. Overall premise for the Workboy was parents are going to get tired of buying games for their kids. Let's buy something that the parents and grandparents will think it's useful for them.
As our chat led into his time developing the Workboy, Frank casually dropped a bombshell on our conversation.
I'm looking over it in my bookcase, one of the original Workboys, just sitting there, you know, and it could have been something.
Just to go back a little bit, did you say that you've got something of the Workboy there?
Oh yeah. I've got one that, hold on, my earphones won't reach that far.
A few moments of rummaging later, he appeared on my screen, Workboy in hand. Oh wow.
Okay. So you can see that then, yes?
I can see that, yeah. Adding to the gravity of this, Frank mentioned that he believed this was the last Workboy left. When the project met its end, he held onto it as a keepsake, a fond reminder of what could have been. After our call, Frank gave me a closer look at this near-finalized prototype. It was in good condition, having survived numerous overseas trips and years of sitting on a shelf. We both agreed that it would more than likely still work. However, we had no way to test it, since Frank did not own an original Game Boy himself. I offered to send him one, but he had a simpler idea. A few weeks later, it arrived in my mailbox. Seeing it in person was more than a little surreal. Up until this point, the only images of it online that I could find were taken 28 years ago, and yet here it was, well kept, preserved in a Game Boy Advance carry case alongside a prototype of Source's Pyramids of Ra game. The question was, would it work? I hooked it up to a few different Game Boys, and the results were anticlimactic. Previously, it was my understanding that simply plugging it into the Game Boy's link cable port and turning it on would allow me to access its features. That was how it was presented in Games Master's piece back in the day, and that was also Frank's recollection of how it functioned. But when I plugged it in, basically nothing happened. The Game Boy wasn't visibly affected in any way, regardless of whether or not I had a cartridge inserted. There was one sign of life, however. Plugging it into a powered-on Game Boy caused the Workboy to emit a fairly loud beep out of the speaker on its underside. I caught up with Eddie Gill, whose comprehensive knowledge of the device allowed us to diagnose the issue. That noise the Workboy was making was actually its alarm function being tripped. The Workboy had its own clock and speaker, allowing for the Game Boy to serve as an alarm clock. This was possibly a bug that had yet to be smoothed out of this prototype unit. It was at this point that it also became clear why the Workboy wasn't working. Prior to our discussion, Frank had emphasized to me that his memory of the device might be less than perfect, and as it turned out, he was right to do so, because this keyboard was only one piece of the puzzle. As Eddie explained, a separate cartridge was required to access its software. In hindsight, this might seem obvious, but this was the first mention of a cartridge being included that I had come across. None of the original literature from the project referenced one, nor did any of the magazine write-ups I had seen. I went back to the drawing board and started reaching out to some other former developers to see if, by some remote chance, someone still had the software we needed. It was then that one of these game industry alumni raised a possibility I had only briefly considered. Starting in April 2020, following a number of high-profile security breaches in the previous 2 years, the contents of some hacked Nintendo servers leaked online. The files, originally linked to on 4chan, encompassed a mammoth hoard of data going back decades. This gigantic dump of illicitly obtained intellectual property was christened as the Giga Leak. While gaming historians the world over reveled in the discovery of previously unseen and unused assets from classic Nintendo games, my mind was elsewhere. It occurred to me, what if, by some strange twist of fate, these hackers had inadvertently obtained the Workboy software? It was a remote possibility, but not something that I could rely upon. Several weeks after recovering the peripheral, the dust was settling on the most significant Nintendo data leak up until that point. I was waiting to hear back from a potential lead when the final piece of the puzzle slid into place. On the 9th of September 2020, another big leak of Nintendo data spilled out onto the internet, and enthusiasts quickly began rifling through it. I was put in touch with one such individual, a contributor to the cutting room floor, known only as Waluigi. They had excavated a ROM from the latest drop, originating from Source and Fabtech. It was none other than the very Workboy software I had been searching for. After 28 years of essentially nothing, the software had leaked within only a few weeks of me obtaining the prototype hardware. This wild coincidence wasn't lost on myself and the members of the Source team I'd been speaking to. For as ethically questionable as these leaks were, one upside was that they were reuniting former developers with their long-lost work. Eddie Gill, for instance, later told me that he never imagined having a copy of this software again. In the hours after this data was posted, a small handful of interested parties began tinkering around with the Workboy ROM, though initial attempts to emulate the software were met with mixed results. The title screen and a menu displaying several different options were accessible, but the applications themselves crashed upon selection. The only one that worked as intended was the Calculator app, where users could move a cursor around the screen and push buttons. It is, as I mentioned earlier, this software is only one piece of the puzzle. It was built to be used by a peripheral. The Workboy keyboard is not just an accessory, it is intrinsic to the software on a programming level. Without modifications, raw emulation could only take us so far. It was built to be navigated using the buttons on this keyboard. The Game Boy's inputs had limited functionality. Furthermore, the Game Boy does not have a built-in clock. The Workboy keyboard does. Without the add-on, there is no way for the clock app to be able to read the time. There were other complications to weigh up as well. Eddie shared that the game cart they were developing contained a small amount of memory, as did the Workboy keyboard itself. With all of this said, the time had finally come to put the device to the test and introduce software to hardware. After close to 3 decades of dormancy, there was no guarantee that this, potentially the last remaining Workboy, would still work. I burned the ROM to a rewritable cartridge, inserted both cart and add-on, then powered it on. The Workboy's usual beeping came out of the speaker once again, but as I booted up the software, the alarm gave way to silence. A push of the keyboard's return button confirmed that it was functional. In fact, it worked without any issues. The buttons across the top of the keyboard allowed instantaneous access to each application. Switching between them was a swift and easy process. All of the errors present in emulation were gone. The clock did think that it had been awakened in the year 2055, but aside from that, it was working, as were all the other apps. The Workboy had lived. In total, the software features 12 individual applications, and most of them have secondary functions within them. The most straightforward of these is the clock, which displays the time in both analog and digital formats. It has an alarm feature as well. There is a basic calculator which you operate by pressing different letters on the QWERTY keyboard, since it lacks dedicated number buttons. The keys are labelled above them with their alternate functions in the calculator app. The address book app would have allowed users to record phone numbers and other info in a database, although its functionality in this build is limited. By inputting phone numbers into the Workboy, players could use it as a digital phone book and automatically dial numbers by playing the dial tones into a phone. The Workboy sports a variety of conversion-related applications too. For one, you can view the difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius temperature scales with its interactive thermometer. Another app offers conversion between metric and imperial systems with a plethora of different options like inches to centimeters, feet to meters, and pounds to kilograms. On top of that, the device even offers currency conversion, although it requires an added degree of input on the part of the user. The user must manually insert the exchange rate between the two different currencies before the Workboy can begin crunching the numbers. This is of course because the device has no way of automatically updating the rates itself. On the topic of money, the Workboy also has facilities for helping manage savings. Users can manually input their income and expenditure to keep track of their finances. Data inputted can be saved to the Workboy's records and reviewed later. The remainder of the Workboy's tools relate to world geography and languages. The World Functions app includes what it calls a mini translator. These can search individual words or peruse a glossary of subjects to choose from, such as greetings, travel, food, weather, medical, and emergency. Each category includes a number of common words and phrases that can be translated between English, German, French, Spanish, and Italian. The rest of the Workboy fully supports these same 5 languages as well. Lastly is the world map, which allows users to peruse the different countries of the world. Simply type in the name of a country and the map will be highlighted with its location. As a bonus, a select handful of major world nations even include an abridged 8-bit rendition of their respective national anthems that will play when selected. The Workboy contains around a dozen national anthems in total. And there you have it, the Workboy is real, it works, and this build, labelled 8.87, is very close to a finished product. Eddie Gill believes that this version, recovered from Nintendo's servers, was one of several prototypes sent to them during development. Only a few elements remained unclear, such as the device's targeted ability to connect to personal computers, which would have supposedly allowed it to receive contact information and other data. The question remains then, why was it never put into production? The decision ultimately came down to the head of FabTech, Frank Ballou. Just months before the launch of the Workboy, Frank pulled the plug when he learned that plans were in motion at Nintendo to slash the price of the Game Boy. In light of this, Frank worried that the Workboy could not be priced competitively enough to succeed. The Workboy itself could have retailed for as much as $89.95 in the US. The original launch price of the Game Boy was $89.99. Post-price cut, the Workboy could have potentially been more expensive than the handheld itself in a worst-case scenario. The Workboy's planned early launch in late '92 at Games Master Live didn't move forward, and in around 1993 the project was effectively scrapped. According to Eddie Gill, had it not been, there were other hurdles laying ahead that the device would have had to contend with. In July of '93, around when it was once intended to be in production, a large explosion ripped through a factory making material for computer chips in Japan. At the time, the Sumitomo Chemical Co. facility in Nihama produced more than half of the world's supply of an epoxy resin called Cresol. This is used to make protective cases for computer chips, in particular DRAM, the form of memory which would have been used in the Workboy. As a direct result of this disaster, the price of DRAM soared. Had the device been in production, this would have been just one of the challenges FabTech would have had to navigate. In spite of this, Frank told me that he does believe the Workboy would have been successful, and that he has his regrets about cancelling it.
It was at that time that I made that brilliant decision that I kicked myself in the butt for, that I pulled the plug and we didn't go forward. Because I still think at that price, we could have sold some units on it.
So you regret it?
To a certain extent, yes. I'm looking over it in my bookcase, one of the original Workboys, just sitting there, and it could have been something.
A couple of years following the cancellation, Frank's time at FabTech came to an end, as he transferred ownership of the company to his wife at the time and moved on to pastures new. Eddie Gill, on the other hand, continued to toy with the idea of the Workboy. His original design helped inspire a new device he patented in 1994 for a personal communicator with a keyboard and touchscreen. Gill later licensed this design to Nokia. It became the basis for the Nokia 9000 series of devices that launched in 1996. A few years later, Eddie became a design consultant at Nintendo, where he helped draw plans for a number of accessories that also never came to be. Among his ideas was a revamped Workboy for the Game Boy Advance, which held the tentative name Workboy 2. It encompassed many of the same features of its predecessor and was planned to have online functionality of some kind, such as email and web browsing, as well as a word processor. Production on the Workboy 2 never moved forward, and no prototype was ever built. All that remains of it are these concepts, showing the keyboard and shell that would have attached to the handheld. Eddie left Nintendo in 2001, marking the end of his decade-long endeavours to bring a productivity add-on to the Game Boy. Many of the Workboy's features are today taken for granted in modern devices, but it isn't hard to appreciate the novelty it would have held back in the early 90s. In an era before widespread internet access and smartphones, this was a Swiss Army knife of productivity applications running on something as simple as the original Game Boy. Whether or not it would have found an audience, however, is something we will never know. By the late 90s, Nintendo was enjoying a comfortable lead over the handheld video game market. With Sega all but vanquished in this corner of the industry, the Game Boy and its successor, the Game Boy Color, were dominating. It was in light of these high sales that Nintendo had been exploring a number of ways to expand upon the Game Boy line through peripherals and add-ons, and in 1999, the company hit upon an opportunity. Approached by a former executive of theirs and an inventor from the UK, Nintendo of America was presented with a chance to realise one of the most ambitious Game Boy attachments of all time. This first-party add-on was poised to open up a world of wireless communication to Game Boy Color users, including email, web browsing, photo messaging, and much more. The story behind this device has remained an obscure secret of Nintendo history for over 20 years, until now. In this episode of Game History Secrets, I reveal the never-before-seen Nintendo Page Boy and what happened to it. Source Research and Development was a game studio in Leeds, England. In the early 90s, the company developed a relationship with Nintendo of America when their founder Eddie Gill invented a productivity add-on for the original Game Boy. The Work Boy, as it was called, was made in a close partnership between Nintendo, Source R&D, and Fabtech, a game publisher run by former Nintendo executive Frank Ballou. Despite leaving a lasting impression on gamers and the few press outlets that sampled the device, the Work Boy ultimately never made it to market. This multifunctional keyboard add-on was deemed too risky of an investment by Fabtech founder Frank Ballou after he learned that Nintendo was planning to drop the price of the Game Boy. Had the Work Boy launched, it may have cost as much as the Game Boy system itself, a potential comparison that was unfavourable enough for Ballou to shelve the whole project in 1993. For inventor Eddie Gill, on the other hand, the ideas behind the Work Boy would live on. The concept inspired him to create an original design for a mobile phone and communicator as head of research and development at a company named Maxim Philips. In 1995, the gadget was bought by Nokia and was eventually turned into the Nokia 9000 series of devices. The Work Boy was never able to see an official release, but Eddie's drive to develop a Game Boy add-on was far from extinguished. It was in late 1997 that he left his position at Maxim Philips to pursue what he considered to be a spiritual continuation of the Work Boy with new ideas of its own. He independently started work on this new project, drawing plans for a Game Boy Color add-on based around communication. The project, however, required plenty of technological savvy, and for that Eddie reached out to his brother Christopher Gill, an experienced programmer and digital artist. While Eddie's speciality was ideas, he told me, Chris excelled in realizing those ideas from a technical standpoint. Chris had previously worked alongside Eddie at Source on the Work Boy in a similar arrangement, where he was responsible for graphic design. While the Work Boy was essentially a third-party add-on with close ties to Nintendo, it was apparent to the Gill brothers that they would need Nintendo to fully embrace their new device as a product of their own in order for it to reach its potential. The scale of their ambition with this new gadget was immense. Eddie envisioned an add-on for the Game Boy Color that would allow users to communicate with one another over long distances. They could send each other messages, photos, emails, they could view the internet to get news updates, and all of this would be accomplished completely wirelessly from almost anywhere in the world. Years before Nintendo even considered implementing such technology into their handhelds, the add-on aimed to revolutionize communication between Game Boy owners with a distinctly Nintendo flourish. The communication worked via radio waves, using the same frequency employed by most two-way pagers at the time. In honor of this fact, Eddie named the device Page Boy. The group formed to create this new product would come to be known simply as Wizard. Their plans for the Page Boy were extensive, but could only be realized through Nintendo's full support, according to Eddie. Gaining their cooperation would be easier said than done, since Wizard had no formal inroads with the tech giant at the time. However, they had an ace up their sleeve in the form of ex-Nintendo executive Frank Ballou. Having joined forces for the Work Boy several years earlier, Eddie hoped that Frank would help him get his foot in the door once again as he attempted to sell them on this new concept. After hearing the details of the project, Ballou quickly agreed to get them an introduction with the higher-ups at Nintendo of America, the branch at which he had previously worked. A meeting was set up in 1999 in which Eddie presented their proposal to Nintendo of America's heads. Those in attendance included NOA President Minoru Arakawa, Chairman Howard Lincoln, and Engineering Head Wayne Allen Shirk. The pitch was meticulous in its research, presenting in great detail how it would work. This included a technical breakdown of how the Page Boy would transfer data by way of radio telemetry and concept images of both hardware and software. Not only did they have documents and art showing what it would look like, Wizard had commissioned the creation of physical models of the device via Serious Model Making, another company in Leeds, England. As well as all of this, the group had built a visual demonstration in Microsoft PowerPoint, previewing what the Page Boy would look like in action. All of its major targeted features were on display in this interactive tour of the proposed software, such as messaging and internet access. In my research, I was able to recover a version of the demo used to sell their ideas to Nintendo. The software was heavily themed around the company's iconic mascot Mario, complete with Wizard's own take on the music from the Mario games, and even some voice acting. To start off with, the title screen art featured the character posing with a version of the Page Boy logo next to a graphic of planet Earth and several Game Boys. There was also Ask Mario, a proposed Nintendo search engine optimized for the Page Boy, where users could look up various queries, such as items for sale. Mario would have appeared throughout these applications, speaking to the user briefly as they transitioned between them.
I find it.
There was even the idea to have him whistle the World 1-1 theme from Super Mario Bros. As content was loading.
It's coming. I find it.
They were keenly aware that getting access to the Mario IP was a long shot, Eddie Gill told me, but they were leaving no stone unturned in their efforts to win NOA over. The Page Boy really held nothing back when it came to embracing Nintendo as a brand. For example, one suggested part of its software imagined making a version of the officially licensed magazine Nintendo Power available for users to read. Page Boy owners would have been able to read up on the latest game news and reviews, all on the handheld. In addition to this was a highly ambitious feature named Game Boy TV. This was intended to be a part of the software that could receive a live broadcast from Nintendo that would display exclusive information on upcoming products in real time. It was envisioned as a potential avenue for the company to announce new games directly to consumers anytime they wanted. If that sounds familiar, then yes, Gill was essentially attempting an early version of the Nintendo Direct on the Game Boy Color well over a decade before those live events were introduced. Many possibilities were being explored with Game Boy TV, such as the idea of players submitting their game scores via Page Boy, and those with the highest would have their names displayed during broadcasts. All of these apps would have been aided by the implementation of animations, graphics, fonts, and sounds being pre-installed on the device itself. This would have allowed for minimal data usage and quicker loading speeds with a targeted rate of around 400 characters per minute. Alongside gaming previews and reviews, Page Boy users were also supposed to be able to get access to world news, sports results, and weather forecasts. The latest weather information would have been accessed via a scrolling map, not dissimilar to the interface Nintendo later employed for the Wii's Weather Channel. The add-on's premier feature, however, was its two-way messaging. Users would have been able to type out a message on their system, then choose pre-stored animations, music, and themes to bring it to life. For instance, they could select a letter with a happy birthday song and an animation of a birthday cake. It was also suggested that the Page Boy would have been able to connect to existing Game Boy peripherals to expand its capabilities. Wizard hoped that owners of the Game Boy camera could take photographs of themselves using its front-facing camera and share them with one another. In other words, they wanted to allow users to message selfies to one another, years before the mobile phone industry came to realize this concept. Furthermore, they were hoping that the Page Boy would be able to save images and messages received and then print them using the Game Boy printer. In order to make this work, the Page Boy would have fitted into the Game Boy's cartridge slot, and then would have had its own additional cartridge slot on top of it. This would allow users to have the add-on attached to their Game Boy and still be able to play games, or for the Page Boy to interface directly with other peripherals. In such a scenario, Page Boy itself would have been accessed by pressing down on the D-pad upon startup. The developers were even proposing a phone system that could be used to email page boys. Consumers who wanted to interact with one without using a page boy directly were intended to be able to call a phone service, specify a message and theme, before giving the operator a particular page boy address. This would have been the only paid element of the product, aside from the upfront cost of the device at retail. Using Page Boy's onboard features, such as messaging or Game Boy TV, would have been entirely free. No subscriptions or accounts were required either. All of this and more was presented to Nintendo of America at their initial meeting, and the response was one of immediate fascination according to Eddie. NOA President Minoru Arakawa took a particular interest, believing it had the potential to be a commercial success. He responded by greenlighting an internal investigation at Nintendo as to how they would get the product to market. The Wizard Group's efforts, 10 months of rigorous research had paid off, as Nintendo agreed to work with them directly on this new project. Eddie signed on at Nintendo of America as design consultant in summer 1999, and from that point on, the Page Boy was being looked at as an internally made first-party add-on for the Game Boy line of systems. As per the suggestion of Peter Eck, Nintendo of America's Director of Network Products, the project was given the codename Cheetah. For the following months, Eddie worked with a team at Nintendo of America, further exploring the many possibilities of the add-on. Among these were considerations for allowing the device to unlock additional content in games. For example, players could theoretically access an exclusive level or item if they had the Page Boy attached, using its radio capabilities to allow for live authentication. On the other hand, its planned clock app was reminiscent of the Work Boy, with essentially the same set of functions, the time displayed in analog and digital formats, as well as an alarm capability. In another leaf out of the Work Boy's book, the Page Boy would have required its own batteries, 2 AA's in this case, and would have had its own built-in memory. Some thought had been given as to how it would function as a physical product also. In addition to the physical models that were made, the team was weighing up the option of adding a clip that would allow the Page Boy to be attached to a belt or other item of clothing. Documents indicate that the device would have vibrated when a new message was received. Nintendo's investigation into the Page Boy spanned about 3 years, starting in 1999 and coming to a close in summer 2002. During this time, Eddie had gained the interest of PageMart, a company based in Dallas, Texas, which operated a narrowband personal communications service network that allowed for two-way paging. After the network's launch in 1998, PageMart was set to become a major player in the communications market, and was having preliminary talks with Eddie's team to provide the network service that would be the backbone of the Page Boy. Nintendo's Peter Eck eventually took over negotiations as they progressed. A great deal of time was spent deliberating over how the add-on would send photographs over the air from the Game Boy camera. Nintendo brought in their own experts to examine the situation, who expressed concerns about file compression. However, Eddie was able to reduce the size of pictures imported from the camera by removing every other line of pixels from the screen. The end result, he said, bore a resemblance to 1960s television displays. It was an unconventional solution that impressed Nintendo and allowed the team to hit their file size target. What had initially sold Nintendo on the Page Boy in general was its potential as a product for international audiences. However, over time, it became clear that potential wasn't as strong as had been initially believed. Nintendo liked it on paper by all accounts, but from a technological perspective, it would have only been feasible in a limited number of markets, such as the US. Their investigation found that there were no cost-effective duplex wireless data networks covering Japan or Europe at the time. Had the Page Boy moved forward, it would have therefore been limited to North America. It was deemed by Nintendo's management back at its Japanese headquarters that this would have gone against the core appeal of the device. Nintendo wanted it to be universally available and functional around the world. This, they believed, was key to its success. The Page Boy was shelved for good in around July 2002. The outcome was disappointing for members of the team like Eddie Gill, but he told me that he was more than understanding upon learning the news and ultimately agreed with their decision. The device would have been doable, they believed, in America, but limiting its scope to one territory essentially defeated the point of what they were trying to accomplish. A ubiquitous add-on for the Game Boy Color's massive user base that would have allowed consumers from all over the world to communicate with one another, and for Nintendo to deliver information to each one of them directly. The Page Boy was quite literally too ahead of its time for its own good, but in many ways it foreshadowed a number of innovations that Nintendo themselves would end up adopting. Game Boy Live could be seen as an early precursor to the Nintendo Direct, a messaging system that worked via automatically assigned email addresses similar to the Wii's, news and weather channels, bonus content exclusive to those who owned a certain accessory, live high scores being accessible to users. In pitch documents, the Page Boy was even being pushed with the phrase "anytime, anywhere," a slogan that was later used to market the Nintendo Switch. In the end, no actual prototypes were produced for the device, and all that remains of it is what I've shown you in this video. It's possible, Eddie Gill shared, that Nintendo might have retained some of the physical models made for the project, but nothing playable exists other than this demo presentation. The Page Boy finds its place in Nintendo history as an add-on that could have changed the way they did business, from the way playable content was distributed to how they announced games themselves. Had it made it to market, there were thoughts about bringing it to other handhelds like the Game Boy Pocket and whatever future platforms Nintendo was planning. But without that first device making it into production, it instead joins the Work Boy as another innovative accessory that will always leave us wondering what could have been. Unafraid to diversify and experiment, Nintendo has worn many hats over its long history in the video game business, but something that has remained consistent throughout it is their very evident affinity for peripherals. Whether it's the infamous Rob the Robot, some DK bongos, or a headset made from cardboard, fans have come to expect the unexpected from their accessories. As unconventional as some of them may be, there have been many others that didn't make it to market, and in this video, I'll be delving into a handful of them, from proposals Nintendo shot down to fully greenlit projects that were later cancelled. We begin with the oldest case study on our list, which takes us all the way back to the third generation of home consoles. The NES sported its share of unusual accessories, like the pressure-sensitive Power Pad or the notorious Power Glove. A similar such curiosity almost joined their ranks at the start of the system's lifespan, as revealed years later by ex-Nintendo Game Master Howard Phillips. The company had been extensively mulling over the concept of an officially licensed Nintendo knitting machine. The device would have connected to the NES to knit sweaters, and users would have been able to choose from a multitude of different patterns. According to Phillips, it was Nintendo of America's president Minoru Arakawa who instructed him to pitch the product to Toys R Us founder and chairman Charles Lazarus. He was apparently given very little notice, about 30 minutes in fact, to prepare for the meeting. His presentation included a live demonstration of the prototype knitting machine in action, which Phillips described in a Facebook post as likely one of his least genuinely enthusiastic demos. Toys R Us and other retailers weren't interested, nor were attendees of 1987's Winter Consumer Electronics Show, who had a chance to view the machine in its one and only public appearance. After flying under the radar, the Nintendo knitting machine faded into obscurity and was never put into full production. The GameCube went through various iterations over the course of its conceptualization. Nintendo, in their perpetual search for new innovations, trialed a number of emerging technologies during its creation. This led to multiple unrealized peripherals that were considered and prototyped extensively. The first was a GameCube controller which included motion sensors. Nintendo's history with such technology is well documented. The company quietly experimented with it for years before building it into hardware like the Wii. Few people outside of Nintendo were privy to their motion sensing GameCube controllers, but the developers at Factor 5 Inc. were among them. According to a developer who worked on GameCube launch title Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, they had even flirted with the idea of using the motion controls in that game after Nintendo granted them access to the early prototype controllers. This wasn't to be, however, as the technology was vetoed by Nintendo shortly thereafter to focus on making a more traditional console and decrease production costs. Another long-term obsession of Nintendo's is 3D, a fascination which eventually culminated in the Nintendo 3DS. This technology was also tested on the GameCube years earlier, although these attempts got much further than their aforementioned accelerometers. Nintendo was once planning to release a small LCD screen which could be attached to the GameCube, alleviating the need for a television and enabling a greater level of portability. This add-on made only one public appearance at E3 2002. It could be seen behind glass, displaying demos for games like Phantasy Star Online and Metroid Prime. Unbeknownst to attendees, the prototype unit had a hidden feature, which remained a company secret until former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata revealed all years later. It was fully capable of displaying glassesless 3D, via the same method of autostereoscopy used by the 3DS. In 2001, producer Hideki Kono had been involved in creating a 3D version of Luigi's Mansion that would use this device. It had depth, so it really pulled you into the world of the game. I thought it was great, Kono said. Despite this positive internal reception, it was held back from release by production costs. Liquid Crystal was still expensive back then, and no matter how new an experience we could provide through the games, there would have been a need for players to buy the LCD as an accessory. There was even talk that it could turn out to be more expensive than the console itself. While Nintendo's version never came to market, third-party manufacturers stepped up to the plate with their own LCD screens minus 3D and battery packs, allowing the GameCube to be fully portable. In 2007, Factor 5 Inc. proposed to Nintendo rebooting some of their long-dormant franchises like Kid Icarus and Pilot Wings. For the latter, the studio envisioned an original peripheral to be released alongside it. This was a pair of glasses with two infrared lights mounted on them, a gadget inspired by a 2007 viral video from computer scientist Johnny Lee. In the video, Lee demonstrated a setup using a Wii remote and infrared glasses that could produce the 3D effect, as well as tracking the user's head movements. The user would position a Wii remote facing away from their screen towards them. The Wii remote's IR camera would then detect the infrared lights in the glasses, transmitting this information to a computer program. The end result was the user's ability to adjust their view of the camera in the program by moving around the room and tilting their head. Factor 5 wanted to adopt Lee's concept and use the peripheral in their Wii games. Players would have been able to seamlessly adjust the in-game camera via head tracking, presenting a possible solution to the Wii Remote and Nunchuck's lack of a second analog stick. According to the studio's president Julian Egbrecht, they were talking with Nintendo in 2008 to potentially produce the device, although they weren't interested in making either of their proposed reboots. The heads of Factor 5 persisted nevertheless and decided to develop their Pilot Wings game as an original IP called Wii Fly. Another publisher named Zoo Games picked the game up and with it their Wii Glasses peripheral. According to Zoo Games co-founder Lee Cummings, they had planned to produce the glasses in-house and were holding discussions with potential manufacturers in order to do so. In the meantime, the team was creating prototypes using parts from disassembled Wii sensor bars. However, the rocky economic climate of late 2008 forced Zoo Games to go out of business, leaving their Factor 5 projects without funding. A previously interested Nintendo declined to intervene, and Factor 5 Inc., unable to pay its workers, closed in December 2008. The Wii's head-tracking glasses would never see the light of day as a result. The two games that did support it, Wii Fly and Star Wars Rogue Leader's Rogue Squadron Wii, never saw release either. One Nintendo accessory that did eventually launch was the Wii Zapper. This plastic mold could house the Wii Remote and Nunchuck to mimic the feel of an arcade light gun. Debuting alongside Zelda spin-off Link's Crossbow Training, it would go on to be supported by only a handful of games throughout the generation. The original vision for this peripheral was quite different from the final product, however. Initial designs imagined a device with slightly higher production quality that would have effectively served as an add-on for the Wii Remote, more akin to the Nunchuck. A prototype model for this iteration of the Zapper was shown off at E3 2006. Unlike the finished design, it more closely resembled a shotgun as opposed to a submachine gun. The device would connect to the Wii Remote's connection ports and had its own control stick built in. It also had a trigger hole with one large button instead of the Nunchuck's two shoulder buttons called Z and C respectively. As development went on, this prototype Zapper was given its own independent rumble feature. Players could insert one additional AA battery into the device, which would provide rumble feedback to the whole Zapper when players successfully hit a target in their demo. Nintendo's sources explained that concerns about pricing were to blame for this version of the Zapper being nixed. A comment from Nintendo designer Shigeru Miyamoto in an Iwata Asks interview seems to support this suggestion. "We decided against it because we really didn't want customers to have to buy the extra batteries. That's one of the reasons developing this product took so long." Its rumble functionality and control stick stripped out, the Wii Zapper was essentially reduced to a plastic shell. It was finally released in late 2007. In January 2008, Israeli tech firm 3DV Systems announced a new webcam called the Z-Cam. This was billed as a desktop camera with an infrared sensor for tracking the movements of its users. It was capable of sensing depth, allowing it to detect how close users were to it, as well as their exact gestures with low levels of latency. The device made a few appearances at trade shows throughout 2008, including the Consumer Electronics Show. Its primary application was for video games, and 3DV demonstrated this with a boxing game prototype. Responses among attendees were said to have been positive. Sites like IGN expressed their admiration for the accuracy of its controls. What wasn't known at the time was that prior to these public showings, the Z-Cam was originally proposed to Nintendo as a potential peripheral for the Wii. 3DV presented their ideas to the higher-ups of Nintendo in late 2007, according to CVG. Their presentation is said to have left an impression on the company's management, including Satoru Iwata. They apparently showed off their aforementioned boxing demo and a prototype of the Z-Cam with voice recognition functionality. They presented it as a new twist on the motion controls that Nintendo had pioneered, reasoning that it would be a natural fit for the platform's audience. Although their presentation is said to have impressed them, Nintendo ultimately did not agree. According to a source from their Kyoto HQ, Iwata himself raised concerns about input lag and that it would be too costly to sell as an additional accessory. For context, the Z-Cam was later set to be sold as a standalone product for PCs at an estimated price of $100. The two parties consequently went their separate ways, and the Z-Cam would never officially be released. Microsoft bought 3DV out in March 2009, and 3 months later, they revealed Project Natal, an Xbox 360 peripheral using essentially the same technology. After some cost-cutting measures which downgraded the hardware, it was released as Kinect in late 2010. One of Nintendo's more infamous unreleased peripherals is the well-publicized Wii Vitality Sensor. This gadget was unveiled by Satoru Iwata at E3 2009, where he briefly discussed its potential applications. The Vitality Sensor was a small device which could read the user's pulse from their index finger. It would connect to the Wii Remote and send this information to the Wii console, allowing games to monitor their pulse during gameplay. If Iwata's comments are any indication, Nintendo saw the accessory primarily being used as an aid to lower the player's heart rate and help them relax. He also discussed it being used to extrapolate other information from inside the body, such as mood and anxiety. The company even foresaw the potential for software using it that would help people fall asleep easier. At its reveal, no release information for the Wii Vitality Sensor was provided, but internal estimates expected it to arrive in late 2010. Following E3 2009, no further details were provided for some time to come. The lack of news was acknowledged by former Nintendo of America president Reggie Fils-Aimé in a March 2010 interview with Kotaku. The first thing we need to do is show our vision for how the Vitality Sensor can be used for a new and unique experience, and we recognise we haven't done that yet, he said. Our focus is to bring to life how you could utilise the Vitality Sensor, and our goal is to do that sometime around E3. That goal would go unrealised. The Vitality Sensor did not appear at E3 2010. Their then EVP of Sales and Marketing, Cami Dunaway, provided Game Set Watch with a justification as to why this was. As we thought about what we wanted to bring to E3, we realised we had a really packed agenda. We also thought about the atmosphere at E3, which is noisy and adrenaline filled and loud and stressful, and it just didn't seem like the best environment to introduce a product that's really about relaxing. So we decided we'd think about other venues that would be more appropriate. As time went on, this pledge wasn't followed through on either, and updates from Nintendo on the accessory stopped. Rumours swirled about its cancellation in 2010, but it would be another 3 years before the company would officially reveal its fate. The project and its related software had been shelved amid concerns about the device's reliability and its viability as a commercial product. In July 2013, Satoru Iwata explained to Nintendo's investors, "We could not get it to work as we expected, and it was of narrower application than we had originally thought." Nintendo had carried out extensive trials for the accessory throughout the twilight years of the Wii within the company. 100 employees tested the Vitality Sensor, but it was found that it only functioned as intended for 90 of them. The device was supposed to work by observing the waves produced by the pulse and interpreting this information to quantify how tense or relaxed users were. However, the technology was too simplistic to do that accurately for 100% of users. It therefore fell short of Iwata's standards, although he expressed the company's desire to one day try again if the technology allowed it. "We would like to launch it into the market if technology advancements enable 999 of 1,000 people to use it without any problems, not only 90 of 100 people. I actually think it must be 1,000 of 1,000 people, but it is a little bit of a stretch to make it applicable to every single person." Rayman 4 was the original title of the game, which later evolved into Rayman Raving Rabbids, beginning life as a traditional 3D platformer at Ubisoft Montpellier in late 2005, before growing into a party game for the Nintendo Wii. However, this was not the only project developed under the title of Rayman 4. In early 2005, Phoenix Interactive Entertainment became the first development studio to ever tackle a main series Rayman game outside of Ubisoft Montpellier. This little-known developer was entrusted with the rights as the Montpellier branch was engaged with work on a video game adaptation of Peter Jackson's King Kong movie. Phoenix gained access to the license with a proposal that supposedly captured the imagination of Ubisoft's higher-ups. The pitch presented story ideas high in ambition that aspired to break new ground not only for Rayman, but the medium itself. According to the design documents worked on over the course of development, it would have opened in a training camp for video game heroes. The player controls Rayman, where they learn the basic controls and wait to be chosen by a player in the real world. From this point, it would have been revealed that, in a very meta twist, every inhabitant of the game is completely self-aware that they exist within a video game. The premise was such that almost every character in the realm of the game was being controlled by a player in the outside world. Thus, the behaviour of each character you meet is in part a reflection of each individual player's personality in the real world. One example given was a seriously ill child controlling another Rayman. Each of the Rayman characters inside the game was essentially a piece of data, similar to the movie Tron for instance. However, they were also a blank slate for the players who would control them in the outside world, who were each tapping into a shared realm of gaming when they played what was to them the latest Rayman game. With Pixar as their main source of inspiration for the plot, Phoenix wanted to explore the relationship between player and video game, using Rayman as a template around which they could build a rich story with humanity, pathos, and depth. Humour was another big focus of theirs too. Outside of the general concept, a great deal of the story had yet to be figured out. There was no main villain in place. The closest that they had come to adding one was an antagonist encountered later in the game, which was Dark Rayman, a returning character introduced in the original Rayman game. Instead of being a creation of Mr. Dark as he was in the first Rayman, Dark Rayman was intended to be a manifestation of corrupt data inside the video game, a rogue glitch that the game designers had neglected to stamp out and had adopted the form of the game's hero. One goal which Phoenix held dear with the project was keeping a reliance on cutscenes for storytelling to a minimum. It was instead thought of as having its story unfold dynamically in real time, using subtle techniques like small changes in the environments to convey information to the players. Despite its working title, Rayman 4, the game was intended to be a full-frontal reboot of the series. It was conceived as a revival of Rayman that took the majority of its inspiration for design and tone from the first two games. They wanted to recapture the off-the-wall style of the earlier entries and bring the series back to its roots. In order to accomplish this, the vast majority of the game would have reimagined past levels from Rayman 1 and 2. For the first time, players would have been able to explore stages from the original game, such as Bandland, in new 3D interpretations. Returning from Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc, power-ups played a major role in Rayman 4 stages. Although many of these never got as far as making it into any build of the game, Phoenix had in store a very diverse roster of quirky transformations for players to acquire, with the hope that this would inject plenty of variety into the gameplay. Another mechanic that they were planning for was vehicles. These included a submarine and a giant Rayman-shaped mech that he would have been able to pilot at various points throughout the game. Ubisoft and Phoenix were aiming to capture as big of an audience as possible with Rayman 4. Not only was it set to land across several different platforms, the PC, PS2, Xbox, and GameCube, they were also hoping to increase the mass appeal of the series with it. Rayman 4 would have therefore been slightly easier than past installments. Phoenix even explicitly outlined in their design docs that 100% of players should be able to finish it. Overall, the project was in development for around 10 months. A great deal of pre-production had been spent carefully crafting the art of each level. Prototyping had been underway for some time as well, as we can see from this early build. Rayman 4 was ultimately able to reach a more complete state than this, with a handful of levels fully functioning, but in late 2005, all work on the title ground to a very sudden halt. At E3 2005 in May, Nintendo had unveiled to the world their new system, codenamed Revolution. The announcement had been fully expected, but had still managed to discreetly worry certain members of Ubisoft, fearing the success of their late GameCube projects, including Rayman 4. If this new console was to launch sooner than anticipated, along with the incoming Xbox 360, would it all have a negative effect on the performance of these games? This was very much the concern at hand. Then, later in the year, Ubisoft began receiving the first batch of development kits for the Revolution, as work on the King Kong movie game in Montpellier was drawing to a close. As the creative director of the King Kong video game, Michel Ancel, creator of the Rayman series, had previously been too busy to contribute towards Phoenix's Rayman 4 game. However, as development was preparing to wrap on the project, he began exploring new ideas for the next Rayman he would be at the helm of. It was at this point that Ubisoft's management very suddenly relayed to Phoenix Interactive that they had made the decision to cancel their version of Rayman 4. The aforementioned sales concerns and wanting to focus on building something from the ground up for Nintendo's next system are said to have been two major factors that played into the decision. For Phoenix, it had been the largest game the company had ever taken on, and they had relied on Ubisoft's funding to maintain their day-to-day operations. Without any prior indication of the project being in danger, Phoenix had no choice but to lay off the vast majority of their staff soon after. The duty of creating the next Rayman then reverted to Ubisoft Montpellier, where they started work on it towards the end of King Kong's development. A lot of Phoenix's greater plan for the game, like how exactly they would have presented certain aspects of its highly self-referential plot, had yet to be entirely figured out. The Montpellier team started afresh, with their own new vision for what the next entry in the series would be, and Phoenix's elaborate ideas for reviving Rayman were discarded almost completely. All that Ubisoft would ever use from the project were some of its level concepts, which were reworked into the Game Boy Advance version of Rayman Raving Rabbids. Phoenix Interactive Entertainment went on to develop one more game for Ubisoft, but due to another series of complications, it met the same fate as Rayman 4. This time, the cancellation had even more serious ramifications for the studio and left them unable to continue. In 2009, with the contract lost, the company was forced to close its doors for good. In the late 2000s, a torrent of rumours swept the internet about a revival of Nintendo's long-dormant Kid Icarus series on the Wii. A number of small sites claimed that such a game was in development before IGN's Matt Casamassina acknowledged its existence on the site's Nintendo podcast. According to him, the game was set to be unveiled at E3 2008, but as the event came and went, Kid Icarus Wii was nowhere to be seen. The hearsay would persist for years later, without the title ever surfacing, and a curious lack of developers coming out of the woodwork to verify its existence. Thus, we are left with many questions. Did such a project ever truly exist? If so, what was it? And what happened to it? To make sense of it all, we must first revisit the history of one of Nintendo's recurring partners throughout the noughties. Factor 5 Inc. was the US arm of game developer Factor 5 based in San Rafael, California. The company built a strong relationship with Nintendo around the turn of the 21st century. The full extent of this collaboration was never divulged officially, but the two grew close after the Star Wars Rogue Squadron series came about. The first released in 1998 on Windows and Nintendo 64. Finding success with Nintendo's machine, Factor 5 then pledged its sequel, Rogue Leader, as a GameCube exclusive, which released alongside the console. The GameCube ultimately didn't take off in quite the way they had hoped for, but Nintendo gave credit to Factor 5's launch effort as one of the reasons for it finding initial success. As their partnership proved fruitful, Factor 5 ended up being contracted for a first-party project using one of their IPs. A third Rogue Squadron game, Rebel Strike, was released in 2003, and as work was underway on their Secret of Nintendo game, the company began planning a fourth installment. The developers at Factor 5 were determined to make the next game radically different, and believed the logical way forward for the series was the introduction of online play. Unfortunately for them, this was not an avenue which Nintendo was majorly interested in pursuing. They refused to embrace online in any meaningful way with the GameCube, and showed further reluctance as they planned their next system. Adamant that this was still the correct path to keeping Rogue Squadron fresh, Factor 5, albeit on good terms, drifted apart from Nintendo, and their remaining GameCube game was cancelled. From there, they partnered with Microsoft, who offered to help them realise their vision for Rogue Squadron 4 using Xbox Live. This was one of a few projects on the table during their days developing for Xbox, though in the end, none of them would come to be. With unforeseen shifts in the management of Microsoft Game Studios, Factor 5 lost support for their games in development. In 2004, with their Microsoft contracts falling apart, they were soon tapped by Shuhei Yoshida to collaborate with Sony. The two entered a partnership deal midway through the year, which was intended to produce multiple exclusive titles for the PlayStation 3. However, this was yet another alliance that eventually turned sour. Lair, their flight combat game made from the remnants of a cancelled Rogue Squadron for the Xbox 360, encountered a plethora of issues during its development. Factor 5 thus failed to meet the terms of their agreement with Sony, which specified that Lair would be ready in time for the North American launch window of the PS3 in 2006. This led to the subsequent cancellation of their other Sony projects, including a strategy RPG rife with bloody violence called Animal Wars, and Virus, a shoot-'em-up planned for PSN. While Factor 5's situation was on the decline, Nintendo meanwhile was preparing to launch their next system, the Wii. At E3 2006, the next Super Smash Bros. Game heading to the console, Brawl, made its debut. Among the new playable characters featured during the announcement trailer was none other than Pit, the central protagonist of the Kid Icarus series. This served as Pit's first major appearance in many years, returning with a modernised character design and a new bow capable of dividing into twin blades. What followed was a surge in fan demand for Kid Icarus to return with a new game on Nintendo's upcoming platform. As we know today, it would be a long time before these prayers were answered, but behind the scenes, Nintendo was listening. By the start of 2007, the gears were already in motion, and the next installment in the series was being discussed internally at length. Their first choice for who would develop the game, surprisingly, was not a division of their own. In March, they contracted Factor 5 Inc. to work with them on a Nintendo Wii revival of Kid Icarus. As Lair had failed to meet the expectations of Sony's higher-ups, their exclusive multi-game deal had been axed. Factor 5 would still be obligated to complete the game, but was now free to pursue additional ventures. In March 2007, this tightly veiled Kid Icarus became their first new undertaking. Nintendo allowed the developers a fair share of creative freedom as they began to experiment with the property. NCL's mission statement outlined that it would be the first 3D game in the series to be built for the Wii, but outside of that, they were more or less given free rein. For the first several months, a small group at Factor 5 found themselves in the thick of an extensive exploration, deliberating over what a new Kid Icarus could be like. According to one member of the team who was party to the entirety of its life cycle, the company's management held an iron grip over the direction it would take and steered it in one not everyone agreed with. I discussed the concepting phase of Factor 5's Kid Icarus with David Lemera, who is one of the main artists on board the project. The managerial staff, as recounted by Lemera, pushed the game down a quote-unquote more mature route. The project paid close attention to the source material of the original NES game, but took a bold departure from these cartoonish retro origins, adopting a slightly darker tone. Recognizable characters and enemies were present, yet reimagined for this new world, an evolution not dissimilar to the one Nintendo themselves once opted for with the Legend of Zelda series. They envisioned an older, more experienced Pit, highly skilled and hardened by combat. His appearance went through a myriad of revisions, ranging from a familiar toga-clad hero to a caped warrior in black. Many options were under consideration as the project's central ideas fluctuated throughout 2007. Some took the gritty angle to extremes, outfitting the angelic hero in battle armor, others imagined him in simple white robes. The end product fell somewhere in the middle. There were many ideas for Pit's weapons being tossed around too. One concept, inspired by his Smash Bros. Iteration, imagined his bow as being concealed in two separate sheaths at his hips that could be combined for ranged attacks or swung in close quarters. Factor 5 developed several rough ideas for a story during their time working on Kid Icarus, but aesthetics and narrative was never the project's focus. They were all devised in service of the core gameplay experience they were hoping to create, which was dramatically different from the 2D side-scroller of old. Their vision for Kid Icarus saw Pit taking to the skies, armed with the ability to fly freely for the first time ever. In their game, he was no longer limited to fluttering, but was an experienced flyer who could shoot down enemies with his bow and arrow in tandem. Introducing this element of flight combat called upon the studio's years of experience from the Rogue Squadron games, an attempt to capitalize on their strengths and put an interesting twist on the franchise in its transition to 3D. Their idea of aging Pit up to a young adult was simply a natural leap in logic for the story to take in order to give context to his new power. In August, work finally began on a prototype for the game as their time on Lair came to an end and more developers became available. By now, it had been assigned the simple working title, Icarus. Although that's not to say it would have omitted young Pit completely. Before development commenced on the prototype, Nintendo had expressed a desire for the game to at least represent in some manner their current version of the character as seen in Smash Bros. They even went as far as having their in-house artists at NCL create a 3D character model for the demo to potentially make use of. I was able to obtain a glimpse of it, which shows the design was almost identical to the one seen in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Interestingly, they included one of the 3 sacred treasures from Kid Icarus as objects, the Mirror Shield. Please note that this was merely a test animation and the creature in the clip was actually from another project Factor 5 was working on, a planned reboot of Turrican. Sometimes their artists would blend assets from different projects for experiments such as this. Despite Nintendo's suggestion, Factor 5's management decided against including it in their prototype and moved forward with making their own model of Adult Pit from scratch. With that said, their greater plan for the theoretical full game was to have the player begin their journey controlling him as his more traditional younger self. One work-in-progress draft of the plot summary they had illustrates how the story might have utilized this form of the character. In this iteration, the game begins with Kid Pit in Skyworld. It would have taken place not long after the original title, when, in mysterious circumstances, he finds himself banished from Skyworld by his mistress Lady Palutena, accused of crimes against the Heavenly Kingdom. Years pass, and he would have matured into an adept warrior from defending the overworld, his wings now finally strong enough for flight. It is around this point at which a new darkness would start engulfing the Earth, and Pit sets off to put an end to this rising evil, hopefully finding his redemption. In many of the earlier concepts, Factor 5's artists explored how to best personify his descent from Palatena's graces through his design. One or two of them portrayed him with blackened wings and a demonic arm warped by dark magic. Another placed him in broken shackles. The most common idea was a tattoo on his arm, either a symbolic image or a literal inscription of a supposed crime in an ancient language. This suggestion in particular was being strongly considered, but eventually fell by the wayside. Of course, these were merely rough, underdeveloped ideas for a potential game, as recalled by former workers. Largely, very little of that is indicative of anything featured in the playable demonstration. In their list of priorities, the plot had always been secondary to the gameplay and was mostly a patchwork of vague concepts from staff members. The Icarus prototype was developed primarily over several months by a team comprising around 20 people across different departments of the company. In the end, two separate 3D models for Adult Pit were put together. One was slightly more simple and cartoony, whereas the other took a more photorealistic approach, adding a scar to his right cheek. Both were made compatible with the playable demo. It consisted of one environment depicting a floating structure suspended in the sky for players to explore. Pit faced off against two different enemies during the stage, both loosely based around creatures from the first two games. These were the bats from Kid Icarus of Myths and Monsters, as well as an alternative version of the Nettlers from the NES game, now with 3 eyes. Given that it was an early prototype, it was relatively bare bones in terms of looks, but was leaning towards a more gothic art style. It ran in Factor 5's in-house engine, which was used for all of their original Wii projects. This was an engine based around the technology used for Lair, translated for Nintendo system, that was apparently capable of 60 frames per second while rendering a high number of objects on screen. Julian Egbrecht, the former CEO of Factor 5, once described the framework as being technically the most impressive thing you would have ever seen on the console during an interview with IGN. The game was controlled with the Wii's nunchuck peripheral for movement and the remote's pointer for aiming. Players could freely take off into the air at will, flying without limits, hovering and strafing to avoid attacks. Pit could launch his bow either on the ground or in midair, and was equipped with a wing dash attack, allowing him to swiftly charge at foes while airborne. He would also have to collect orbs scattered throughout the stage. By March 2008, the first prototype was completed, but according to David Lamera and several other sources, this was the point at which the project began to fall apart. After a year in the works, Factor 5 had delivered Icarus to representatives of Nintendo. Every former developer I was able to discuss the project with had their own version of events, but the consensus is that NCL simply didn't like it. One ex-Factor 5 worker, for instance, claimed that after some consideration, the direction was deemed too unorthodox for them to continue investing in it. Joe Spataro, a former animator who was involved with the demonstration, had this to say: "With Icarus, I feel like we were missing the point. Nintendo sent us the model of Kid Icarus, very much like the one that appears in Smash Bros, but we didn't use it. We made our own version, and it was more mature, maybe even a little dark. It felt more like Devil May Cry. I knew Nintendo would never go for the adult version of Pit. In fact, I'd wager they took it as an insult that we didn't use their version." I reached out to Julian Egbrecht to see if he would comment on the game. Although he did passingly acknowledge the developer's first-party Nintendo projects, he was not able to comment further. Most who had some form of interaction with the project are reluctant to describe it as simply a pitch, but rather a period of experimental pre-production between the two companies. It stands today as an unconventional first attempt to revive Kid Icarus for the modern day, a bold alternative vision of the franchise that wasn't meant to be. With Icarus no more, NCL eventually put Masahiro Sakurai in charge of the next Kid Icarus. Factor 5, undeterred, pitched for another Nintendo IP, and their good relationship continued. At the same time, they'd embarked upon what would be one of their last major projects, a multi-platform Superman game. In 2011, a mysterious patent was discovered by Silicon Era for a Wii Remote control setup which was registered by Nintendo of America. The patent described a system whereby players would tilt the Wii Remote in a horizontal position to simulate steering a vehicle controlled by handlebars, such as a motorbike or a jet ski. The filing was reported on by multiple sites in the gaming media, but the enigma at the heart of the story went unsolved. What exactly was this patent related to? In 2009, Nintendo Software Technology was rocked by the cancellation of one of their biggest ever undertakings. This was the infamous Project Hammer. After a troubled 5.5 years in development, the game, which by that point was being referred to as Wii Crush, fell apart amidst alleged tensions between staff. The events changed Nintendo's approach towards the studio. Aside from the fact that over half of the subsidiary staff had left during the final years of Hammer, NCL became reluctant towards the idea of having them produce other large-scale projects in the future. Despite all of this, a small group of developers at NST were still hopeful to see the company return to the type of games they were once known for, more meaningful titles using established Nintendo IP. Their plan was to breathe life back into one series in particular, and that was Wave Race. The franchise had been absent for nearly a decade at that point, with the last installment coming in the form of Wave Race Blue Storm at the launch of the GameCube. In the years since that game's release, Nintendo's approach towards new projects had evolved. Internal failures such as Project Hammer caused them to understandably become increasingly risk-averse when reviewing pitches from their developers. Other factors in this caution included a harsher economic climate and their changed philosophies towards innovation with the introduction of the Wii. Getting a pitch greenlit by NCL's board had therefore become a hefty task for even the most talented of studios. If Wave Race was to return, it would have to differentiate itself reasonably well from its predecessors in order to be commissioned, or so was the theory. Midway into 2009, while the rest of NST was busy with work on a Mario vs Donkey Kong game for the DSi, Minis March Again, planning on a pitch for Wave Race Wii was concurrently getting off the ground. It was being overseen by a small team of several experienced NST developers. The two heading the project were Yoonjun Lee, an engineer who'd been with the company since the Game Boy version of Crystallis in 2000, and designer Richard Verodi. Both had previously been involved heavily with Blue Storm back on the GameCube. Verodi had contributed towards it in a variety of ways, including level and physics design, as well as lending his voice to the character Ricky Winterborn. He had since become a prominent figure at NST, with for instance a crucial role in the writing and design of Metroid Prime Hunters for the DS. Alongside Jonathan Bryant, another engineer, they devised a control scheme which would form the core of this new Wave Race concept. It was controlled with the lone Wii remote positioned on its side. Players would hold it in both hands, mimicking the handlebars of a jet ski. The speed of the craft was manipulated by twisting it, and turning was handled by tilting left and right. In addition, there was optional support for the Wii balance board. By using one, players could add a new level of control to the game. Applying pressure to either side of the board would have enabled more instantaneous aggressive turns. The Wii remote would vibrate when tilted to its furthest supported angle to inform the player of the virtual handlebar's limits. Another control setup that was on the table used the Wii remote and nunchuck. Holding each on their side would have been used in a similar fashion to emulate the handlebars of a jet ski, very much like the power cruising minigame from Wii Sports Resort. Unlike that particular mode, however, the controls were completely buttonless. It was thought that introducing this alternate control system would allow for new heights of immersion and quote-unquote realism for Wave Race. In order to illustrate their ideas to NCL's board, a playable prototype was assembled. It was built using a version of the engine that powered Wave Race Blue Storm, which had been modified to run on the Wii, using the same water physics and visual style. As development on the prototype was ongoing, Nintendo of America filed a patent to protect the new control concepts that NST's workers had conceived of on August 27, 2009. This patent covered not only a setup for controlling jet skis, but all handlebar-based vehicles, including motorcycles, potentially for use in future games. About 2 months later, preparations were finished and the developers presented their work to Nintendo's higher-ups in Japan. The untitled Wave Race Wii project had generated considerable interest, but its prototype was not entirely well received. A former NST worker suggested that the board took issue of aspects of the controls, being of the opinion that it simply didn't feel right. Another backed this narrative, believing that NCL in the end saw Wii Sports Resort's minigame as a suitable alternative to a fully produced Wave Race title. They added that the proposal was ultimately not able to subvert concerns of such a game finding an audience at the time, in contrast with Resort, which went on to become one of the highest selling games of of that year. These apparent sentiments of NCL were echoed by the words of Shigeru Miyamoto. Speaking to IGN earlier at E3 2008, he was quizzed about the possibility of a Wave Race Wii game, to which he replied, "The power cruising game in Wii Sports is something that's going to appeal to a much broader audience, and really, what I'm trying to do is find a way to bring these interactive experiences to as many people as possible." With Nintendo unwilling to fund the project, it was subsequently shut down, and the group responsible for it instead continued to work on Mario vs Donkey Kong Minis March again. As NCL didn't take to the control system, it was abandoned altogether and never again used by other titles, as was originally a possibility. Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge released in 2003 in the era after Rare was bought out by Microsoft. Yet, they allowed it to go forward with a release exclusively on the Game Boy Advance, a Nintendo system, due to them having no competing handheld of their own. As it turns out, the Grunty's Revenge project began about 4 years prior, in 1999, preceding Banjo-Tooie's release by about a year and a half, and roughly 2 years before the GBA had even launched. At this time, it was being worked on in a very early planning phase under the name Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Curse. What's more is that it was not originally a Game Boy Advance title, but was instead set to be developed for its predecessor, the Game Boy Color. Design documents leaked by a former Rare employee revealed that initial planning for the game first came together in August of '99, including a full story treatment. For the remainder of the year, a small team conceived of the various worlds that would make up the game, as well as the creatures that would inhabit them. Upon closer inspection, we can establish a number of cuts and changes that were made as development went on, including lost levels. According to the docs recovered, there was planned originally to be a total of 8 differently themed areas in the game. In the version released on Game Boy Advance, there are only 6. The 2 that didn't make the cut were named Mohendra Banjo and Fiery Furnace respectively. Mohendra Banjo was set to be world number 6 in the game, located within and around the ruins of an ancient temple. Its description reads as follows: "Deep in the jungles of the east, Banjo explores the ruins of the ancients. Jungle trees and vines mixed with rivers and ruins. Watch out for the spitting cobras that pop in and out of alcoves around the ruins. Moving walls with spikes make some ruin passages into forced scrolling sections. Use vines and snakes for ladders. Wall carvings with banjo references decorate the ruins. Burial chambers have coffins built into the ceilings and floors. Spiders sometimes drop down or jump out of these and attack Banjo. A number of cut enemies are talked of, like the aforementioned spitting cobra and scorpion enemies. Although the scorpion didn't eventually appear in Grunty's Revenge, a vaguely similar enemy named Stinglash was placed in the Bad Magic Bayou and Freezing Furnace stages. The other lost stage, Fiery Furnace, is described as an industrial factory zone populated by machinery and catwalks over vats of bubbling liquid metal. While Mohendra Banjo was dropped earlier on in the project's life, Fiery Furnace would live on for some time. It even made it into a prototype build of the Game Boy Advance game before being scaled back and merged with the Freezing Furnace level. As well as removed stages, the design documents reveal alternate earlier titles of those that were present in the finished product. Cliff Farm was first known as Cottage Farm, Bad Magic Bayou was Soggy Bog Swamp, and Freezing Furnace was called Freezing Fjord. What is perhaps one of the more interesting observations to be made about Banjo Grunty's Curse is its story, which differs quite substantially from the final game. To recap, Grunty's Revenge takes place 2 months after the first Banjo game, when Grunty's spirit is transferred to a mech suit built by Klungo as she becomes Mecha Grunty. She then kidnaps Kazooie and uses her magic to travel back in time, intent on preventing Banjo and Kazooie from ever meeting. Mumbo then uses his magic to send Banjo back through time to thwart her evil plan. The planned narrative for Grunty's Curse, however, does not feature any elements of time travel, nor is it set so soon after the first game. In this version, the story begins several years after Banjo-Kazooie, and when Grunty returns in her newly mechanized form, she instead curses a few of the main characters. First of all, she turns Kazooie into an evil blue monster version of herself, who she then takes with her in a backpack, not unlike Banjo's. Then she transforms Bottles into a funny creature, as the docs describe it, before finally warping the mind of Mumbo into making him fight Banjo, a diversionary tactic while she makes her escape. Banjo subsequently defeats Mumbo, causing him to break free of Mecha Grunty's gaze. At this point, a comedy set piece of some kind was planned in which Mumbo would continuously injure himself. It reads, "Mumbo tries in vain to stop them, but with every step he takes, his luck gets worse. Out of thin air, his bad luck rains down on him. First, a black cat covers his face, then, blinded, he runs straight under a ladder, and as the cat jumps away, a mirror lands on him and lays him out in the broken glass. Mumbo gets up with a bandage on his head. This comedic interlude leaves Mumbo with amnesia, forgetting all of his spells. All he can recall is that Banjo will need to collect a handful of magic ingredients to return Bottles to his regular self. Banjo, at this juncture, realizes that it has been so long since his last adventure that he has forgotten his moveset and will have to relearn it. Since Bottles, the usual provider of his tutorials, is indisposed in his new form, he is required to seek out a new character named Grandpa Mole, the father of Bottles. This character would later be changed slightly as development went on. He became Bozai, an elderly mole who Banjo meets in the past and teaches him his platforming repertoire. Bozai in Grunty's Revenge is suggested as being a distant relative of Bottles from an older generation, but the exact link in their family tree is never specified like it was here with Grandpa Mole. Towards the bottom of the plot treatment page lies an early draft of the ending, which fans will notice differs in some ways from that of Grunty's Revenge. In this version, Grunty does not dispatch Klungo to collect his sisters, as she does in Revenge, which leads into the events of Banjo-Tooie. Instead, her spirit simply returns under the rock after her defeat at the hands of Banjo and Kazooie, before it is revealed that her body has been reduced to a pile of bones. It's worth noting that the final iteration did not show her physical appearance under the boulder. That revelation was held back for Tooie. The original story of the game eventually was altered quite dramatically as time went on. However, we were able to ascertain that it is actually subtly referenced in Grunty's Revenge. After the Mecha Grunty boss encounter in the Breagle Beach world, Banjo rescues Kazooie, at which point he says, "Kazooie, am I glad to see you? I thought Grunty would have made you into a monster by now." Narrative elements aside, it's also worthy of note that the documents reveal a few transformations for Banjo that were later scrapped. Among these is B-Banjo, a power-up that appeared in both Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie. It would have allowed the player to negotiate large platforming gaps by hovering indefinitely, as well as the ability to fire stingers in a straight line. The plans detail what are referred to as useless transformations too, all of which were ultimately dropped. These were joke transformations intended solely for comedic effect. It is noted that probably only one of them would have been used due to storage limitations, but several different options were under consideration. The first would have turned Banjo into a toaster with eyes that would pop out of his head in a slice of toast. Another was Washer Banjo, a form that debuted in Banjo-Kazooie, warping him into a washing machine. The last of the three is simply named Milking Machine, an apparatus for milking cattle. A note in the docs states that the team's useless transformation of choice would need to be fully controllable, as it would likely be used as a secret code. In Grunty's Revenge, no such transformation is known to exist. Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Curse was worked on until late 1999. A small group of artists at Rare began to create assets for the game, including digital sprites for Banjo, Kazooie and Mecha Grunty. Not long after this, development halted before work was transferred to the Game Boy Advance. Currently, a playable prototype of Grunty's Curse is not known to have ever been produced. It appears to have only ever existed as an extensive plan for a game that was never made.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we'll be talking about various unreleased projects relating to the developer Rare. Diddy Kong Racing for the Nintendo 64 was a popular kart racer for its time, selling just under 5 million units. The game did so well, in fact, that a few developers thought about creating a sequel. British team Climax Studios pitched a potential sequel to Nintendo around April of 2004, and thanks to the video game researcher P2P Online, a few of the game's details have been uncovered. The game was tentatively titled Diddy Kong Racing Adventure, and its story would have had Wizpig proposing a rematch against Diddy and his friends, with Wizpig aiming to pave over a forest. The player would have travelled through 16 different villages, each containing 3 courses. Villages were styled after a different character within the Donkey Kong Country series, with each being under the control of a different bad guy. The aim was to defeat these enemies in a one-on-one race and free the villages. The variety of vehicles would have included buggies, quad bikes, planes, hoverbikes, and jet skis. Full house. Progression would have allowed upgrades to these vehicles, which would have unlocked access to more areas. New game modes were also considered, such as Demolition Derby mode and a sort of Simon Says game. While the concept aimed to include many of the original characters from the N64 release, it's likely that some would have been scrapped due to Rare's hold on licenses such as Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Bad Fur Day. The original game's developer, Rare, were bought by Microsoft in 2002 for $375 million. Bargain. After a few attempts at traditional games, the team were put forward to create titles for Microsoft's Kinect peripheral. Everyone knows how good that was. They came up with different ways to use the device, and a large number of prototypes were developed. According to a former team member, Nick Burton, "We were doing tons of prototypes, insane things, like giving it to a programmer for 48 hours and telling him to do whatever he liked. One guy did a seagull simulator, being able to poo on passers-by. Another prototype the team had worked on was Savannah, a concept that was put together to provide a realistic look at raising a lion from birth to adulthood, with no danger of mauling. According to ex-member Don Khaher Murphy, I can only apologize for that one, Don Khaher. The project was put forward by artist Phil Dunn. Not only does he have a much easier name to say, but he was also a veteran at the studio who'd worked on games such as Donkey Kong Country 3 and Killer Instinct 2. Savannah never came to fruition, but a video showing several models from the project did surface. Explaining the project's lack of green lighting with Microsoft, Murphy told Not Enough Shades, "It was soon clear that Microsoft were more interested in using Rare to help aim at a younger market. Rare was renowned for their diverse portfolio, so to not be involved in making mature games was a real blow. There were numerous projects that were put forward that I believe would have been huge hits, but Microsoft rejected them one after another. The team were all interested in creating a sequel to Killer Instinct at this time, but Microsoft weren't interested in creating another fighting game, with Murphy believing that no new Killer Instinct would ever be made. It seems that he sadly left the company prior to the development of Microsoft's free-to-play Killer Instinct release. And for today's random piece of trivia, we'll be taking a look at Sega's Arnold Palmer Tournament Golf. If the player hits the ball 100 times on the pitch without sinking it, they'll be taken to the Game Over screen. If the player enters the famous Konami code at this screen, the game will load up a hidden copy of the 1986 classic Sega arcade game, Fantasy Zone. Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today, we're taking a look at games that were never released. There are tens of thousands of video games in the world today, and for every game on the shelf, there was a game that was canned or perhaps even never announced. Many of these failed games are lost to the annals of time, but occasionally some of them will resurface and have a chance to be documented. One example of a cancelled game that wasn't public knowledge until decades later is Sonic's Edusoft. The title was developed by Tiertex in 1991, who began making the game after seeing Sonic's success in the gaming space. Details on Sonic's Edusoft development are scarce, but Sega were aware of the game's existence and allowed Tiertex to develop it further. However, somewhere down the line, the title's production was halted and it never made it to the approval stage. As the name implies, Sonic's Edusoft is an educational game for the Sega Master System and includes games relating to mathematics and literacy. The game also has 3 minigames, none of which hold any educational value. One interesting point is that because the Sega game developed so shortly after the release of Sonic 1, likely just before Sega had started developing Sonic 2 in November of 1991, Edusoft is probably the second Sonic game that was ever in development. There's a surprising amount of cancelled games attached to high-profile or cult franchises. The next scrapped game we're talking about belongs to the much-loved Spyro series, and is yet another educational game. Spyro Ever After was a game briefly in development by Knowledge Adventure in the early 2000s, and would have featured Spyro in a fairy tale setting interacting with characters from popular fables. It's not currently known why Spyro Ever After was scrapped, However, some fans of the series believe that Spyro's license holders didn't want the franchise marketed as something just for young children, and wanted to continue marketing Spyro to a slightly older audience. This would make sense considering the direction the series took with the Legend of Spyro trilogy. Another character that was popularized during the PlayStation's lifespan is Crash Bandicoot. The Crash franchise has a surprising amount of cancelled games, but one of the more interesting scrapped Crash projects is the game Crash Landed. Crash Landed appears to have been a reboot of the series, and was developed by Radical Entertainment for the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and Nintendo Wii, with Renegade Kid possibly handling the Nintendo DS version. The game's plot centered around Crash trying to save primitive bandicoots, named Bandicoots in the concept art from Neo Cortex, and Dingo Dial would have served as a secondary antagonist for the game. The title was cancelled after 2 years of development, following Activision acquiring the rights to all of Sierra and its assets. Activision decided to lay off the entire Radical Entertainment studio behind Crash Landed, and didn't seem interested in continuing development with another studio either. And now for today's random piece of trivia. Today we're talking about the Midway arcade rail shooter Carnival. Although the title was well known for its graphic content and, for the time, lifelike gore, one of the game's secrets is even more morbid. Inside Carnival's files is an image of serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. In the image, Dahmer is holding a paper bag containing the head of then CEO of Midway Games, Neil Nicastro. The unused image appears several times in various sizes within the game, and was most likely used to fill empty spaces in the game's data.
Did you know? In July of 2020, Did You Know Gaming released a video on cancelled Nintendo DS games, covering titles like a failed Crash Bandicoot pitch from 2008 and the formerly unreleased Metroid Dread. 9 minutes and 21 seconds in, we discussed a scrap sequel to A Boy and His Blob. Released for the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1989, A Boy and His Blob was a puzzle platforming game designed by legendary veteran developer David Crane, and in 2005, Majesco announced a new installment to the series developed by Crane's new company, Skyworks Technologies. It made a brief appearance at E3 2005, but was quietly cancelled and never heard from again. A Boy and His Blob for the Nintendo DS was thought to be lost, or at best, privately shared online in the mid-2000s. That was until May of 2022 when Did You Know Gaming reached out to a developer who was involved in the project and wished to remain anonymous. After a few days of talking, the developer, who we'll call X for the remainder of this video, provided 2 playable versions to the DS sequel to A Boy and His Blob. With the permission of X, Did You Know Gaming will be releasing both ROMs with the fine preservationist folks at Gaming Alexandria. Gaming Alexandria is a game preservation group and an open space for people to discuss video game history. When a high-profile prototype like A Boy and His Blob gets found, we have to do more than just releasing the files online. We need to also give historical context so that everyone can understand these games and the circumstances around their development and cancellation. And we're doing that in this video. But we also recommend heading over to Gaming Alexandria's write-up, which can be found in the description below. It includes a history of the Blob series and its creator, as well as a download link for the unreleased, now rediscovered Nintendo DS game. The story of A Boy and His Blob is also the story of David Patrick Crane, arguably one of the first Rockstar developers in video game history. Over a long career that began at Atari in the mid-70s, Crane has worked on countless iconic titles, including Pitfall, Ghostbusters, and Little Computer People. In the 80s and 90s, his name would be a selling point for many games. Born in Indiana in 1953, Crane began tinkering with electronics at age 12. He enjoyed tearing apart old radios and learning the earliest forms of digital logic. On his 13th birthday, Crane didn't want any new toys or clothes. Instead, he got a used TV for $40 and spent the following weeks repairing it. By the age of 17, Crane had learned to program in 3 languages and was able to build his first computer out of junk parts. Crane graduated in 1972 and quickly entered the DeVry School of Technology in Phoenix, Arizona. He would leave 3 years later. Following this, Crane took a job at a semiconductor manufacturer, where he worked with his longtime colleague Alan Miller. Miller was a talented engineer from the University of California who was one of the first programmers hired by Atari for the original VCS home console. In early 1977, while living in the same apartment complex, Miller asked Crane to proofread an Atari job ad, and Crane decided to apply. He joined the VCS group months later and created 4 games: Outlaw, Canyon Bomber, Slot Machine, and the unreleased Boggle. Unlike today, there were barely any artists, musicians, or designers working at video game companies in the late 70s. Most Atari VCS titles were the work of a single programmer creating everything from start to finish with minimal resources. Many staff members thought their talent was unrecognized. Miller, Crane, along with programmers Larry Kaplan and Bob Whitehead, discovered that their products were responsible for approximately 60% of cartridge sales. Miller proposed a modest royalty plan to Atari's new CEO, Raymond Cassar, but was quickly shot down. At the time, Atari's pay for programmers was slightly below industry standard. Whenever new programmers got hired, they often earned a higher salary than current employees. This all culminated in the 4 programmers quitting in 1979 to start their own company. With the help of marketing executive Jim Levy, the team launched the first third-party video game developer, an obscure little band called Activision. For starters, Activision heavily featured the developers behind each game, giving a face to the Atari VCS titles so many people played. There was also much more focus on the graphics, something Atari ignored, making Activision stand out from the first-party lineup. Activision announced their first 4 games in March 1980 and released them in July. These games were Boxing by Bob Whitehead, Checkers by Alan Miller, and Dragster and Fishing Derby by David Crane. As well as being a decorated programmer, Crane was the in-house artist at Activision, doing graphics for other developers' games like Larry Kaplan's Kaboom in 1981. Crane's mother was an accomplished painter who made sure that her children were trained in arts and crafts. He was one of the few people in the business who excelled in both what was on screen and behind it, resulting in classics like Pitfall in September 1982. The 1983 video game crash gave birth to many new third-party developers trying to follow in Activision's footsteps. The oversaturation of the console market led to the company turning to home computers. Activision's board of directors replaced CEO Jim Levy with Bruce Davis, and many developers, including Crane, felt the change was not up to par. As Crane told game developer in 2005, Activision became the giant of the early 80s by recognizing that a game is a creative product and requires a creative environment. Bruce Davis's biggest mistake was treating video games as commodities rather than creative products. Much like what happened at Atari, several staffers left Activision to form their own studios. Larry Kaplan left in June 1982 to co-start a game hardware company called Hi-Toro, later called Amiga. Bob Whitehead and Alan Miller left in 1984 to form Accolade. In February 1986, programmer Gary Kitchen, along with 3 other members of Activision's Eastern Design Center, set up an independent developer called Imagineering Inc. in New Jersey. Soon after, in August, that same group started a game publishing firm, Absolute Entertainment. David Crane, who was out of Activision by April 1987 and spent a brief time at Hasbro, was hired at Absolute in December 1988. Crane did not work at the offices in New Jersey. Instead, he worked remotely from his home in California. At Absolute Entertainment, games were developed at Imagineering and published under the Absolute label. The main 5 programmers would brainstorm ideas and discuss how any technical hurdles could be avoided. The person that could jump that hurdle would be crowned product manager for that game. At Absolute, Crane worked on titles including Super Skateboardin' for the Atari 7800 and Bart Simpson's Escape from Camp Deadly for the Game Boy. His biggest game, however, would be a Nintendo Entertainment System project conceived in 1989. Crane wanted to make another Pitfall-style game, but this time making it a tool-using adventure. He'd played other adventure games in the past and hated menus breaking up the flow of the action. To jump this hurdle, Crane thought back to a cartoon from his childhood. The Herculoids was an animated fantasy series from Hanna-Barbera that aired from 1967 to 1969. A bizarre relic of 60s sci-fi, it starred a family of space warriors on a far-off planet fighting alongside their giant pets known as the Herculoids. There was Tundro the Tremendous, Zoc, Igu, and Gleep and Gloop. In the show, Gleep and Gloop could shapeshift into shields and vehicles, essentially working as a walking pair of toolboxes. Crane realized the potential there for a game, a blob that followed the character around like a dog. Instead of a boy and his dog, it's a boy and his blob, man's best alien friend. In a June 2010 interview with Retro Gamer magazine, Crane remarked, "It's probably apparent that I have always liked puns." A Boy and His Blob stars a nameless teenage boy and his alien blob friend, Blobbert. Blobbert's planet, Blobolonia, has been taken over by an evil emperor. It's up to him and the boy to leave Earth and save the day. To avoid obstacles, you can feed Blobbert different flavored jelly beans to morph him into tools. Licorice jelly beans turn him into a ladder, strawberry turns him into a bridge, vanilla turns him into an umbrella, and coconut turns him into, well, a coconut, and so on. After trekking through the city and Earth's caverns, the duo makes it to Blobolonia and defeats the evil emperor by feeding him vitamins found across the map. Licensed by Nintendo in the summer of 1989, A Boy and His Blob's development took place over an intense 6-week period. Nintendo was extremely strict with their deadlines, and this brief amount of time for Blob was by all accounts the most challenging schedule anyone at Absolute Entertainment had ever faced. Crane rented a flop house a block away from the offices and worked 16-hour days with no breaks. For the last 2 weeks of development, he worked 20-hour days, going back and forth to the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas to present demos with barely any sleep. At the very end of development, Absolute flew another programmer to a hotel across the street from Nintendo of America headquarters. The Absolute members in New Jersey sent him the final code via modem to burn onto EPROMs and hand-deliver them. This gave them 1 extra day of work versus FedEx shipping. The impossibly short deadline ruined any bigger plans Crane had for A Boy and His Blob. As Crane told Retro Gamer, "In my vision, A Boy and His Blob was going to be the first video game to be simultaneously released as a game, toy, and animated film. We went so far as to bring in the supervising producer of the first animated Transformers movie, Jay Bacall, to work on the film's development. But that was another casualty of the tight schedule. It would have been difficult to concentrate enough resources simultaneously on those 3 diverse development tasks. A Boy and His Blob would be released in late 1989, right before Christmas. The game was one of the most played titles within Nintendo of America and received an internal rating of 28 out of 40. Blob sold 250,000 units and received several positive reviews, front covers of magazines, a Parents' Choice Award, and a 1991 Game Boy sequel, The Rescue of Princess Blobette. The hard work David Crane, Gary Kitchen, and the rest of Absolute Entertainment put into their game paid off, and although the feature film plans fell through, the future of the series still seemed bright. However, Absolute Entertainment ceased operations in November 1995 and was liquidated under Chapter 7 bankruptcy. But this didn't stifle plans to reboot A Boy and His Blob in the following years. Most of their library was picked up by publisher Majesco, who re-released several games in the late 1990s for the Game Gear, Genesis, and SNES. David Crane and Gary Kitchen started a new company, Skyworks Technologies, which focused on producing websites and online brand-sponsored games, or advergames. They did work for dozens of Fortune 500 clients, including Ford, Buick, Toyota, BMW, Kraft, Pepsi, McDonald's, Smirnoff, and John Deere. Several ex-Absolute members were brought on board, as well as Alan Miller, Crane's old companion from Atari and Activision. It was very much a reunion for Crane, who by this point had been in the industry for over 25 years. In the early 2000s, Skyworks started developing games for the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS. The company had a good connection to Majesco through Gary Kitchen's brother, Dan, another Absolute founder who was currently Majesco's VP of Development, and Majesco published most of Skyworks' titles. In August of 2004, Majesco announced their first 3 games in collaboration with Skyworks: Texas Hold'em Poker, Monster Trucks, and F-18 Super Hornet. Before Majesco connected with Skyworks, Majesco had attempted to bring back A Boy and His Blob in-house. In 2001, they announced a Game Boy Advance reboot subtitled Jelly's Cosmic Adventure, which featured older, hipper versions of the Boy and Blobbert. Majesco's internal development team, Pipe Dream Interactive, would handle development, and the game was intended to release in December of 2002. Very little from Jelly's Cosmic Adventure remains aside from a few remnants on websites like IGN. No screenshots or gameplay footage is known to exist, and it's unknown how far the project even got. It's entirely possible that the game never even started. This is where our anonymous contributor X comes in. X joined production in between the cancellation of Jelly's Cosmic Adventure and the partnership with Skyworks. Majesco's staff got a heads up in late 2004 that Skyworks was going to develop a new entry for the Nintendo DS, simply called A Boy and His Blob. In this game, the nameless boy is now 16 years old, and still no one believes him about his old alien friend Blobbert. Before he can move on from the past, a spaceship crash lands in his city. It's Blobbert, and and he's come back to warn everyone about the evil emperor of Blobalonia, who is planning to enslave the human race. It's up to the boy and Blobbert to save the day. Everyone at Majesco was excited that Crane and Kitchen were supposedly leading the project. Crane was the special guest at their Christmas party that year, and he announced he'd be supervising development to keep it true to the spirit of the original. According to X, this was a lie. Crane had very little involvement in the project, and his name was mostly just for publicity. In a 2018 interview with the British website Retro Games Master, Crane said that he almost got involved in the revival, which could mean that he attempted to step in later on. In late February 2005, Majesco got the first proof of concept demo, and it was received very poorly. The levels were barren and lifeless, and the gigantic 3D character redesigns were seen as unappealing. Feedback was sent to Skyworks, and Majesco was assured things would improve. But according to X, they didn't. We had a meeting with the devs that summer, and at that point, we could see the writing on the wall. We probed if there is any way to improve the game and make it more game-like, but we're told something like, "It is what it is, and at this point, we can only polish it and add more levels." Most levels were just long, empty hallways with an occasional static enemy, which you had to punch with the boxing glove blob. Even with this little happening, the game constantly slowed down to a crawl. A very early 20% completed demo was shown off at E3 2005 and was met with most of the same complaints. IGN called the artwork stark and simple and said they wished the game had more life. Blobbert was an unappealing shade of green in the demo, and Skyworks changed the design after the show to look more like the NES original. Majesco internally referred to this redesign as a boy and his Coney Island whitefish. Changing Blobbert from green to white was seemingly the largest change Skyworks would make, and the game continued to be a slog. Majesco quietly canned the title in late 2005 over quality concerns. Following this disaster, Dan Kitchen lost his job as VP of Development in January 2006, and the company never collaborated with Skyworks again. That leads us to today, where we find ourselves with two prototype builds of a boy and his blob for Nintendo DS. The builds are 2 months apart, the latter being the final build Majesco ever received. Let's take a look at both surviving ROMs and see if they truly deserve to be called off. The first build is dated May 16th, 2005, 2 days before E3, and immediately drops the player into the first level. Unlike the NES original, which contains one massive map, the DS game is split into levels. The player is in the heart of the city and is equipped with 4 jelly beans: vanilla, licorice, and 2 new flavors, ketchup and kiwi. Ketchup can be placed anywhere to make Blobbert respawn, or catch up. Kiwi can be fed to Blobbert, turning him into a massive boxing glove that can kill enemies. In the NES game, there were no enemies. In the DS game, thugs, robbers, and blue aliens are lightly scattered all over the map and can be killed with the Kiwi jelly bean. And just as a reminder, the person you're playing as is a 16-year-old boy. The biggest problem with the first build is Blobbert. When the player uses the licorice jelly bean and climbs to the top of the ladder, he does not follow. You have to climb up the ladder, feed him the ketchup jelly bean, and then continue. This becomes a chore. Constantly feeding Blobbert ketchup jelly beans to revert him back to his original self slows things down considerably. You can't whistle at him because he'll spawn on the ground, rather than the platform. This is thankfully fixed in the second build. After collecting the kiwi jelly beans and getting past the enemy, you grab a treasure chest and are rewarded a sparkly hot pink completion message. You're then placed back at the start, repeating the level for all eternity. The first build is essentially a proof of concept and is only a taste of things to come. The second final build is dated July 21st and is much closer to the finished product. Up front, there's a title screen and a level select for 5 different worlds. Don't be fooled though. The levels end after World 2, with everything past that leading to a black screen. Although there's 20 different jelly beans on the bottom screen, only 5 are usable: vanilla, licorice, ketchup, strawberry, and replacing kiwi, fruit punch. Even for prototypes, both builds are incredibly limited. Big modern cities and schools are empty and consist of seemingly endless straight paths. The puzzles are rare and simplistic. The hardest thing you'll do is climb up a ladder and descend with an umbrella. The seldom seen enemies just stand there menacingly. It's never not apparent that this is a very unfinished product. A Boy and His Blob for Nintendo DS brings nothing new to the table. hardly expanding upon the NES game from 15 years ago. A good revival adds new elements while still retaining the best parts of the original. This does neither. It adds nothing new, and the large challenging puzzles of the NES game are replaced with walking down hallways and occasionally climbing up a ladder. With Skyworks and Dan Kitchen no longer working with Majesco, the Blob franchise seemed dead. However, a few years later, things changed. The company WayForward and its director Sean Velasco were fans of the NES game and felt the series had plenty of potential. Already having a good relationship with Majesco, the studio pitched their own revival that focused on the boy and Blobbert's friendship and used soft, 2D hand-drawn animation. Majesco loved the pitch and greenlit the production for a new A Boy and His Blob for the Nintendo Wii. The game would release in October of 2009 and was met with very positive reviews. Many critics praised the compelling gameplay and its faithfulness to Crane's original game. It's since been ported to Windows, Xbox One, PS4, and Nintendo Switch. Skyworks Technologies changed its name to Skyworks Interactive in 2008, self-publishing arcade games for iOS devices and Nintendo DSi. David Crane and Gary Kitchen left the company in 2009. In 2021, the duo started Audacity Games, a publisher focused on developing new games for the Atari VCS, a console neither had made a game for since the early 80s. Their first game, Circus Convoy, was released in March 2021. Crane and Kitchen have both seen long, prosperous lives in the game industry. A Boy and His Blob for Nintendo DS was a small bump in their otherwise smooth careers. A link to both ROMs and Gaming Alexandria's write-up can be found in the description below if you want to try this game out for yourself.
Cell Damage was a vehicular combat game created by Pseudo Interactive and published by Electronic Arts. It first released on the Xbox in late 2001 before hitting the Nintendo GameCube in May of the following year, and later being updated for the PS2 under the title Cell Damage Overdrive. The game had its detractors, being subject to mixed reviews from critics, but over time developed a modest fan following, enough to warrant an HD re-release years later. Although the game would attain some success in the long term, there was once a time when Pseudo Interactive's plans for Cell Damage were much greater. This included a sequel. The company only officially acknowledged this project once, during a post-mortem article written for Gama Sutra in 2002 by their CEO, David Wu. He mentioned that Cell Damage 2 would be one of their next projects in development and would launch in late 2003. I contacted Wu and a number of his former colleagues from Pseudo to bring to light why this never came true. Preparatory work towards Cell Damage 2 commenced in around the second quarter of 2002. This was after the first game had already arrived on Xbox and around the time of its launch on GameCube. It was to some extent a time of self-reflection for Pseudo Interactive as they looked back on its development, hence David Wu's post-mortem article. They were evaluating the finished product, picking it apart to decide what they believed worked and where there was room for improvement. This manner of self-examination is emblematic of the Cell Damage 2 project as a whole. It was the team's attempt to right the wrongs of the first game, polishing and building upon the pre-established formula to the best of their ability. They paid attention to its critical reception and feedback sourced from fans to hone in on what needed to change. The opening of their main pitch documents to publishers serves as evidence of this. Aspects that customers felt didn't work will be improved. One of their first concerns was the matter of accessibility. For a start, it was going to aim for a simultaneous launch on all major consoles at the time, Xbox, GameCube, and PS2. Cell Damage 2 would have focused on welcoming newcomers to the series and being less intimidating in general. They planned on adding training missions and mini-games to give players a safe environment in which they could learn the game mechanics. The entry-level difficulty was planned to be made easier, although they still wanted to maintain the much more challenging settings for more adept players. Pseudo was also working to reduce one-hit kills and random deaths, two fairly prominent aspects of the first game that was subject to criticism. They wanted to allow players more time to plan and react, hopefully making battles fairer and more satisfying. In order to do this, they were introducing a health bar along with dynamically rendered damage effects for vehicles. Your vehicle's health was able to slowly regenerate over time too. This wouldn't have cut one-hit kills out of the equation completely, however. They would have just been reserved for the most powerful weapons. They were attempting to inject more depth and strategy into the mechanics through a few big additions like this. For the first time, players players were able to exit their vehicles and proceed on foot. Generally, you wouldn't have been encouraged to do this as it would leave you vulnerable, but occasionally it might have been worth venturing out to, for instance, reach an area inaccessible of vehicles. Now when a player's vehicle was destroyed, they wouldn't simply respawn right away in another one. Instead, they would land on the ground and would either have to survive until another became available and dropped in, or hijack someone else's. They were also adding alternative firing modes, as they referred to them, to the majority of weapons. This meant they could be used in a couple of different ways as opposed to just one. Additionally, there were brand new weapon pickups, including a cloaking device and a lightning gun. There were some reasonably substantial shakeups to the core gameplay, but at the same time, they were hoping to simply make the sequel bigger, packed with more content than the first game. This meant levels were now more expansive and larger in number. They drew concepts for a few different settings over the course of development, including a post-apocalyptic sci-fi world and the inside of a volcanic cavern, to name a couple. Only one was used for the prototype build they made to pitch the game to publishers, a prehistoric landmass named Dinosaur Island. It featured a fully drivable underwater section complete with robot sharks. The character roster in Cell Damage 2 was, like everything else, receiving a bit of a shake-up. In the way of returning characters, there was Cinder, Violet, Dominique, and Foulmouth. Two of the boss characters from the original were being brought back too, and unlike before, they would have been unlocked from the start. These were Count Earl and Whack Angus. They would have been joined by 4 brand new bosses, images of which Pseudo Interactive's former heads were glad to dig up for the purposes of this video. Unfortunately, the names of these characters have become lost to time. The names that were proposed have been completely forgotten by those that worked on it and weren't preserved in any of the recovered documents. Representing the Dinosaur Islands theme was a caveman character wielding a bone club. There was a new robot character, an Egyptian princess, and a sheep king. All 3 modes from the original Cell Damage, Gate Relay, Flag Rally, and Smack Attack were planned to return, and this time with team variants. For example, the mode they were testing was Team Smack Attack. Players would assemble a group of 4 contestants of their choice and compete against a rival team, with a shared pool of hits being counted up. We will never know how it might have turned out had it ever been made, but its early design documents offer us insight into a project that was meant to be larger in scope and heavier on ambition. It was being realised during a place in time when Pseudo Interactive had confidence in Cell Damage to become something grander, a series and a potentially valuable IP. Their partners, however, didn't view it in the same light. As the publisher of the first game, it was Electronic Arts who they first approached to help them bring the sequel to life. EA met with them, saw their prototype, and came to the conclusion that they would not be investing in it for an assortment of different reasons. One of their main issues was related to sales data. At the time it was being pitched, they had yet to port the first game to PS2. Meanwhile, its performance on the 2 platforms it was available on was slow, failing to meet EA's targets. They also had reservations about the very nature of the game and its marketability. Despite efforts to switch up the visual style a bit, its cartoonish look made it a hard sell for some. According to David Wu, a cartoon-style title without a well-established property behind it from the likes of Disney or DreamWorks was a tough pill to swallow for publishers at the time. Then there was the matter of placement. As a game in the car combat subgenre, it was feared that its appeal might not extend beyond a fairly niche audience. It wasn't quite a racing game, and it wasn't quite a shooter. It existed in a midpoint viewed by some executives as too awkward and difficult for the mass market to pick up and play. Pseudo was very clearly outlining its endeavours to make Cell Damage more accessible, but Electronic Arts couldn't be swayed, and they weren't the only ones. Due to the open conditions of their partnership with EA, Pseudo Interactive was able to maintain full ownership of the Cell Damage IP, meaning they could now sell the sequel to a new publisher. After an unsuccessful first proposal, they began to pitch the project to a number of other companies, including Sega, Ubisoft, Midway, and others. Ultimately, for the same reasons as Electronic Arts, Cell Damage 2 was deemed unlikely to be a viable investment by these other publishers. Eventually, Cell Damage was able to sell through the entirety of its stock over the remainder of the generation after its release on PS2. Still, this wasn't enough for the developers to revive its sequel. Without the resources to finance it themselves, Pseudo Interactive killed the project for good in 2002 and moved on to other ventures. Heist was a side-scrolling stealth action game worked on by independent studio Trapdoor Inc. in 2012. It was planned to potentially be released digitally via Xbox Live Arcade, PlayStation Network, and PC. Trapdoor was a small Canadian company founded in 2008, which included a handful of industry veterans, formerly of larger development houses such as Ubisoft Montreal and Gameloft. Its founder, Ken Schachter, started the business to make his own projects outside of the existing video game publishing system, according to a former employee. Its mission statement was to independently produce digital games with AAA production values. Established in early 2011, Heist was one of the first and only projects that the studio was ever able to work on. It entered development almost immediately after its other major project did, another stealth action game named Warp. Little of Heist's plot was ever figured out during its relatively short lifespan, but it is known to have revolved around a thief who was equipped with an array of high-tech burglary tools. Controlling him, players would sneakily infiltrate various high-security buildings to steal valuable items of interest before escaping as quickly as possible. The gameplay would have focused on utilizing the various futuristic gadgetry at your disposal, including gravity-defying shoes that would allow you to stick to surfaces and walk on ceilings. Stealth was a requirement, meaning players would need to either neutralize guards with combat or zip by undetected. After several months of preliminary pre-production, Trapdoor had put together a small proof-of-concept prototype to put their ideas into practice. It was developed in a very short period of time using a multitude of assets from Warp in order to cut costs. Lasting just over a minute, the demo was fully playable and ran in Unreal Engine 3. A former artist revealed to me that Heist's art was designed initially to be slick, inspired by classic James Bond films. The earliest form of the protagonist, as he appeared in this early build, was a well-dressed white male in a scarf and sunglasses. Once the first prototype was finished, however, the art direction continued to evolve as the team attempted to make it more unique. Thierry Doizen, who was an artist on the game, told me that the main character was changed to a young mixed race man of South American descent. Thierry explained, "When you are a small studio, you need to create original material and interesting visuals to get away from the more common AAA realistic titles. Not only should the gameplay be more creative, but the graphics as well." In addition to our hero were side characters, including his father and a short-haired love interest, both of which were also experienced burglars. The latter of the two, according to Doizen, was planned to be the game's second playable character. Elaborating on his ideas, he said, "I wanted to do something different for the hero's love interest, to move on from the traditional sexist and stereotype representation and the female tropes in the game industry. She was supposed to be a thief too, probably better stroke more fun than him. However, I didn't have enough time to spend on research. Such a shame, she was my favourite character." After around 6 months of exploration, Heist came to a premature end. Despite being pleased with the results the project was producing, Trapdoor soon came to realise that they would not be able to proceed with full production due to simply how expensive it would have been. Trapdoor had begun to interpret that the digital game market on consoles was weakening, meaning for them the level of risk was too high. This assessment later rang true. When Warp was released in early 2012, it didn't perform as well as they had hoped, despite positive reviews and a co-publishing deal with Electronic Arts. Aside from the acclaimed Fez, which Trapdoor was able to rescue from cancellation with its own financial aid, Warp was the only game it was ever able to co-publish. Other small projects were attempted as 2012 went on, but on December 16th, the company quietly shut down, all of its staff laid off. The economic conditions surrounding the development of digital games for consoles had become too harsh for them to overcome. Seeing huge success in the mid-2000s, Activision's Guitar Hero ballooned into a music rhythm juggernaut. It didn't take long before a myriad of spin-offs were in production, branching out from the premise of the original series. Soon came alternative takes like the portable Guitar Hero on Tour, DJ Hero, Band Hero, and all of their respective follow-ups. By 2010, the Hero mega franchise was set to expand even further, with other new undertakings like the ultimately unreleased Sing Hero in the works. Around this time, freestyle Freestyle Games was gearing up to develop the third major installment of DJ Hero. The team behind it was seeking to find new ways to innovate upon the formula and keep it fresh the third time around. The previous game, DJ Hero 2, is known to have derived some of its ideas from a rejected spin-off pitch by Zoe Mode named After Party, so this was to be Freestyle's first attempt at drafting a sequel completely from scratch. As they were working on DJ Hero 3, their general concept for the title was in a state of flux. Their owners, Activision, were struggling to determine the direction it should take. Many of the ideas proposed were shot down, causing it to evolve constantly mid-development. Eventually, about a year before it was due to be delivered in 2011, Freestyle started developing a new proposal for the publisher that was tailored to appease them. It was apparently heavy on buzzwords and trying to capitalize on popular trends at the time like Facebook games. What Freestyle wanted to do, however, extended well beyond the next DJ Hero and even their company. They mapped out a pitch for a side project with a deep connection to not only DJ Hero 3, but also potentially every other future title under Activision's Hero umbrella. They proposed a platform accessible via web browsers that would be intrinsically linked to any future releases. At a time when the Hero series was splintering off more and more, this online extension for players of the games would in theory bridge the gap between them all. This ambitious task wasn't suitable for Freestyle itself though. They weren't really in a position to develop it due to their ongoing obligations to DJ Hero and lack of experience with constructing something of this nature. The job instead went to Virtual Fairground, a Dutch development house in Amsterdam. The company was known for creating Club Galactic, an MMO based around the French animated TV show Galactic Football. This new project would use the same engine, which they built internally called The Ride. Their technology was the main reason why Virtual Fairground, which was relatively unheard of, was able to score such a big contract. For browser-based games, The Ride was years ahead of a lot of its competition. It could render advanced 3D effects without compromising performance even on weaker computers. They'd also made a system that would automatically purchase extra servers during peak times and shut them off when they weren't in use, making their software efficient and cost-effective to run. Virtual Fairground's initial proposal for Freestyle came together over several months towards the end of 2010. It involved two interlinked services, a browser-based MMO game with RPG elements named Hero World, and a Facebook application to accompany it. The premise of the MMO, in its earliest forms, envisioned an online virtual world with interaction firstly with the next DJ Hero. Players would import their character from the Hero titles or make one from scratch and begin their journey towards musical stardom. It was set to have an adventure game style narrative in which the player is thrust into the duty of managing their own club. According to their plans, each feature game, including the MMO, the Facebook app, and those for consoles, would utilize a universal in-game currency. In the MMO game, players would build up their own venue and then hire players from the console games to perform live shows there over the internet. The aim would be to attract as many NPCs as possible to your club, which would increase your in-game revenue. Console players would be incentivized to take part at these live events, as they would receive large payouts of in-game credits upon completion. These credits could then be used to either enhance their Hero World venues or purchase items in the console games like new clothing, decks, guitars, and songs. Quite significantly, Virtual Fairground and Freestyle wanted this online option to be entirely cross-platform compatible, removing the barriers between the different consoles hooked up to it. Whether you owned a Nintendo system, PlayStation, or Xbox, each would be able to play together through the MMO. A former developer I spoke to from the project likened the link between Hero World and the console games to the relationship between EVE Online and its companion shooter Dust 514. The console titles like DJ Hero and Guitar Hero were those in the trenches right in the heat of the action, while Hero World would be the universe built around that with elements of economy management that underpinned the whole experience. In Hero World itself, there was however planned to be much more content available aside from its link to the console releases, allowing it to function as a standalone experience. The end goal in the game was to take over as much of the overworld as possible. The more income your venue brought in, the more you could expand and grow your very own musical empire. There were certain obstacles to overcome along the way, primarily an NPC faction that opposed you. To compete with this enemy, players would engage them in a dance-off. This functioned through a turn-based battle system in which you would have to string together dance combos and special abilities to defeat them. Executing attacks required you to carefully time your moves, not dissimilar to the Paper Mario series for example. You would have been able to dance off against other players as well in competitive matches of 1v1 or teams of 3-on-3 in a fight for more territory. It's important to note that the project was being picked pictured as being more than a straightforward MMO, but as a whole new platform for music enthusiasts. Users would have been able to publish their own original songs through the service, and they'd gain in-game credits for doing so. The Facebook app planned to complement the MMO, on the other hand, was essentially proposed as a festival management game. This was similar to the venue options in Hero World, but more heavy on managing an in-game economy. You would construct your own stage, deciding on the layout, as well as the shops, stands, and other details surrounding it. Then you'd select your own acts, which you could do again by hiring people from the console games. Dependent upon their performance, more fans would be attracted to your festival, grossing more revenue that would enable you to organize larger festivals in the future and purchase more valuable items. Exclusive player items from both the Facebook game and Hero World would have been compatible with all other Hero games in the future using a universal avatar system. Ultimately, however, the Facebook game never entered prototyping. Virtual Fairground had been focused on developing a playable build of Hero World, so it never moved beyond the form of design documents. The company's earliest pitches to Activision were a success, and they entered a contract to deliver it for a launch in late 2011, around the time of the new DJ Hero. Work on the game moved along fairly quickly. Soon the team had built an overworld with various areas for the user to explore on foot, and a work-in-progress form of the aforementioned battle system. The in-game art closely mimicked the style of the existing games, using a combination of 2D art renders for backgrounds and 3D models for characters. The initial appearance of the game used a slightly cel-shaded look with black outlines around characters, but this was later dropped as time went on. By the end, extensive features for personalizing both venues and characters were in place. Venues especially included a fairly deep level of customization. Everything from the floor to the ceiling could be decked out with new lighting equipment, furniture, plants, and other decorations. You could also decide upon the music playing inside too, and unlock more songs by completing quests. The game was set to be completely free to use, although it did include a small corner of microtransactions that were designed not to imbalance the in-game economy or cheapen the overall experience. Using real money, players could buy additional cosmetic enhancements for their club, but none of those would give you any actual advantage in gameplay. As opposed to charging for a subscription or using a freemium model, Hero World would have generated revenue for the developers mainly through sponsorship deals. A designer who worked on the project illustrated how this might have worked by using Club Galactic as an example. With that game, real football teams sponsored the developer to include special items featuring their branding, which were available for a limited time during special events. For Hero World, this could have therefore potentially led to bands and music labels advertising in-game using unique item giveaways like this. Development on Hero World lasted around 5 months, between fall 2010 to the start of 2011, when troubling news arrived from Activision. Every last Hero project currently in the works was to be discontinued. This was primarily down to an alarming decline in sales that the games were experiencing, which many have since attributed to an oversaturation of releases. Between the start of 2009 to the end of 2010, over 10 new installments were launched, including an inundation of spin-offs like Guitar Hero Metallica and Smash Hits, as well as mobile versions. Another major factor that caused this unprecedented breakdown was severe development issues encountered during some of their ongoing projects behind the scenes. Guitar Hero 7 was the main victim of these difficulties. Problems with the game are said to have included a faulty prototype controller known as the Live Guitar, and a critical mismanagement of the budget. DJ Hero 3 was far behind schedule too. All told, the once mighty mega franchise was burning away millions, and the publisher couldn't afford to let it go on. The subsequent death of Hero World hit Virtual Fairground hard. The developers had been expecting to receive payment for the contract once the game was finished and ready to go live. Once the deal was scrapped, Activision paid them only a partial amount for their work since it was never finished. This dealt a huge blow to the company, but they remained optimistic that the previous months wouldn't be a complete loss. They now plan to repurpose Hero World and sell the technology behind it to another party. First, they tried to adapt it into a music publishing platform called Music. This was pitched to an entertainment group in Las Vegas called E320. Eventually, it was turned down, and Virtual Fairground attempted again to reuse the assets for another purpose to recoup their losses. Next, they took the base of the MMO and made a demo for a virtual casino. This was intended to be an online multiplayer gambling experience using real money. The developers submitted this early prototype to the National Indian Gaming Association with the hopes of receiving funding for a full project. Yet again, these hopes were soon dashed when the organization wasn't interested in moving forward with it. Regardless of its potential to live on retrofitted as something else, Hero World's journey was now over. What could have transformed the landscape shape of Guitar Hero, DJ Hero, and others would now do nothing more than fade into obscurity. Unable to sell it off, Virtual Fairground had to stop all work related to it. To make matters worse, the company was about to lose its main source of income. In the time since they had purchased the license to use Galactic Football for their MMO, a new party had privately acquired the IP from its original owners. The new rights holders demanded more money for their use of the property. Virtual Fairgrounds management refused this request, and a lawsuit broke out. In light of these circumstances, the studio was now forced to close Club Galactic down. This incident, along with another failed project, caused Virtual Fairground to go bankrupt in mid-2011, just 4 months on from the cancellation of Hero World. Factor 5 was a developer that found success in the early 2000s through their partnership with LucasArts. While their original studio in Cologne, Germany rose to prominence through the creation of its own property, Turrican, the company later found a less risky and more profitable way to produce games in their use of the Star Wars license. After their operations moved over to California in 1996, the Star Wars Rogue Squadron series was born, and their partnership with LucasArts started to bear fruit. After the last Rogue Squadron game in 2003, they continued to seek out other opportunities to use pre-established IPs for future projects. Between late 2003 and well into 2004, the studio went through a string of unsuccessful attempts to kickstart new games using this approach. The studio's relationship with LucasArts took a slight step backwards when what was supposed to be their next big project, an Xbox collection of the Rogue Squadron series, was canned by their new president, Jim Ward. For Factor 5, this was obviously unfortunate, but they had no shortage of offers from other publishers that could help them recover. The two biggest of these were Nintendo and Sony. This was because both of them were now gearing up to get games into development for their next home consoles, the Nintendo Revolution and PlayStation 3 respectively. By this point, the developers had spent several years working with Star Wars, so they decided it would be creatively beneficial to try something new and go after a different property for a change. As Factor 5 often did, they wanted their next game to take advantage of the experience they had gained from doing Rogue Squadron. Ergo, it would need to have flight combat at its heart. The team arrived at the conclusion that a natural evolution upon the formula, which would also inject some variety into their portfolio, would be a title centered around dragons. They wanted a flight combat game in which the dragons were ridden by humans in order to make the action and the narrative more relatable to players. It was at this juncture that Factor 5 realized that the Dungeons & Dragons license could be a good fit for what they had in mind. In particular, they wanted to use the universe of Dragonlance. The rich mythos of Dragonlance, which was created originally by Laura and Tracy Hickman, tells of a world dominated by dragons. It was first established in the mid-1980s through a series of Dungeons & Dragons branded novels. Factor 5 was hoping to make a game entrenched in the Dragonlance lore, and met with the rights holders to see if it would be possible. The license holders, Wizards of the Coast, were open to the idea on the condition that they would pay a large fee to use the property. It was now up to Factor 5 to sell publishers on the idea. The two that had been anxiously awaiting their next project, Sony and Nintendo, were each given the chance to fund the game. The developers offered them it as a potential exclusive for their next platforms, having enjoyed the benefits of focusing solely on GameCube with the Star Wars titles. However, both Nintendo and Sony declined the offer. Each of them were interested in both the project and the company behind it, but the cost of the license was seen as being far too expensive. With no other publishers willing to cover the costs, their next-gen Dragonlance flight game didn't come to pass. It would never move beyond the earliest of pitch documents. This didn't cause the developers to let go of their idea of doing a dragon-centric game entirely though. It was with some slight reluctance that they chose to make it into a new IP, becoming Lair. Again, both Sony and Nintendo found themselves competing to secure it for their new consoles. There were a few different elements factoring into them deciding which to go with, chief among which were tech specs. Factor 5 quite simply wanted to work with the most powerful console they could, the one in which they saw the most potential for breaking new ground from a technical perspective. Fortunately for them, they were so close with the two industry giants that they were granted intimate access to the details of early prototypes for their new systems. According to Julian Egbrecht, Factor 5 Inc.'s former president, the earlier specifications of Nintendo's Revolution were comparable to that of an Xbox 360. However, Sony in his eyes was outdoing them from a technological standpoint with the PS3's cell processor. Nintendo began to change direction with the Revolution around this time, doubling down on their new controller as its core selling point and opting for less powerful hardware to cut costs. The people of Factor 5 who had previously pushed for Nintendo doing a more powerful console with the GameCube were left somewhat baffled by the decision. This led them towards finally choosing Sony as their new partner. Another big motivation for them doing this was that Sony offered them an enticing multi-game contract. The developers had begun wanting to explore more original ideas, and the deal would allow them to do just that. In addition to Lair, they were signing on to produce a few other new IPs for Sony systems, including 2 digital projects for PSN. None of these were ever finished. An ex-employee of Factor 5 informed me that their general concept for the Dragonlance game, described in its pitch, was largely identical to what Lair would become, minus Lair's heavy reliance upon motion controls. Another former worker shared that it was essentially the same game without the convoluted narrative of Lair. In its early days, Lair flirted with a few more of the fantasy tropes seen in the Dragonlance universe than the final game itself did, such as the presence of gods overlooking the world. One idea they had depicted a being known as the Mother God. This would have been an omnipotent creature that the player could visit and interact with, which would have altered its appearance and personality based upon happenings in the world. She had 2 forms, one benevolent and merciful, the other a violent bringer of death. This concept was ultimately abandoned in pre-production. Lair would remain a Sony console exclusive as per their agreement, although the engine which powered it was eventually ported to the Wii. Factor 5 used this to develop all of their games for the system, but none of them would ever be released. Animal Wars was a tactical RPG in development at Factor 5 Inc. in partnership with Sony Computer Entertainment. It was originally slated for release on PlayStation 3 following the completion of Lair. The game came about as the result of a multi-game contract Factor 5 signed with Sony in 2004, which locked them in to produce several titles exclusively for PlayStation platforms. Lair was the first and only game to ultimately see a release through this deal, as behind-the-scenes relations between the two companies declined. Work on Animal Wars began in 2004 in conjunction with Lair, but whereas Lair exhausted a great deal of Factor 5's resources from beginning to end, Animal Wars was comparatively a much smaller project. For the 2 years it existed in the background, it was work done by no more than 4 people, a lone programmer, 2 designers, and 1 dedicated artist. Animal Wars took place in an alternative universe inspired by the events of the First World War, with each faction consisting of various anthropomorphized animals. Real-world historical figures such as Archduke Franz Ferdinand were parodied, in this case becoming Archduke Ferdinand, whose assassination at the hand of a terrorist organization of cats known as the Black Paw forms the catalyst for the Great War ahead. The campaign would have focused on a dog soldier in an aviator uniform, although other playable characters were being explored. For instance, one stealth mission considered earlier on would have flipped the scale of battle on its head and saw the player taking up the role of a mouse. From this perspective, regular soldiers would appear as humongous titans on the battlefield. This particular stage idea, however, never got as far as being prototyped. One of our sources likened its gameplay, of which very little was completed, to Valkyrie Chronicles. It was meant to be a strategy RPG with a turn-based battle system and a unique oil-painted art style, which one former developer said was like Valiant Hearts in 3D. Its concept of anthropomorphic warfare was deceptively innocent. Certain sketches produced for the game depicted a number of particularly violent scenes, including a dog soldier standing over a freshly decapitated pig. Its artistic direction leaned dark in this respect, though it had yet to be determined exactly how explicit the final product was going to be. In what was said to have been a big contributing factor to Sony being willing to fund it in the first place, the title was leveraging the work Factor 5's people had done previously on the Star Wars Rogue Squadron games. The publisher was keen to capitalise on the experience they had gathered from that series with its blend of ground and air vehicular combat. As explained by one of our sources, a central part of its overall premise was that each vehicle would have in some form built-in special attributes associated with different animals into their design and functionality. For example, cat tanks were able to right themselves regardless of how recklessly they were driven, like a cat landing on its feet. The game's development was intimate, involving few people, but this did nothing to limit its ambition. The action was planned to take place over a set of huge maps, similar in scale to the in-game worlds of Lair. Enthusiasm held for Animal Wars internally was in no short supply, even if it was a small project. The former employees of the studio we spoke to during our research expressed considerable regret over its eventual cancellation. One source went on record as saying, "I was more excited about Animal Wars than Lair because it was a smaller team and upper management left it alone." Upper management interference greatly contributed to Lair's failure. In the end, no amount of excitement among the developers could prevent it from being discontinued. Animal Wars was worked on for 2 years in the background of other projects. This included not only Lair, but also an attempt at rebooting Turrican in 3D under the codename of Project Cyclo. Originally, the contract agreed upon by Factor 5 and Sony specified that Lair would be completed in time for the launch window of the PS3, but this was one promise the developer was not able to deliver on. Lair's development was troubled to say the least, encountering numerous hurdles along the way. Apart from the higher-ups demanding the 6-axis motion sensing tech be utilized, the team simply struggled with the console's then perplexing development environment. Factor 5 was already a company of limited resources, but Lair's problematic life cycle led to multiple staff departures mid-development, leaving them unable to fulfill their end of the deal. The company therefore had to convey to Sony that they would not be able to produce Lair on schedule, and requested it be delayed into 2007. Their response was to cut off Animal Wars plus any other projects ongoing and redistribute their funding into Lair. Factor 5 was incapable of self-financing it, meaning it had to be cancelled. At the time it was shelved, Animal Wars had reached an early playable state. A working vertical slice prototype build was well underway, which included a biplane in a massive open landscape for players to fly over. Animal Wars was never officially announced, nor did it ever leave pre-production.
Did you know the character Sister Sonic was gonna be, and we're quoting here, a flirtatious and sexy bounty hunter? In today's video, we're gonna separate fact from fiction with some new discoveries about the cancelled Sister Sonic RPG. We'll show new footage and behind-the-scenes info for Sonic Day, and finally reveal the plot of Sonic Chronicles 2. Fans have been wanting to hear it for 15 years, and we got it for them. Let's go through these cancelled games chronologically, starting with Sister Sonic. Back in 1991, Japanese studio Nihon Falcom released a game called Popful Mail for the PC-88 home computer. It was a side-scrolling action RPG starring a female bounty hunter named Mail. A few years later, rumors spread that Sega wanted to localize a Sega CD version of the game for America and replace Mail with Sonic's long-lost sister. They basically did the same thing with Puyo Puyo back then too. Sega was worried foreigners wouldn't buy it, so they rebranded it as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, just like how Nintendo turned Doki Doki Panic into Super Mario 2. Or at least that's how the story goes, but not a single screenshot has ever been seen. If you go looking for sources that Sister Sonic ever existed, the only citations are Electronic Gaming Monthly. More specifically, just a couple sentences in the magazine's gossip section, later called the Rumor Mill. The rumor was that Sister Sonic would be at an upcoming toy fair, but that never happened. In fact, it was never shown anywhere at all. EGM's gossip was unsighted, with no reference to press releases, dev quotes, or even anonymous sources. So we had to wonder, was Sister Sonic ever a real thing? Or just a rumor masquerading as fact for 30 years? We've exposed fake cancelled games in the past, and this looked like it was going to be another one. So we went looking through old Japanese magazines, and eventually we were able to find primary sources proving Sister Sonic did exist, but the rumors were only half true. In the November 1992 issue of Japanese magazine Beep Mega Drive, the director of Sega Falcom sits down for an interview and announces 5 games currently in development. One of them was Sister Sonic, which he says is further in development than any of their other games. And it's not just a reskin like Mean Bean Machine. Sister Sonic's gonna be a full-on remake, but she's not actually Sonic's sister. We're gonna quote him at length here. Keep in mind, Popful Mail was originally developed by Nihon Falcom, and Sega Falcom was a joint venture to bring Nihon's PC games to Sega consoles. Director Yano says, Sega Falcom does more than just port Nihon Falcom titles, but reinterprets Nihon Falcom hit series in its own Sega Falcom way. You could say we're cooking them up in a completely different form. I want to emphasize that Nihon's titles exhibit a different thought process and perspective on games. Among them is Sister Sonic, a remake of Popful Mail. This doesn't mean she's Sonic's actual sister, more like a female relative of the Sonic family. The reason for creating this new character and remaking Popful Mail is that it makes more sense for us to use Sonic, who's already popular all around the world. Sister Sonic is the game of our first 5 releases that we've made the most progress on so far. Further down the page it says, Sister Sonic is an action RPG based on Popful Mail, starring the first female Sonic character, Sister Sonic, as the main character. The protagonist being a bounty hunter hasn't changed, but Sister Sonic isn't a cute character like Mail. She's a more mature girl. Expect her to have a flirtatious and sexy charm. Of course, the story's been rewritten to fit the new characters. It has more action than the original, paired with the crisp animation and sound only possible on a CD-ROM. It'll release in Japan and overseas at nearly the same time with Japanese subtitles. So let's clear up some misinformation. We're specifically debunking Wikipedia here, but pretty much all the English language coverage of Sister Sonic makes the same claims because they all pull from EGM's gossip. So first of all, Sister Sonic wasn't an American localization of Popful Mail. It was a remake releasing worldwide, including Japan. Second, like we said, Sister Sonic wasn't Sonic's sister. She was a sexy relative. And third, Sega wasn't trying to pass the game off as an original work. They were always upfront that it was building on top of Popful Mail's foundation. Actually, if they had tried to pass it off as an original game, it probably wouldn't have gotten cancelled. We bought this book from Japan. It says when Popful Mail fans heard their favorite game was getting transformed into Sonic, they started a mail-in campaign asking Sega to faithfully port Popful Mail to Sega CD. A vehement protest from fans, it says. They must have sent a ton of letters because Sega rolled over and did exactly that. Popful Mail for Sega CD released in Japan in 1994, and in America a year later. Even without Sonic, though, it was still a remake. Just look at the PC-88 original compared to the Sega CD version. It's virtually unrecognizable. Now that's all cleared up, you're probably wondering, would Sister Sonic have been any good? Probably yes, actually. US reviewers scored the Popful Mail remake at about 8 out of 10, and these days it pops up on a lot of Sega CD top 10 lists. It's kind of a cult classic and pretty pricey if you want to get a legit copy. In the 90s, it was praised for its visuals, cutscenes, music, which you're hearing now, and the voice acting was impressive for its time.
Most impressive, I must admit. Who are you?
I'm Mail, Popful Mail. Right now I'm after a dangerous magician called Muttonhead. There's a big reward for him.
Presumably, Sister Sonic would have gotten a similar reception, but you know, even better because it's Sonic. And it probably would have taken Sonic fans another decade to get an internet connection and find out it was originally some other game. Sister Sonic could have been an interesting chapter in the canon, and the franchise's first RPG. But we'll never find out, because die-hard Mail fans got it cancelled. After Sister Sonic got scrapped, there's only ever been one RPG in Sonic's 30-year history. But there might have been a whole series of them if it wasn't for one man. Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood was a Nintendo DS game developed by BioWare, the same studio who made Knights of the Old Republic and Mass Effect. Chronicles ended on a cliffhanger. Sonic says we'll find out what happens in the next episode. Tails promises another game, and the last thing you see is the end, ? BioWare said they already had a precise idea what would happen in the sequel, but unfortunately it never got made. For the past 15 years, Sonic fans have been wondering how the story would have continued, so we talked to lead designer Miles Holmes to get some answers. And for some context, let's sum up the first game for folks who didn't play it or don't remember. Don't worry, we'll make it quick. So, thousands of years ago, there were two warring echidna kingdoms, the Knuckles clan and the Nocturnus clan. They were bitter rivals fighting over territory and Chaos Emeralds, but fast forward to today and they're all extinct, except for one last echidna called Knuckles. As the last of his bloodline, he spends his days in solitude guarding the Master Emerald. At the start of Chronicles 1, Knuckles gets kidnapped by some unknown warriors. After rescuing him, Sonic and friends find out those warriors were part of the Nocturnus tribe. One of them's a female called Shade. Seeing these ancient echidnas blows Knuckles' mind, cause he thought he was the last surviving echidna, but apparently no. The rest of the Nocturnus have been imprisoned in another dimension called the Twilight Cage for thousands of years. The mysterious god Argus locked them in there, and trapped a bunch of alien races from other planets in there too, though no one knows why. Shade's squad came to Earth to steal the Master Emerald and use its power to free the rest of her tribe. But later it turns out the Nocturnus' chief, a guy named Ix, has a secret evil plan. After the whole tribe's freed and back on Earth, Ix is gonna wage war to conquer the planet. This comes as a shock to Shade, who wants no part in a war of aggression, so she joins up with Team Sonic. Ix takes the Master Emerald and warps back to the Twilight Cage. Our heroes chase after him, yada yada yada, Super Sonic defeats Ix, and the rest of the Nocturnus are left to rot in the Twilight Cage. With their mission complete, Team Sonic heads home. but realized time had been flowing slower in the Twilight Dimension while they were gone. It felt like a few hours to them, but several years passed back on Earth, and Eggman's taken over the world since no one was there to stop him. And the game ends there, on a cliffhanger. And here's how it would have continued, straight from Sonic Chronicles lead designer Miles Holmes.
Picking it up from the cliffhanger, they come back and it's now Eggman's world, right? So that's a little bit the Back to the Future 2 kind of vibe. We talked about like Skynet in Terminator 2. You know, when you get to see the future, when you get to see what Kyle Reese is from, it's like, but it's all Eggman stuff, you know? So in this case, it's Eggman is basically unchecked by Sonic, has been able to do what he's always wanted to do, right? Take over and remake the world in his image. So a lot of the population has been rounded up and they're prisoners or they're slaves or whatever. And you've got machines. Eggman's machines are, you know, this very dystopic kind of Terminator future. So part of that would have been the fun of being able to go to, you know, famous world landmarks and seeing them remade in this Eggman style. So, you know, like going to Paris and seeing like Eggman's gear all over the Eiffel Tower, or sort of watching down with a big eye or something like that.
When Sonic and company return to Eggman's Earth, their ship crashes and everyone's scattered to the winds. So the player's following multiple parties and populating them in different locations. Always on the run, always fighting to see another day. Eventually, they get to the point where they're freeing populations from Eggman's captivity so they can build a multinational army to storm Eggman's base and restore world order. Just as they're about to do exactly that, Argus shows up. If you recall, Argus was the Mega God alluded to in the first game, much worse than Eggman. Even Super Sonic's not strong enough to beat Argus, so in spite of everything, Sonic and Eggman join forces to take him down. Eggman uses his Mega Death Laser to fire Super Sonic out like a bullet to break through Argus's defenses, thus ending the first boss phase. With Argus weakened, the Twilight Cage is thrown open, and everyone who is trapped inside is set free and joins in a massive climactic battle to finish off Argus once and for all. By the time everything wraps up, Knuckles has freed his fellow echidnas, along with everyone else in the cage. And together with Shade, now he's got the potential to continue his bloodline. Eggman runs off, yelling, "Until next time, Sonic!" And so, the status quo's back to normal. The end. Well, except for the final teaser. It was established in the first game that the Twilight Cage is a pocket dimension where the Nocturnus and other alien races are imprisoned. But you never know why. The truth would have been revealed in the sequel. Long ago, an oracle told Argus that someday he'd die at the hands of a mortal, so Argus traveled the universe locking up entire races that could possibly be a threat, in hopes of escaping the prophecy of his own death. But in the final teaser, it'd be revealed that the oracle's prediction was actually a trick. By gathering up the most powerful races in the universe, Argus was unknowingly building a super team that could destroy him.
It was basically a manipulation. So we're left with this notion of, okay, well, who's the Oracle? Who's this trickster god that got him to do this in the first place? Because obviously he wanted all of this to happen. He wanted Argus defeated, and now with him out of the way, the longer question that would have held, that could have been used over the series is, okay, so we've defeated this one god, but now there's this other god that made all these things happen. Why did he do that? What was it for? And will it eventually threaten us? And you know, if the series was going to continue, then yes, obviously, this is going to be a problem, and we'll come back to it.
It wasn't another cliffhanger, more like a teaser that left room for more sequels. BioWare would have considered their work finished with this duology, but hoped another studio, or Sega themselves, would continue Chronicles as a long-running series. So that begs the question, why didn't Chronicles 2 get made? The first game sold about 1 million copies. It was BioWare's first ever handheld game, and they considered it a success. Review scores came in around 75%, pretty on par with Sonic games of that era. Chronicles was basically free money and brand exposure for Sega, so they were happy as well. In fact, Sonic Team told BioWare they wanted to use Shade and Argus in their own games, and the BioWare guys were thrilled to hear it. But there was one little problem: the Sonic comics. A lot of the comics published from 1994 to 2006 were authored by Ken Penders. In Ken's view, the characters he created for the comics belonged to him, not Sega. Shade in Chronicles is similar to Knuckles' girlfriend Julie Sue from Knuckles the Echidna issue 4. Likewise, the Nocturnus clan bears resemblance to the Dark Legion from issue 1, the Twilight Cage is akin to the Twilight Zone from issue 17, and so on. Ken started copywriting all his creations 2 months after Chronicles launched, then a series of lawsuits kicked off between Ken, Sega, BioWare, and the comic book publisher. Sega's position was basically that they own the Sonic brand, therefore they own the rights to everything published in Sonic comics. Long story short, Sega wanted the fight to stay between Ken and the comic book company, but ultimately got pulled in anyway, and the whole thing dragged on for years.
You know, I find it very puzzling, honestly. I've worked with other people's IP for a long time, as he has, and I've never had any kind of notion that I own anything that I'm doing in somebody else's sandbox. I think if Sega had taken him seriously and litigated properly, it very quickly would have gone away. But it was probably a series of unforced errors that led to the result that we got.
We reached out to Ken so he could give his side of the story. You can pause and read his full response if you like, because some of the legal details aren't otherwise findable online. But to sum it up, he sees himself as a small creator defending his work from billion-dollar corporations who want to take it for themselves. Those corporations owe him millions of bucks for using it in Sonic Chronicles, and their lawyers couldn't convince a judge that Ken was off his rocker. Maybe Sega feels they should own these characters, but they never had that in writing. More recently, Ken made some artwork for Sonic NFTs to establish stronger legal ownership over his characters, and Sega haven't tried to stop him. Maybe because they know they can't. They're priced at $100,000 each, in case you're curious. Ken says he's not an unreasonable man. If Sega ever wants to pay him for the rights to make Sonic Chronicles 2, he'll happily sit down at the negotiating table. Keep in mind, all that's Ken's words, not ours, and we gave this script to both Miles and Ken before publication to make sure we presented everything accurately and without bias. As for who's right, well, that's for you to decide. Either way, there's never going to be any re-releases of Sonic Chronicles or a sequel until a deal's made in the courts. That'll probably never happen, which means Sonic Chronicles 2 will never be anything more than the plot outline you heard in this video. Back in 2018, Sega was impressed with the successes of British developer Nitrome, so they invited them to come up with a Sonic game. Then they did. It was called Sonic Day, a one-touch runner for smartphones with a new Genesis-style level added every single day. Mario Run meets Sonic the Hedgehog, basically. We spoke to Nitrome director Matt Annell to get the full story and never-before-seen footage. Sonic Day was based on Nitrome's wildly successful 2016 game Leap Day, which was downloaded over 10 million times purely by word of mouth, without 1 cent spent on advertising. Nitrome's been making games for 20 years. Maybe you've heard of some recent ones like Bomb Chicken and Shovel Knight Dig. Anyway, they just happened to run into Sega reps at GDC, who after hearing about Leap Day, asked if they'd be interested in pitching a Leap-like Sonic. Over the next years, Sega tracked Leap Day's metrics, had Nitrome provide some mock-up screenshots, and eventually build the demo you're seeing now. Matt and a couple other guys whipped up one level in 6 weeks, but of course they would have had a lot more levels and a bigger team if it went into full production. The pitch went all the way up the chain from Sega of Europe to Sega of America to Sega Japan, but ultimately they passed on the project.
Our general sort of answer seemed to be that they had a few projects and they could only do so many at once because someone had to kind of like look over them, and they just didn't think that it had as much potential as other things that they had going on. So it is what it is. It was disappointing. You know, obviously we were really keen to make it. It would have been an exciting project.
Sonic Day was a secret until a few years later when Nitrome posted 1 minute of gameplay on their Twitter account. People loved it, but there was also some backlash from fans mad at Sega for rejecting the pitch. Sega weren't thrilled about it, to say the least. Nitrome never meant for that to happen, and were, quote, devastated by the negativity. They posted the footage because they made it and loved it and wanted Sonic fans to see it. Matt told us Sega has every right to reject a pitch, and he realizes what's fun isn't necessarily what's profitable. Maybe Sega made the right call. No hard feelings, especially since things kinda worked out for Nitrome anyway. After Sega said no, Apple approached them about making a sequel to Leap Day called Super Leap Day. Apple paid to make it exclusive to Apple Arcade, and the sequel ended up making just as much money as the first game. Matt couldn't say how much because of his contract, but it's a lot. And they actually took some of the ideas they would have added to Sonic Day and put them in Super Leap Day instead. For example, the Sonic demo only had vertical running, but if they'd continued development, they would have added horizontal running as well. They also would have had loop-de-loops, as you can see in this development footage that's basically halfway between Sonic and Super Leap Day. and there would have been unlockable minigames, like the special stages from Sonic 1 and pinball stages because of the franchise's long history with pinball. Sonic Day could have been a great little game with new content 7 days a week. That leaves one last question. Could Sonic Day still get made someday? Matt says, "You know, we're Sega fanboys. I had all the Sega systems growing up. We love Sega games. If Sega see this video, if they want to pick up this project or something else with us, we'd be happy."
The release of Okami in 2005 was greeted with nigh universal acclaim, but it was only over time that its cult following would fully blossom. Semi-regular re-releases have kept memories of the game alive and helped introduce it to new audiences. It's understandable then that fan demand for an Okami 2 has endured. Capcom did attempt a sequel of its own on Nintendo DS, the less successful Okami Den, albeit without the involvement of the original's developers Clover Studio and its director Hideki Kamiya. It's partly for this reason that requests to see a quote-unquote true sequel continue, as enthusiasts entertain the prospect of a follow-up helmed by those responsible for the first game. In this video, I bring you the story of how such a project did once come close to finally happening. Suggestions of an Okami 2 project have a long history, and not just among fans. Fuel has been added to the fire on numerous occasions by Hideki Kamiya himself. A year after Clover Studio disbanded in 2006, the director spoke to Kotaku about his desire to create a sequel to Okami, but shared word of a possible obstacle in the way of one happening in the near future. He said that Okami's producer Atsushi Inaba had gotten into an argument with the heads of Capcom, an incident which he also attributed as one of the reasons for Clover being shut down by them. Kamiya and Inaba by this point both worked together at Seed Inc., which would later become Platinum Games after a merger with Odd Inc. in 2007. The possibility of bad blood between Capcom and Inaba was the subject of speculation for some time to come, possibly spurred on by Platinum Games and Capcom having little to no public relationship. Rumours about the two possibly collaborating would persist in various forms over the years despite this, without anything meaningful materialising from them. Platinum found work elsewhere, finding a partner in Sega who published projects of theirs like Bayonetta and Vanquish. It wasn't until around a decade after the split between members of Platinum and Capcom that talks between the two parties reportedly started to resume. Speculation about possible preliminary discussions between members of Capcom and Platinum started to heat up back in 2015. At Gamescom in August of that year, Kamiya talked to Metro about the possibility of working with Capcom in the future. He said, "There's a sense that if there's ever a chance that we can not only work together, but help bring new life into maybe a Capcom title or work on a Capcom partnership, I would very much welcome the opportunity." In that same interview, he noted that he was planning to meet with a certain Capcom producer. "After I return from Gamescom, I'm meeting up with Jun Takeuchi at Capcom, and we're gonna talk about what's been going on, and this is long overdue." It's unknown if this meeting had any place in reinvigorating relations between Capcom and Platinum, but it was not long after this that representatives of the two companies are said to have begun meeting in late 2015. In what might also be connected to these events, Kamiya happened to issue a poll on Twitter in November 2015, asking fans which Capcom project they would like to see him tackle. The two options listed were for either a sequel to Okami or Devil May Cry. According to sources linked to the two companies, discussions between Capcom and Platinum were being spearheaded primarily by Tatsuya Minami, the founder and then president of Platinum Games. Over the years, he had developed a reputation in the industry for his keen ability to cut deals with large publishers. He has been credited with arranging partnerships with Nintendo, Activision, Square Enix, and Microsoft. As the prolific studio continued piling on more work, he now had Capcom in his sights for a potential collaboration. Employees from the publishers say this interest was reciprocated by Capcom, who had been privately expressing an interest in reviving some of their classic IPs. Now the possibility arose that Platinum Games could be responsible for developing one of those revivals. Sources associated with the two entities say that the talks were amicable, but Capcom had its share of reservations about working with Platinum, chief among which were cost related. It was estimated by Capcom's people that outsourcing a major project to Platinum would would cost significantly more than it would to develop it internally. They also had concerns about the management of Platinum and their ability to rein in their directorial talent to keep projects on schedule and within budget. On the other hand, Capcom had plenty of positives they were weighing up about the studio as well. Hiring Platinum Games for a big budget resurrection of a beloved IP would be an easy way to score a healthy dose of goodwill from fans. Another important factor that was apparently influencing Capcom's decision was Platinum's experience with Unreal Engine 4. Born out of a partnership with Epic Games Japan, Capcom had been licensing UE4 to develop one of the biggest games in their lineup at the time, Street Fighter V. Impressed with its capabilities and having secured a licensing arrangement, they were now interested in building future titles in this engine and were looking for teams with the know-how to use it. It just so happened that Platinum Games was in the middle of developing an Unreal Engine 4 game of their own, Scalebound. Over time, it seems that Platinum was able to put some of Capcom's doubts to rest. Several workers privy to the discussions say that by early 2016, talks had progressed to the two parties discussing specific properties they could potentially work on. One was intended to be selected, and a project would enter pre-production at an undecided point in the near future at Platinum. Sources indicate that two of the series they had narrowed it down to were Okami and Beautiful Joe. However, out of these two, Capcom reportedly favoured Okami. Although there was some enthusiasm for Beautiful Joe making a return among some Platinum staff, Capcom's higher-ups were apparently concerned about the property's commercial viability. The original games were modestly successful back in the 2000s, even spawning an anime adaptation, but Capcom had done little to maintain awareness of Beautiful Joe post-2005. Aside from a port to the PS2, the first game had never been re-released, and it had been over 10 years since the last game in the series, Beautiful Joe Double Trouble. Conversely, Okami had enjoyed numerous reissues on the Wii and PS3, granting the IP greater mindshare in the long term. As negotiations continued, and Okami 2, a proposed true successor to the cult classic, became the frontrunner. The long-running gulf between Capcom and Platinum was closing, as preliminary plans were on the table. Before any kind of development could begin, however, a potential deal was put into jeopardy by events surrounding Platinum Games CEO Tatsuya Minami. Several sources connected to the two companies claimed that a rift was forming between Minami and the rest of his own studio. Minami had reportedly been at odds with other senior members of Platinum over his management of the company. Allegations regarding the nature of their disagreements are wide-ranging in their severity. Some say that Minami's lack of communication with members of the studio had alienated him. Other former employees allege that important financial matters too were being kept from Platinum's board by Minami. These rumours about possible issues with his management of the company began spreading in early 2016. Then, on April 21st, 2016, the news emerged that Tatsuya Minami was stepping down from his role at Platinum Games for unspecified reasons. He had quietly departed from the company in March. Sources inside Platinum at the time claimed that Minami was ousted from the company by board members as an outcome of his ongoing disagreements with them. Before long, these events would lead to their potential project with Capcom coming undone prematurely. Hearing word of turmoil at Platinum, Capcom's management took action, scrapping plans to move forward with a new Okami. A risk-averse Capcom had already been cautious in their approach to the possible collaboration, and their chief point of contact at Platinum abruptly leaving was enough for them to put a stop to it. A project heavily requested for over 10 years was over before it could begin. Tatsuya Minami stepped back from the games industry, and Platinum Games continued work on other projects. Sources at Capcom suggest that the company still enjoys a friendly relationship with Platinum, and despite this setback, a partnership with them is not beyond the realm of possibility. In March 2018, Hideki Kamiya was pictured at Capcom playing a build of Okami HD on Nintendo Switch prior to its announcement.